السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. فضلا من الله ونعمة، والله عليم حكيم. وإن طائفتان من المؤمنين اقتتلوا فأصلحوا بينهما، فإن بغت إحداهما على الأخرى فقاتلوا التي تبغي حتى تفيء إلى أمر الله، فإن فاءت فأصلحوا بينهما بالعدل وأقسطوا، إن الله يحب المقسطين. إنما المؤمنون إخوة فأصلحوا بين أخويكم واتقوا الله لعلكم ترحمون. يا أيها الذين آمنوا لا يسخر قوم من قوم عسى أن يكونوا خيرا منهم ولا نساء من نساء عسى أن يكن خيرا منهن ولا تلمزوا أنفسكم ولا تنابزوا بالألقاب بئس الاسم الفسوق بعد الإيمان ومن لم يتب فأولئك هم الظالمون يا أيها الذين آمنوا اجتنبوا كثيرا من الظن إن بعض الظن ولا تجسسوا ولا يغتب بعضكم بعضا أيحب أحدكم أن يأكل لحم أخيه ميتا فكرهتموه واتقوا الله إن الله تواب رحيم يا أيها الناس إنا خلقناكم من ذكر وأنثى إنا خلقناكم من ذكر وأنثى وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا إن أكرمكم عند الله أتقاكم إن الله عليم خبير صدق الله العظيم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Sadaqallahul Azim. Thank you very much, Ustaz Osman Nordin. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an absolute pleasure to welcome you all to the Islamic Theology Conference 2024, organized by St. Andrew's Encyclopedia of Theology and Al-Ghazali Chair of Epistemology, Civilizational and Renewal ISTAC-IIUM. We are very glad to have you here at the International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization for this integration event. Today's ITC 2024 strives to cultivate an appreciation for the diversity within Islamic theology, examining its religious history and highlighting the unifying theme of Tawheed. The conference also aims to revive the foundational unitary perspective of Islamic theology, emphasizing the interconnectedness of its various branches. It seeks to explore novel applications of Islamic theology across diverse domains within Islamic thought and civilization. This conference is dedicated to strengthening the role of Islamic theology in promoting interfaith and inter-civilizational dialogue, recognizing its potential to foster understanding and harmony amidst diverse religious and cultural landscape. Without further ado, may I now invite Dr. Brendan Wolf, Principal Editor of St. Andrew's Encyclopedia of Theology, to deliver his welcoming speech. Please welcome Dr. Brendan Wolf.
Yang Behormat Dr. Zulfikar Hassan, Deputy Minister for Islamic Affairs, Office of the Prime Minister of Malaysia, distinguished keynote speakers and paper presenters, honorable guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, Selamat pagi, good morning. It is a pleasure and a privilege to welcome you to this conference on behalf of the St. Andrew's Encyclopedia of Theology, one of its hosts. This conference's illustrious speakers, its careful organization by teams both here and in St. Andrews, and the glorious setting combine to make this an unmissable event. I am grateful to all those who have contributed to its preparations and success. Over the coming days, we will hear talks on how the seeming multiplicity of human knowledge can be integrated as God, who is at once the author of Revelation and the world, of theology, biology, history, and all the other sciences, is himself utterly one. Before we turn in our keynotes and sessions to the how of this integration, I would like to use my remarks to linger on the importance of why. The triumphs of modern research are undeniable and welcome, including discoveries in medicine and computing, and also improvements in historical methodologies or social analyses. Diseases and injuries are treated better than at any time in the past. The power of our handheld phones dwarfs that of previous constellations of information. At the same time, advances in economic understanding have led to prosperity, and in other social sciences, to real understanding. Not all is well, however, with abundant crises of identity, mental health, and moral reasoning. The very brightness of the progress I have mentioned risks blinding us to some very disturbing trends. Theologians, through distraction or neglect, have allowed each advance in the other academic disciplines concomitantly to reduce the scope of theology. By thus accepting the primacy of other approaches, too many theologians have gone down one of three paths. They have vanished. They have transformed themselves into copies of their secular counterparts. Or they have insulated their thinking entirely from the wider world, for example, by burying themselves in explicating past thinkers without reference to present considerations. All of these disciplines, both secular and religious, are legitimate and have their place in the wider intellectual conversation. A voice, however, may be missed. A voice asking fundamental questions like, who is God? And how does he relate to the world and to us? And indeed, we have seen what happens when the divorce between theology and the other forms of knowledge becomes absolute. In secular thinking, whether through denials of the fundamentals of human nature and rights, or through fantasies of our replacement by artificial intelligences, losing God means losing man. It has become clear, no intellectual system can include humanity without including divinity. At the same time, religious thinking, without contact with the wider world of thought, threatens to veer into extremism or irrelevance. In this way, many academic disciplines proceed in ignorance of theology's contribution to their area, while academic theology fails to explore and demonstrate the relevance of its core insights. The solution to both problems is to strengthen and redescribe the contours of the discipline of theology, defined by one of Islam's first great readers in the West as God and all things in relation to God. Thus, our conference, and thus also our encyclopedia. The articles of the Islam section of the St. Andrews Encyclopedia of Theology you may peruse for now in the printed examples, which were available at the registration desk, but are soon to be published online in an open access and free and unrestricted form. In them, you will find engagements from Islamic perspectives by leading scholars with the core topics of Islamic religious thought. while also relating their topics to the believer and the community today. Our project offers to support and refocus theological reflection on its own core concepts while contributing to showing their ongoing relevance. Articles furthermore explore the theological dimensions of other disciplines, as for example in the article on Islamic political theology, of which we have copies here. It is my sincere hope that this work will be of benefit to you and your research and thinking. Engagement with Malaysia's Islamic intellectual centers has already been of enormous benefit to us, and I know that the papers and discussions of today and tomorrow will be resources for reflection and action for years to come. Our co-hosting of this event is honored by your presence and participation, in person and online. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Dr. Brendan. The audience greatly appreciate the insights you've shared, and we hope to have the privilege of welcoming you back in the future. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, may I respectfully invite Professor Dr. Abdul Aziz Birgood, representing Rector of IIUM, to deliver his welcoming speech.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Yambar Burhormat, Dr. Zulkifli Hassan, Deputy Minister for Islamic Affairs, Office of the Prime Minister of Malaysia, Professor Emeritus Dr. Osman Bakar, holder of Al-Ghazali Chair of Epistemology and Civilizational Studies and Renewal, ISTAC-IIUM, Dr. Brendan Wolfe, Principal Editor of the St. Andrews Encyclopedia of Theology, University of St. Andrews, United Kingdom, distinguished keynote speakers and paper presenters, honorable guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, once again, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. I would like to offer my sincere welcome to everyone today at the International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization, International Islamic University, Malaysia. We are honored to have Yambar Berhormat Dr. Zulkifli Hassan, Deputy Minister, Islamic Affairs, Office of the Prime Minister, Malaysia, and the former Deputy Rector of IIUM. Welcome back to IIUM. I wish to extend my heartfelt greetings to all our esteemed scholars, speakers, researchers, and participants from Malaysia and other regions across the globe. I greet everyone with peace. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. I'm pleased to convey the sincere greetings of Prof. Emeritus Tan Sri Dato' Zulkifli Abdul Razak, the Rector of IIUM, who is currently on official visit to Japan and is unable to be here today. He sends his regards to all, especially Dr. Zulkifli Hassan. The organizers, Professor Dr. Osman Bakar, Al-Ghazali Chair, Dr. Brendan, and all other organizers, respected scholars and participants. In the present day, we live in a complex world and have become globalized in our thoughts, behavior, relationships, activities, and all businesses that we do. However, among the widespread evidence of globalization, we also observe indications of destruction, disintegration, and demonization of both the human being and human civilization. A great number of individuals across various regions of the globe are experiencing immense suffering. Additionally, nature and environment is undergoing significant problems. Human civilization is enduring hardship, and the consciousness and essence of humanity are seeking rescue. Today, mankind, by its own intellect and creativity, has developed the tools for its own destruction. Humans have propagated narratives, worldviews, and theologies that have led us extremely close to the worldwide collapse. Whether knowingly, intentionally, or unknowingly and unintentionally. Today, there is a pressing need for a unifying theology, a theological framework that can remind individuals of their fundamental purpose and objectives in this world and life, which is to serve as Khalifa on earth, vicegerent on earth. Vicegerent on earth refers to the responsibility of worshiping God, constructing balanced and desirable civilization and way of life, safeguarding and cultivating nature and the environment and human ecology, fostering civilizational and cultural relations and engagement among individuals from diverse cultures, races, and ethnicities based on mutual recognition, ta'aruf, dignity, respect, unity, diversity, care, compassion, cooperation, and solidarity. It also entails restoring global justice and peace for the benefit of all humanity and advancing the pursuit of knowledge that integrates rationality with the divine revelation, science and consciousness, worldly matters and the afterlife, realities, faith and action. All of these endeavors are undertaken with the aim of being a source of mercy and blessings for all creation. Rahmatan lil alameen. At this conference today, we have the chance to develop a comprehensive understanding of the roles and functions of Islamic theology in guiding the world and human civilization towards global safety, security, stability, and prosperity. We are fortunate to have the presence of esteemed scholars and researchers from various disciplines and fields of knowledge. Our institute, ISTAC-IIUM, and the university have always supported civilizational and cultural engagement, as well as the creation, distribution, and application of knowledge within the context of the value-driven knowledge and integral human civilization. There is a significant amount of work that lies ahead of us in order to effectively utilize Islamic theology and knowledge to address the challenges faced by the world today. However, the success of this endeavor largely depends on our ability to comprehend, express, educate, and apply theology in resolving the day-to-day issues within our communities and among individuals. Our scholars, theologians, researchers, and students are urged to enhance their efforts to assume greater responsibilities in promoting the civilizational and Madani values of sustainability, care and compassion, respect, innovation, prosperity, trust, and global peace and justice for all humanity through their teaching and learning, research and publication, and community engagement and partnership between all stakeholders. On this occasion, I would like to extend once again my appreciation to Professor Osman Baka and to Dr. Brendan and all the organizers for making this great conference a reality today. Thank you. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Abdulaziz Birgood, for your words have left a lasting impact on all of us. And now we would like to request this honor from Malaysia's Honorable Minister of Islamic Affairs, Prime Minister Office Department, Yang Berhormat Senator Dr. Zulkifli Hasan, the message of wisdom, as well as to officiate the opening ceremony for today.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين نحمده ونستعينه ونستغفره ومن شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا تحية طيبة وبركة من عند الله أما بعد. Yang berbahagia Dr. Brandon and Wolf, Principal Editor, St. Andrews Encyclopedia of Theology, University of St. Andrews, United Kingdom. Emeritus Professor Dr. Osman Bakar Al-Ghazali, Chair of Epistemology and Civilization Studies in Renewal, ISTAC-IIUM. Professor Dr. Abdul Aziz Birgood, Dean of ISTAC-IIUM. Speakers and participants of the conference, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. All praises be to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, peace and blessing be upon our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. It is always a great feeling to be back to the International Islamic University, Malaysia. Thank you for the invitations. Let me express my sincere thanks to the conveners and organizers of this conference for kindly inviting me to officiate the opening ceremony of the conference this morning. This is indeed an honor for me, which I greatly appreciate. Let me also congratulate to the organizer for organizing this very important conference. I see its great importance and significance for the following reasons. First, it is truly an international conference, given the fact that it is attended by many prominent speakers and participants from different parts of the world. The conference is organized as a collaborative effort and a scholarly partnership between two well-known academic institutions in the world, one in the West and the other in the East. This scholarly partnership will bring a lot of good, not only to the two institutions, but also to other research institutions around the globe, particularly in the field of comparative theology between Islam and Christianity. Muslim academics in Malaysia have been long attracted to the theology and religious studies programs at St. Andrews University. Many of them pursued their postgraduate studies in Islam and Christianity at the university. As for ISTAC-IIUM, it is one of the most well-known postgraduate centers of Islamic thought and civilization in the world. It has trained numerous MAs and PhDs in the field who have come from practically every Muslim community in the world, including the Muslim minorities in the West and the large Muslim minorities in China and India. The theme of the conference is praiseworthy. It is praiseworthy especially for our present time, which is divisive and chaotic, to discuss the theme of how to unite the diverse voices in Islamic theology. Indeed, the theme is a significant one. It is relatively rare to see conferences organized around the theme of Islamic theology. In Muslim countries, most conferences on Islam nowadays tend to focus on issues related to the Sharia, fiqh, and Islamic ethics. So it is good for a change to have a major conference such as the one you will be having in the next 2 days, dealing with the broad subjects of Islamic theology. This is especially welcome when the conference aims at achieving the recovery and appreciations of Islamic theology in its widest possible sense, and what more when this objective is to be achieved in the context of the 21st century of human thought. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, it's a very appropriate and fitting that this conference is jointly convened by the St. Andrews Encyclopedia of Theology and the Al-Ghazali Chair of Epistemology and Civilizational Studies and Renewal. Both conveners are primarily concerned with the knowledge projects of addressing theological ideas and issues that have meanings and implications for contemporary human life and thought. Possibly not many people are in the know about the Encyclopedia of Theology project being carried out by St. Andrews University. Thanks to the present conference, more people are now aware of the encyclopedia. Likewise, not many people perhaps not know about the knowledge project that has been carried out by the Al-Ghazali Chair of ISTAC-IIUM. This conference may help people to better understand the role and the contributions of the Al-Ghazali Chair in helping to advance the cause of Islamic thought and civilization in the present century. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, so once again, congratulations to the organizers for organizing this highly significant conference. It will not be surprising if many participants of the conference and the public at large have high expectations of what the conference could deliver for them in terms of clarity, of unity, of thought. Many Muslims are aware that in the history of Islam, polarized and even acrimonious debates have occurred among scholars on a wide range of theological issues. It is also a fact that in Islamic history, theology was often politicized. It is when theology is sought to serve the sectarian interests of extremism in one form or another that academics and scholars are called upon to find solutions to the problems at hand. It is laudable goal of the conference to earnestly seek to recover the best tradition of Islamic theology that have been forgotten or lost through the passage of time, and at the same time to find new perspective or answers to perennial theological issues in the light of new knowledge acquired in modern times. There are traditional and modern voices in Islamic theology, many of which are at odds with each other. It is our common hope that this conference, inshallah, will help show us the way on how unity of diverse theological voices could be achieved in our contemporary worlds. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, I wish the conference a great success. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most compassionate, I declare the conference officially commence. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Yang Berhormat Dr. Zulkifli Hasan, for your time and effort to attend our humble event and for your inaugural speech that has been invaluable to today's event. We now invite Yang Berhormat Senator Dr. Zulkifli Hasan, Professor Dr. Abdul Aziz Birgut, Dr. Brendan Wolf, and Professor Emeritus Dr. Osman Bakar to come forward for the opening ceremony. Let us watch a video present. Oh, I'm sorry. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I'm delighted to announce that we have now officially commenced the opening ceremony of the Islamic Theology Conference for the year 2020.
People tend to be more focused on things like law and mysticism in terms of both the academic focus and what practitioners themselves are interested in. But the St. Andrews Encyclopedia of Theology, the Islam section that's part of that, takes a much broader view of what theology is, not only including different types of theology, moral theology, for example, or political theology, but also looking at the sources where theology is done, not just in a set of texts that were called theology or kalam, but theology that takes place, for example, in Quranic exegesis, theology that takes place in Sufi or mystical treatises or metaphysical treatises, things that would not be put into this very narrow category of theology as it's usually understood in the way these disciplines are described in the Islamic tradition, but it takes this bigger, much broader view of theology. And I think it has the potential in many ways to really reinvigorate the study of theology proper within the Islamic tradition, Islamic scholarly and academic tradition as well.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies and honorable dignitaries, we will now proceed with the souvenir session. We now call upon Yang Berhormat Dr. Zulkifli Hasan to receive a token of appreciation from St. Andrew's Encyclopedia of Theology. And now, one from International Islamic University, Malaysia. Now for the photography session. Yeah. Now we invite all the dignitaries to step down for honoring us with a photo session with the audience. All the audience may come in forward so that we can have it.
Tepi ni.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, this ends the opening ceremony of today's event. You all are most welcome for joining the refreshment in the banquet hall. The session will continue at 10:55 for the keynote session 1. (10:55)
1, 2.
Mana?
Tes 1 2 check 1 2 sound check. Tes 1 2 3 percobaan suara 1 2 3 tes 1 2 3.
La ilaha illallah. One more.
Gentlemen, brothers and sisters, we are about to start our session 1 very soon. Therefore, I would like to invite all participants to have a seat, and we shall start. We will commence our session keynote address by Professor Usman, and followed by session 1 and so on. So, ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat, and we will begin shortly. Yes, to start our session now, I would like to invite Dr. Alex to start the keynote 1. Over to you, sir.
Assalamualaikum, selamat pagi. So I'm Dr. Alexander Wayne, the editor of the Islam section of the St. Andrew's Encyclopedia of Theology, and I'm delighted to be here with you today. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce the first of our keynote speakers for this conference, who's also our co-convener, Professor Dr. Osman Bakar, the current holder of the Al-Ghazali Chair for Epistemology and Civilizational Studies and Renewal here at ISTAC-IIUM. Professor Osman is one of the contemporary Muslim world's most prominent philosophers, Emeritus Professor of Philosophy at University Malaya, a fellow at both the Center of Civilizational Dialogue at University Malaya and Doshisha University in Japan, and a former president of the Islamic Academy of Sciences in Malaysia. He holds a doctorate in Islamic philosophy from Temple University and has been a Fulbright visiting scholar at Harvard University. The author of over 15 books and over 250 articles on Islamic thought and civilization. His most notable works include Tawheed and Science, published in 1991, Islam and Civilizational Dialogue in 1997, Classification of Knowledge in 1998, and Islamic Civilization in the Modern World in 2015. Recognized globally, Professor Osman has been included within the list of the 500 most influential Muslims in the world on several occasions. So his keynote lecture today aligns very well with the theme of our conference and is entitled One God, Many Prophets, Islam's Approach to Theological Diversity. Prof, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. Can everyone hear at the back? Okay, good. Alhamdulillah. First of all, let me thank my co-convener, the Encyclopedia of Theology, St. Andrew's University. I thank Dean Professor Bergood, the Dean of ISTAC, for allowing the Al-Ghazali Chair of Epistemology and Civilizational Studies and Renewal to be a co-convener with the Encyclopedia of Theology of St. Andrews. I'm very happy you also to be associated with it in a way, not in an active way. I was invited to be in the advisory board of the encyclopedia. So thank you very much for doing that. So to me, this is a very important conference. It's about Islamic theology, but not really kind of event to provide comments on the encyclopedia. It's not, but of course we thank our friends from St. Andrews for agreeing to organize the study event. Hopefully we will be able to discuss something. I say something because it is a very broad field, theology. Even if you limit to Islamic, that is also still a very, very broad thing. I prepared some slides to guide me in my presentation. So can we go to, not yet, please. Introductory remarks, all right. The theme of our two-day conference, Islamic Theology, Uniting Diverse Voices, a very appropriate theme, relevant, in fact necessary, for all those interested, not just in Islamic theology, but in theology as such. We know the focus for St. Andrews, for the encyclopedia. The interest in this conference is immediate, of practical concern, in other words. It is in one also to celebrate their project, but it does emphasize the importance of theology. For ISTAC, the acronym for Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization, although the name theology does not appear in that name, but our core concern is theology. Basically, it is about the conception of God in the Islamic tradition. Similarly, the Al-Ghazali chair, the name of the chair, the word theology is not there, but our main concern is theology, because in the Islamic perspective, there cannot be any other discipline or field of study which is as important as theology. So if the idea to call theology, some of the classical things calling theology is the queen of the sciences, well, certainly at the level of ideas, at the level of thought, no other discipline can compete, can overcome, can override this theology. Of course, in Islam, as we know, at the practical level, at the practical life, the most important is the Sharia. So theology and Sharia go together in the Islamic tradition. Now, the question of the, I want to say some about this theology thing, the relevance, why we welcome this theme very, very much. You know? A fundamental premise in Islam is that it is possible for man to know God. In fact, that is the main purpose of human existence, to know God. But it's not just to say that it is possible to know God. it is also compulsory, objective, and it is necessary, it is obligatory. And if we examine the position of theology, whatever that name is used in the Islamic tradition to refer to that, that is, if you look at their position in the Muslim classification of the sciences over the centuries, they always consider theology as the highest field of knowledge. It is the most important. Right? It is the most important. It is the most useful. So whether we look at this theology from the ontological point of view or from the methodological point of view, remembering that what we call theology is what the Muslim philosophers call metaphysics or divine science, al-ain, al-ilahi, divine science, that is an exact science, like mathematics. Theology is like mathematics in terms of exactitude. So metaphysics in exact science, so is theology, so is mathematics, which happen to be my old profession. Yes, so precisely because theology is the most important, which affects the educational curriculum of the Muslim. That is rationally, but sad to say, this knowledge we call theology, the knowledge of God, ilmu tawhid, another name, is paid little attention because everybody going for the Sharia is as if the Sharia can stand by itself without the theology, without the strong foundation of theology. So, we welcome them for this conference very much. Yeah? It's very, very important. Now, in light of that, I choose as my title of presentation, right? One God, many prophets. Islam's approach to theological diversity. More precisely, it is the Quran's approach to theological diversity, since when we use the word Islam's approach, we are extending the discussion and beyond the Quran and the prophetic hadith, but it also includes the discussion on theology on God that we find in the so extensive Islamic literature on the subject, right? Until, well, in fact, for the last 14th century. Can I go to the next slide? Now, why do I choose this topic? The title of my presentation, One God, Many Prophets, Islam's approach or the Quran's approach to theological diversity. The main reason is because I would like to basically to look at the broader concern of theology. But basically, it's to go to direct to the point. Essentially, what does the field we call theology deal with? Yes, I have to say something about the meaning of theology. For more often than not, going back to the etymological meaning of a word is very, very helpful. So if we look at the etymology of the word theology, well, you are going basically to the Greek tradition. Theos, the study of God, basically the study of God, the science of God. So Muslims reason that yes, we can have a real science of God, not just science of ants, of plants, and whatever, yeah, but even the science of God with its own methods, with its own objective, it is possible to define. So precisely because of that Greek tradition thing, among the Muslim followers of Aristotle, they use the, like Al-Farabi, for example, he used the term Al-Ain Al-Ilahi, yeah, which means the divine science or the science of divinity, the science of divinity. And the scholars provide extensive explanation of that. But if we just limit to say the study of God, but then what aspect of God we want to study? Of course, the core of that concern is the divine nature and the divine attributes and qualities. But we also know that on the basis of the Quran, we know God because we know His manifestation in the cosmos, His relationship with the cosmos. This is the concern and words. I say basically, theology in its most universal sense deals with the issue of the one and the many. Issue of the one and the many, what in classical Arabic they will refer to al-wahda wal-kathra. That's it. Basically, that's it. If we examine all the writings, basically, all on theology, all revolves around that issue, the one and the many, because we know the one through the many. Yes, the many comes from the one, and from the many, we are taken back to the one, but it's always from the human point of view, we know because we know God, we know Allah, subhanahu wa ta'ala, because we know the various, the manifold relationship between one and the many. So that is my understanding. So you say, what is theology? Theology is the study of the manifold relationship between the one and the many. So the topic I've chosen is part of the broader problem of the one and the many, which from the human point of view may simply be expressed as the problem of diversity. I want to link myself to the theme, diversity. The problem of diversity. With diversity, some men are safe, some others are not safe, because of this problem with diversity. Now, basically there are two types, two forms of biodiversity in reality. The biophysical diversity in the natural world. This was basically the greater part of our concern in the past. In our philosophers, theologians, and scientists were interested more in the biophysical diversity, because that was the diversity that was directly observed. Yeah? It surrounds us. That diversity surrounds us, and therefore our interaction with that diversity is immediate. Yeah? And of course, this is the concern of what we call natural theology. Natural theology, as well under West, natural theology, yeah, is concerned with this, and in our present world, that is also our concern. In fact, we are more concerned rising from the practical concern, yeah, because we have done damage to that diversity. I would argue that we have caused much damage to biodiversity because we are ignorant of the real nature of that biodiversity. Yeah. So misunderstanding of biophysical diversity has led us to the wrong concept and philosophy of natural science, and also how to use that diversity. And the other biodiversity, of course, is human diversity, which in terms of scholarship, in terms of intellectual concern, is much later, because the nature of our societies in the past, in the more ancient past, our societies were more, in a sense, uniform, not heterogeneous. We belong to the same ethnic group, we seem to belong same belief system. So we were, in a sense, more atomized, culturally speaking. But when we say what human diversity is, we are referring to ethnic diversity, religious diversity, religious system, language, culture, and civilization. These are the main categories of human diversity. And still, we don't understand really. We don't really understand that human diversity. That's why so much problem. So now, what I'm saying that we are confronted with two problems. Our understanding of biodiversity in the natural world and our problem with the human diversity. All the fightings, the quarrels, the genocide, and so on, it all boils down to this understanding of human diversity. So I would say then, very important to have theology of diversity, especially in our time now. We need a real understanding of this diversity. So basically, that is the concept of theology. Now, it happens that the human mind is captivated. Human mind is captivated in both forms of diversity to search for their true explanation. Why the diversity? Why the diversity? So the problem of diversity is as old as the history of human speculation. And we are continuing to have discourse on this. Okay? Next, please. Yeah, so let me go to this issue of diversity. In a sense, we can divide the history of the human consciousness about diversity into two major eras, major periods. As far as I'm concerned, based on the many works with which I'm impressed, is basically that dividing line that is the question of what I call the idea of modernity. Modern, in other words, what I call the pre-modern period and the modern period. In the pre-modern period, basically no exception, in all societies, all cultures and civilization, diversity was always conceived, was always understood in the light of unity. We may not exactly have the right, the precise knowledge about that relationship, but we in the pre-modern period have that, adopt that version. Yes, we see diversity in both the natural world and the human world, but that diversity has a reason, has a cause, has a transcendent cause, as a cause. Therefore, and that source is, of course, is the one. I used to use the word the one because I'm aware also in this discourse on theology, in the modern period, when we say God, then somehow say, oh, another great sector of humanity don't use the word God, don't believe in God, they don't believe in God, which of course is a real understanding of the other of the rather such as Confucianism, such as Buddhism, and others. Of course, if I use the word one, then they will cover them. The one, that is absolute, that is infinite, that is the ultimate reality. When we use these philosophical terms, rather than use the word God, because sometimes they want to limit the word, God is only among the Abrahamic religions, Judaism, Islam, and Christianity. But what about those cultures which don't have the word God in their vocabulary? Yes, they don't have the word God, but there are corresponding realities which actually match. This is for those students of comparative religion, we know they also have their equivalent of God. Now, yeah, so that's on to emphasize, then the diversity was understood in the light of unity. This is a traditional term, unity in diversity. The politicians also talk about that. Those concerned with national unity. When we have many different ethnic groups, different regions and so on, we speak of unity in diversity. And certainly Malaysia can speak about that. How to achieve unity in diversity. Now, the dominant current of thought, so what was the dominant current of thought pertaining to diversity? Yeah. The many understood in the light of the one or God, the ultimate reality, the absolute and the infinite. Now, the search for explanation of diversity, how was it? Yeah. The human mind is interested to know what are the explanations for this diversity. If we, of course, based on our knowledge of the in many fields of study in the past, right? So when basically, but if we want to talk about a kind of general guide on how to search for explanation of diversity, we say that the search is directed at the manifold relations between the one and the many. There's one, God and creation. That is another way to look at that relationship between one and many, or the unmanifested and manifestation, the absolute and the relative. So we have various terms in terms of terminology how to describe that relationship between one and the many. So the problem of diversity then is essentially theological in nature. Epistemologically, it is legitimate to speak of theology of diversity, which is both one and many. Can we go to the next one, please? Diversity in the modern world. You are more familiar with this. Now, the modern mind seeks to understand diversity in its own terms. It is the search for explanation of diversity within the realm of the relative, without making any reference to the role of the absolute, or to the absolute. So it is basically a question of relativization of truth. In other words, looking for answers, all answers in the relative, forgetting the absolute. So it is what we call the search for the absolute terrestrial origins of diversity. Now, if we examine, you can give some examples. Perhaps we need to give some examples. In fact, a great example to illustrate this tendency among human beings to search for the explanations of diversity within the material world itself, within the physical world, forgetting the idea of the transcendence. So I will say that as a good example is the biodiversity in biodiversity. What Charles Darwin did in his book, The Origin of the Species in Study. There's the first major attempt to understand diversity, biodiversity, without referring to the transcendent causes. And bearing in mind that in Western philosophical thought at that time, out of the 4 Aristotelian causes why things happen, 2 of them have already been taken away. There is the final cause, the telos, and the efficient cause. So what remains on the 2 causes is the material cause and the formal cause. So in an intellectual environment, philosophical environment, in which we said, in which 2 out of 4 truths have already been taken away. There's the truth pertaining to efficient and final cause. You have removed transcendence. We have removed the idea of causes of diversity that's beyond the biophysical world itself. That's what happened. That is the whole message of the origin of the species. That is the first major attempt to understand biodiversity by forgetting God, by forgetting the non-physical world. That's one. Yeah. And of course, what happened? That biodiversity, understood in that sense, became an excuse for atheism. Became an excuse for atheism. There is no more logical ground. Yeah? No, it's just that evolution, whatever the mechanism is, whether it is the survival of the fittest or natural selection, this mechanism, this mechanism, continue to change over the years. But one thing remains, one thing stays, that is, biodiversity can be understood by just remaining true, just observing what is within the biophysical world itself. And then you had the religious diversity. Of course, one consequence, what we call materialistic evolutionism. So biodiversity has been used by Darwin and the neo-Darwinians and so on, and those who believe in the theory of materialistic evolution. That is justified. Now, religious diversity as justification of invalidity of religion, I think. People use that as an excuse. Religious diversity, and the diversity in the sense that there are so many religions, and all these religions are in conflict on many points. They don't agree on all things, which means that all of them are false. That is the argument has been used by many people. Yeah, I'm sure you yourself personally experienced that. Some young people now say, "I don't believe in any religion. I don't believe in God because the religions they don't agree with each other." So this agreement is used as an excuse for the invalidity of not just one religion, but the invalidity of religion as such. That is what we have. 2 different things. So, to sum up that important consequence, the irrelevance of theology. The irrelevance of theology in the search for true answers to the problem of diversity. Irrelevant. Even though in some cases, the word theology may still be used. Yeah? So that's why we are familiar with certain currents of thought, talk about theology without God. Yeah? We are familiar with that. Theology without God. Theology without religion. But the word theology is still used, being used, but there's no more God. So if theology means the science of God is the science of something which doesn't exist anymore. You can imagine how absurd. What do you have? Yeah. All right. There's diversity in the modern mind. Please tell me how many minutes more. Oh, okay. Still comfortable. Next one, please. Okay, slides. So diversity in the modern world. Well, I want to go now to basically my topic. Basically, this the diversity, one God, many prophets. I'm going there. I'm going there, inshallah. Yeah. I just want to say something about that we have to restating Islam's universal theology. That's one of my main arguments in my presentation. Islam's universal theology, or the Quran's universal theology. The premise of my presentation is that as the last revealed book, divinely revealed book, it is the destiny of the Quran to serve as the framework of a universal theology that would comprehend all the previous messages from heaven. That's a very, very big claim. That's a very big thing. But that is exactly what the claim of the Quran is. Yeah? If we read the verses of the Quran, yes, it is, in other words, Islam appeared in the 7th century in order to declare that it is that there is such a thing as a universal theology. And what I mean by universal here, it is inclusive, right? It is basically is the idea of the universal theory of divine revelation. The Quran emphasizes that all branches of humanity, all branches of the human family have received revelations, have received prophets. Under under various terms, Nabi, Rasul, Nazir, Warner, this is Hadi, there's a guide. For example, you may refer to the Quran, the universal revelation. I'm sorry. You may refer to. No, actually, I did make some reference to that verse. Yeah. So that verse. In Surah Al-Fatir, وَإِن مِّنْ أُمَّةٍ إِلَّا أَخَلَ فِيهَا وَإِن مِّنْ أُمَّةٍ إِلَّا أَخَلَ فِيهَا نَذِيرٌ. All right. There never was a people without a warner, having lived among them in the past. There is a universal idea of revelation. Nobody, no branch of the human family was excluded. Everyone received. Yeah. Then another one in Surah Ar-Ra'd, the thunder. وَلِكُلِّ قَوْمٍ هَادٍ. To every people, a guide. Yeah. So, in other words, precisely because Islam is the last religion, the Quran is the last. The last has to look back, right? To look back at that line of prophethood. According to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, there were 124,000 prophets from Prophet Adam alaihi salam until Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. 124,000. That's a big number. Yeah, big number. A galaxy of prophets. So that galaxy of prophets spread over the entire globe, entire earth. Yes, because the Quran said, some we mentioned the names of the prophet, some not. But for us today, since we have these encounters, civilizational encounters, so even though the Quran does not mention the name of that prophet, the name of the book that is to send that people, but now we meet those people, we speak to those people, they speak of their tradition. So what does it mean? What is the implication for Muslim intellectuals? For Muslim intellectuals mean they have to know, even though not mentioned, but indicated, implied by the Quran. The Chinese prophet not mentioned in the Quran. all right? But can we, based on the knowledge of the Quran, could say that the Chinese, God has forgotten the Chinese? It's absurd. The Chinese must have received some prophets. Not mentioned, yes, but some books are left. So it is up to us to study this. This brings up the question of comparative theology. In this case, not within the Abrahamic tradition, but comparative between the Abrahamic and the non-Abrahamic. That applies also to other religions, yeah? Like Hinduism and Buddhism and so on. And even perhaps with Shintoism. Hardly, of course, Shintoism is mentioned, but then we can understand the Japanese without knowledge of Shintoism. Okay? Yeah. So, what it means then, there's one aspect of this universality of the of revelation. Let me go again this question of restating Islam, universal theology. So the central theme of the universal theology of the Quran is precisely this: the one and the many. And a key principle in this theme is one God, many prophets, embracing such ideas as universal revelation, the twin dimension of prophetic mission. Yeah. In other words, 124,000 prophets, but all these prophets have similar mission. And they were given two things. Each of the prophets was given two things. Shir'atan wa minhaja. Likullin ja'alna minkum shir'atan wa minhaja. So that's very important issue of theology here. Yeah. So the common message of Tawheed. Yeah. So basically, each of the prophets given a knowledge of Tawheed and a sacred law. Of course, all the sacred laws are different in forms. And another very important thing, basically what the Quran claims is the synthesis, being the synthesis of all the religious revelation. That is the Quran's own way of how to deal with the question of the many in religious diversity. Yeah. So I think this is basis for a discussion on this universal theology. And basically, I would say that there is a need for renewal of Islam's universal theology. All right. Renewal. And what I mean by renewal here? Classical theologies need a revision and a synthesis in the light of their respective historical developments and modern knowledge. Yeah? We have learned about many things about classical theology, but these classical theologies need a revision in our times now for various reasons. One reason, of course, they have their own interaction among them, and they have particular historical development, and now modern knowledge brings new issues into that. So if we studied about this Asharite theology in the field of Kalam, talking about atomistic, the kind of the structure of the universe, based on small atoms, like what the modern physics is saying. But the point is that the perspective of the Asharite theology, based on this atomism, needs to now to be discussed, to be studied in the light of quantum physics. We have to do that. Yeah. New theologies there are new theologies. New theologies need to be developed in response to a host of contemporary civilizational issues. In our times, gender has become an important subject. Yes, we can have a new theology of gender. We have interfaith, intercivilizational dialogue. In other words, interreligious dialogue. So basically, it's about religious dialogues. There is another branch of new theology. And number three, to overcome challenges posed by modern ideas that run counter to the epistemology of theology. One of those challenges is, of course, the artificial intelligence. But for a real discussion of artificial intelligence, especially from the theological perspective, it means that we have to go back to all those writings on the concept of intelligence, on the idea, the concept of intelligence. Now we can have a real Islamic theology concentrating on artificial intelligence, basically a synthesis of that natural intelligence and artificial intelligence, because we need a kind of harmonious treatment, that we need to take care of natural intelligence, but we are also open to the idea of the legitimate uses of artificial intelligence. This is open field for us. And we expand the borders of inclusiveness of Islam's universal theology in the light of new civilizational encounters, based on what I mentioned about our encounter with Chinese civilization. So we have to expand. We have to expand the concept of Ahlul Kitab, people of the book, in the new light. In fact, in the past, that was the guide. The guide in the past, whenever the Muslim encounter new communities, new religious communities, the first thing they will ask is, do they have a book? Are they Ahlul Kitab or not? So that was an important question, because to know that has implication for societal roles. All right, so that's in terms of renewal of Islam's universal knowledge. And now I just want to, I think I have just a conclusion. Can I have the next one? The last one was that. I'm sorry, somehow I lost my last thing, no? Can I just make a conclusion maybe? Yeah, okay. I lost the most important part of my thing, the conclusion. Yeah. Well, basically, yeah. The most. You have the conclusion there? Yes, but I don't have it here. Yeah. It's all right. Basically, the most important thing that I wanted to say in this keynote speech is that we have to talk, especially the Muslim. We need to talk about this, the Quran's universal theory of revelation, basically the universal theory of diversity. Yeah, and it's okay if I don't really repeat exactly what I have there. What is important now, what to understand, what are the implications? What are the implications of this? And also to understand the spirit, the very spirit of that position. Yeah. Of course, for the Quran, for Muslims, it is a responsibility. Muslims, being believers in the Quran, the last revealed book, have a responsibility not only to themselves, but to the whole of the world. The Quran has been sent to the whole of humanity. Not as some Muslims believe, the Quran is sent to the Muslims. Yeah? That's why we have now, why we have now some Muslims, including some Malays in this country, they want to nationalize the Quran. They want to nationalize Islam. Yeah? Why is that? As shown by their attitudes. That the non-Muslims cannot study the Quran and so on. That is absurd. Yeah. If they understand that the Quran is meant for the whole of humanity, then we are, in other words, we are a step ahead. We are moving forward in this idea of how to present, how to formulate this theory, this universal theory in our times. I think that was important. Yeah. So I think I will not go further. I just want to thank all of you for patiently listening to this presentation. What is that theology is none other than the concern with the one and the many, and of course I concentrate on the theme of one God, many prophets, right? In the way the Quran approaches the issue of the so many prophets in the past, how to unify, basically how to unify, then is through by saying that Islam has been the religion of all the prophets from Adam his salam and the Prophet Muhammad salam. But there is, insofar as Islam is understood as the religion of submission to the divine will, the same name is maintained by the Quran, and that's the idea of Inna Dina Indallahi Islam. There's only Islam is the religion, but that Islam of the prophets is many. It is many because the Sharia is many, the sacred law is many, depending on the needs of the place and time. But of course, maybe it's a question of non-Muslims not accepting, but the point is that is the basis of Islam's position in inviting other religions for a dialogue. Yeah? That basis is for inter-religious dialogue between Islam and the other religions. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think we have about 9 minutes for question and answer. If anybody has a question, please raise your hand. Yes, please. Do we have a microphone for? There's a microphone here. Somebody wants to.
Okay.
Assalamualaikum. I'm Sadia. My question is this, Prof. I'm not sure whether you are familiar with Leslie Hazelton. She claimed herself to be a diagnostic Jew, and she writes and speaks a lot on at the intersection of religion and politics, and actually has done a lot of videos very sympathetically on the life of Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. But her very important book is called The First Muslim, The Story of Muhammad. And my question is this: I think for the Muslim, we understand that the idea of one God and many prophets, and this we claim to be they're all Muslims because they come from God and bring the message of Tawheed. But I think out there, I mean, for non-Muslims and people of other religions, they often associate Islam with Nabi Muhammad, and that means the Prophet Nabi Muhammad actually was the one who started Islam. Yeah, and looking at experts and so-called scholars like Leslie Hazelton, I'm not sure now whether this is intended, because it is unlikely that she doesn't understand that in the Islamic perspective, we do have, as you said, one God, many prophets. So do you think that there could be literature from non-Muslims which could be damaging? And actually what you have discussed just now was a very important point that we didn't think before, to say that we want to, I mean, I don't know whether the word position is correct, but we want to position to the world that Islam could be a very great unifying force, because it could be that the other religions, even Hinduism and Confucianism, they have prophets and come from the same God as we believe. And so that's universal, and that's very powerful. But this is where I don't know whether it's our mistake that we are not writing enough to portray this, that Islam doesn't start with Prophet Muhammad, but we have all the other prophets. Thank you.
Well, there are many things to say about this, but in the context of my presentation, of course, I could have explained more. Yeah? First of all, in maintaining that there were 124,000 prophets to humanity, what is the meaning of that prophet? Now, in Islam, the word, of course, is Nabi. Now, that is a technical term in Islamic thought. It's not just, it's open, for discussion, for inclusion of more features about the meaning of a prophet or Nabi. No, because there are many features, but there are main features that are agreed upon in Islamic theology. I'm talking about Islamic theology. So in Islamic theology, one God, you're referring to basically God in the Quran with all the divine name, with all the names and attributes, qualities. Yeah, God has many qualities, many attributes, has many names, and that defines the oneness of the Tawhid of God. Yeah. So in other words, again, this base our understanding of the science of God, the great bulk of the data for our analysis of the concept of God is from the Quran. And of course, if you look at the history of Islamic theology on that issue, right? Some philosophers, they do talk about these selected qualities, attributes of God. They don't talk a lot. Yeah, I say that the philosophers, being followers of Aristotle, they were interested in the qualities of God that have to do with how the universe works. Yeah, they are concerned. God is the first. God is the last. These are names of God, but who are more interested on these issues? Yeah, it's not the ordinary believer, but historians will be interested. Certainly, scientists are interested. You talk about the origin of things. So that happened. So some people talk about different qualities of God. Concentrate on. That's why we have also many theologies. We have many theologies because they concentrate on different qualities of God. It took much later. For example, it's only with Ibn Arabi. So if you look at the writing of Ibn Arabi, it's basically all the names and qualities of God mentioned in the Quran were subject to analysis, to study. Yeah. So I'm saying now that, all right, centuries after Ibn Arabi, the Muslim intercourse today, can speak of this. What means by one God and many prophets in a more complete way. That's basically the formulation of this universal theology. I'm suggesting that we should work for this universal theology. The question of prophets, it's not so much. Why is it important? It's not so much knowing the names of the people prophets, but to understand that from the fact that every prophet was given two things: Shariah, the Sharia, the law, and the minhaj, the spiritual way. It means that the nature of prophethood, what is important for us is that humanity needs this knowledge, not so much the names of the prophet, but this twin dimension of prophethood, which is that we need the spiritual way and we need the law, the sacred law. I think that is the more important than all other things about the prophets. So there's a message from the Quranic treatment of the subject of prophets.
Okay, I think we have time for one very quick question. I think maybe you were the first at the back there. Yeah, please.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Maruf. So my question, actually, when we look at Ibn Arabi, I read a book of issues. He was trying to compare between Ibn Arabi's philosophy and Taoism. So, I mean, the way when it comes to the theology, you talk about one God, many topics. And for Ibn Arabi, seems like he gives the attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in different names. He talks about like permanent archetypes. So, I mean, when it comes to theology, especially Islamic theology, until the point of like if we read Surah Ikhlas,
I'm sorry, I have the problem to understand your.
I mean, my main question when it comes to like theology, they are stuck at the point of like who created God. That is the main problem. Islam just stuck at that particular point. And also when it comes to Ibn Arabi or Taoism, all are going to talk about mysteries of mystery or absolute. So I mean, why like theology is stuck at this particular point? Like they don't want to answer like who created God, this kind of thing. And also, I mean, if I look at philosophy also, they also stuck like either you go infinite cycle of the arguments, or they go to like necessity being. That is the last one. But when it comes to theology and philosophy, all they don't want to answer how like the God was created. They don't want to refer this particular question. So regarding this,
Before you answer, Prof, I think we have one more question. Do you want to ask your question first, and then we can take both questions together? Do you want to? Was it you? Do you want to ask a question? I thought you.
The mic is not very, just now.
Do you have a question? The lady, yeah? Yeah, okay. But then you answer both questions together.
Maybe you can come here, that one, otherwise I can't hear.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Asna Hussein from UIN Araniri in Banda Aceh, Indonesia. Thank you, Professor Bakar, for a very interesting, insightful overview of your presentation regarding classical theology and modern problems. So I have two reflections and could be questions. The first one, when you talk about the issue in the modern era, when we talk about religious diversity, that is a justification for the invalidity of religion. So my question here, Muslims, especially Muslim, whether old, young, even scholars, have lost their understanding about the issues you explain in this presentation, meaning most of us are no longer aware of the importance of theology, and we do not know the modern problems, even among scholars. So how do we distribute the thought beyond this important whole? This is one question. And my second question, you talk about the need to expand the concept of the Ahlul Kitab, for example. And I'm sure we all know this is not new, because within the Islamic tradition, when we talk about Plato as Aflatun al-Ilahi, this is the recognition, or this was the recognition of divine Plato. So the question, now in the Muslim world, the narrow-mindedness is so prevalent, even among scholars. So how do we deal with this narrow-mindedness and the inability to accept even our classical distribution of knowledge and understanding of us, particularly the issue of the broader concept of the Ahlul Kitab? Muslims, I know, not ready, whether they are in Malaysia, in Indonesia, and the rest of the Islamic world. And I would like your reflection on these two questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know whether I have the real answer how. I mean, the question of how. I mean, we are aware of the problem, but when it comes to the solution, this precisely we are getting bogged down. I just want to mention this. I think Muslims, young and old, especially children, we love to sing the Al-Asma al-Husna, right? So they like that. They like the beautiful names of Allah. They will recite that, singing a beautiful voice every now and then. So we just tell them, stop, reflect. What those names mean? The names that you are now reciting, those beautiful names, do you understand what they mean? And what is the significance of these names for your life, for your spiritual life? Maybe, yeah, we invite, let's sit down. Especially the educationists, those are teaching, especially those the teachers themselves who teach the student how to sing those names. In other words, to go to the deeper implication of just simply knowing the names. I think that's the whole issue. That is just my response to that. In other words, for the Muslim educationists who are concerned with the curriculum of Islam, every now and then, even in this country now, what is the best Islamic curriculum for the schools? All right? And we know all this while, when they talk about the ibadah, about the worship, yeah, how to pray correctly. It's as if that, I mean, all these years I've been learning that, nothing else about becoming a good Muslim. What is the missing dimension? The missing dimension is theology, theological content, knowing God according to the standard of whatever level. Basically, reasserting the importance of ilmu tawhid, yeah? And not just ibadat, halal haram. We should get out of that context. Yeah? I'm sorry I don't get it for the others just now, but this is a yeah. Wow. Why is theology stuck on how God came into being, to existence? I just want to say, it is obvious that God exists. This is no proof. You are the proof of God. You yourself are the proof of God. If you don't understand, then you don't get stuck.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Thank you. I think we're out of time now, so thank you very much for such a delightful keynote. We have a token of appreciation for you here. So if Dr. Wolf, if you'd like to come up. Okay, thank you very much. If you'd like to stay in your seats, I think the first session of panelists is due to begin now.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Prof. Osman, for a wonderful presentation. Thank you, Dr. Alex, for moderating the session. Let us take a break for 15 minutes. We come back here at the 12:20 to start session 1.
Now presenting next, I want to make sure that it's working. So initially I have experience speakers. I'll give it a
So we'll continue with the first session, and there's a 3-person session, yeah. So, yeah. We invite the 3 speakers for the first session.
Starting at 20 past. Someone said we were starting at 20 past, right?
Oh, okay, that's right. Session after 12:20, inshallah.
Dia orang yang ni kan? Ya. Kalau tak datang, 30 orang, 40 orang.
Ada ya? Kalau boleh lah, kalau nak selesai, dalam kota tak semua 200. Sebab tu ya, so 160 kalau memang semua datang, 212.
Jadi itu yang kahwin.
Tes.
The other two speakers are with us on stage. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us. First, may I invite Dr. Muhammad Farooq of the University of Cincinnati, USA, to address the audience on the topic Tawheed, Modern Thinking and the Fragment Itself, some reflections. You have 15 to 20 minutes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Just want to give a trial. Is this the PDF or the PowerPoint? I think I'm looking for the PowerPoint slides. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Oh, I should be able to, because I have to read some stuff from the, I think I can see from there. Let's see. I'll have to improvise, I guess. Yeah, that's fine. So 20 minutes, you said, right? 20 minutes?
15 if possible, please. 15 if possible, up to 20, because we also have some questions.
Sure. Initially they said 20. Anyway, Assalamu alaikum. I'd like to begin by thanking the organizers, particularly Dr. Usman Bakr and Professor Alexander Wayne, for kindly inviting me to share my humble thoughts on this particular topic, entitled Tawheed, Modern Thinking and the Fragmented Self, Some Reflections. So this talk is about modern thinking and fragmentation. And fragmentation, as you can see, is the very antithesis of Tawheed, because Tawheed, as you know, comes from Bab Taf'il Wahida Yuwahidu. It has that active form to make one, and fragmentation is kind of taking things apart. I hope everybody can hear me. Can everybody hear me well? All right. So I have plenty of slides. I'm going to be showing lots of examples from lots of different fields. It's slightly unusual at a conference because people try to have a more specialized talks. But to prove my point, I have to show lots of examples from art, philosophy, literature, and also painting. So let's begin. Yeah, so the first part of my talk will focus on an analysis of fragmentation. And then I'll be talking about Tawheed as an alternative, and then I'll try to summarize. And in the process, it will become clear why Tawheed can be an alternative to modern thinking, because I think Professor Brandon mentioned the modern context. So when it comes to Islamic theology and we're thinking of Tawheed, we have a new context, namely modernity, with all of its different connotations and meanings. And one has to be aware of certain problems that arise as we try to talk about religion or theology in this new context. And I'll be focusing on the challenges, but in the process, it will also become clear why Tawheed is a kind of response to the current intellectual crisis that we're going through. All right, so I'll go very fast. So I'll begin with this quote. It's from a writer, called a very famous writer, Austrian writer called Robert Musil. And it's from a book, Der Mann ohne Eigenschaften, The Man Without Qualities, a very famous novel. So this quote that I'm going to read very soon will show, why modern thinking is justifiably characterized as having this quality of fragmentation, and in worst cases, nihilism. All right, so Musil says in the book, quote, what is the horizon? Sorry, I have to improvise because I'm not able to see exactly from here, so maybe you can just. Or maybe I can simply use my phone. This is, yeah. Yeah, what has arisen is a world of qualities without a man, of experiences without someone to experience them. Probably the dissolution of anthropocentric way of reading, which has held human being for so long at the center of the universe, has finally made its way to the self for the belief that the most important thing about experience is the experience of it, and about deeds, the doing of them, and it's beginning to strike most people as naive. Just bear with me. I think this is not too deep, too complicated, but I have plenty of other examples. And if you piece them together, you will see what I'm talking about. It's a very simple idea from one perspective. I'm talking about fragmentation. I'm also trying to argue that modern thinking as a whole, of course, not all of it, and it's impossible to cover all the different complicated dimensions of modern thinking, including modern science, in just 20 minutes. But the salient aspects of modern thinking can be characterized as fragmented. Modern thinking and fragmentation. Another example. So the other one, the first one was more about nihilism. He was talking about the self without, the self characterized with all sorts of experiences, but without a kind of subject. Without having a subject. What matters is only the actions, deeds, without the doer. Now, this is another example. This talks about loss of self. And this is from Otona Artaud, a French writer. And of course, this is translated. So the quote says, the cataclysm, which was my body, this dislocated assemblage, this piece of damaged geology, 28 days of this heavy captivity, this dislocated assemblage, this ill assemblage heap of organs, which I was, and which I had the impression of witnessing like a vast landscape on the point of breaking up. He's talking about himself. You can see, like, just, it's so disturbing. He's talking about his experience of trying to find himself, it's a long context. He went to Latin America in search of truth and meaning, experienced psychedelics, peyote, and all sorts of things. And in the end, by the way, this is a very famous French writer and playwright and so forth. And he's talking about himself in terms of all of this dislocation and like a machine, no unity, etc. I hope this is making sense. And then the next one. So we got an example about nihilism. We got an example of loss of unity, loss of self, the self. And this is it goes even deeper. It's about bottomless abyss. And this you know, because it's from Nietzsche, the father of all of this modern thinking from a certain perspective. And by the way, when you read Artaud, when you read Musil, you can see the influence of Nietzsche in these writings. So some of them are from 20th century, and Nietzsche kind of provided the framework. So this particular quote, I'm sorry, the writing is probably small, too difficult to read. So he's talking about free spirit and saying, the spirit would take leave of all faith and every wish for certainty, being practiced in maintaining himself on insubstantial ropes and possibilities and dancing even near abysses. Such a spirit would be the free spirit par excellence. But a madly thoughtless fragmentation and fraying of all foundation, their dissolution into an even flowing and dispersion. So he's talking about the free spirit, and Nietzsche is very famous for that idea to be free of all the kind of constraints and especially religious constraints, as you guys know about his critique of Christianity and Christian morality and all that. So the idea is to have this free spirit. You can decide for yourself. You can create your own values, what's good, what's right, all of the big metaphysical questions. But even here, he has to acknowledge that this free spirit somehow would still be characterized by fragmentation and etc. As you know, Nietzsche talked very famously about the death of God, but the death of God also leads to the death of man and the death of the self. These are very serious ideas. And if you pay attention to popular culture, what is happening around the world, and it's not just the West, you can see, Nietzsche is like the prophet of modernity. As some people say, he was like the illuminating psychopath. He had all sorts of problems. I personally find his ideas very disturbing, but nonetheless, he was able to kind of do a proper diagnosis of modern thinking. And so Nietzsche also famously said, the source of a lot of our problems when it comes to theology, philosophy, metaphysics, is the fact that we try to hold on to this idea of the subject, the self. We use the word I, and without this word, we are not able to kind of even complete a sentence. But he wants to deconstruct this idea of the subject to the point that he said, what matters ultimately are our experiences, the deeds, the actions, not the doer, not the experiencer, not the subject. Why? Because there is no such subject. Anyway, these are, of course, very contentious ideas. I personally just wrote a humble book about the self, and I engage with Nietzsche at great lengths and have my own criticisms. But that's a different topic. I'm talking about fragmentation and modern thinking. The fact that modern thinking can be characterized by fragmentation. Yeah, so what do we get? What do we get out of some of these examples? And I'm going to show you more. And I also have some paintings in the background. Some of you, if someone has a background in art, they'll recognize some of these surrealistic paintings. For example, this one in the background is by a famous Spanish surrealist painter named Juan Miró. And if you pay close attention to the background painting, the painting in the background, you will see fragmentation, so obviously. So the connection between art philosophy, literature through fragmentation is in a way obvious. So to simplify things, the total loss of unity. Fragmentation leads to total loss of unity. And at the heart of loss of unity are the ideas of hyper-subjectivism and hyper-objectivism. What is hyper-subjectivism and what is hyper-objectivism? Hyper-subjectivism is the idea that a fragmentation from within that if it is a reality and renders the self a mere occasion for the swarming of independent subjective events, sensations, perceptions, memories, and the like. As I was trying to explain, there is no subject for these people. And if you are familiar with postmodern thought, as you know, that's what they try to do. There is no human nature, there is no essence. We cannot still deny that we experience things. We have feelings, we have sensations. So to give a very simple example, these are not really too complicated. People today, for example, when they speak English, oftentimes you'd hear people using the phrase, "It feels like," "I feel like doing it." This idea of feeling, more than kind of reasoning or intellection, it has even percolated to popular speech. And if you pay attention to the paintings, I'm going to show you some more examples, you will see the idea of subjectivism. Similarly, there is also hyper-objectivism, the coldest and most external of gazes, a gaze that refuses all empathy and strips the material world of all the valences of human meaning. I know I'm running out of time. I guess I have only 10 minutes or so. Is there anyone? 5 minutes? Really? Barely started. Yeah, so I'm trying to give different examples. Some examples from philosophy, literature, and art. Here are some more. So what is happening at the level of art, and when it comes to art, it means like how the public is trying to make sense of these things. The enormous changes of modernity through the scientific revolution and enlightenment and the secularization of the West in the 19th century and all of that. You can see it kind of being reflected in a lot of these things. So here is something that the Argentinian thinker Ortega talks about, the dehumanization of art that is taking place. So the quote I'm not going to read, but some of these are really striking. I'm really also not very comfortable sharing. But the picture, so there are two paintings. There's one painting and there's one picture of a sculpture by a very famous surrealist painter and also sculptor, namely Marcel Duchamp. So this was also categorized by a lot of art critics as the best artwork of the last century. And what is this? This is known as fountain, but it's a urinal. But the idea was that anything can be art, as long as the artist, whoever that is, think this is art, I say so, it has all the meanings. But you see, what you see is not very complicated. It's not an art object, it's just a urinal, and you know why people use it. It's shameful to even talk about some of these things. But for some people, this becomes the greatest piece of art and the source of all meaning. How? Because it's in the mind of the artist. Maybe he or she is defining reality in whatever terms. We are not able to understand it. Similarly, the painting on the left, it's called Persistence of Memory by Salvador Dali, very famous surrealist painter. Again, there are all kinds of things you can think of. But the idea is that there is fragmentation at all levels, because you can think of so many things about these paintings, piece of artwork, but not unity. All right, so I don't have much time, but I would love to go through some of this other painting. It's just all over, this idea of fragmentation. Anyway, so moving on. Yeah. Yeah, so just last few minutes, I want to talk about Tawheed as a kind of antidote to this form of thinking which characterizes much of modern thinking in art, philosophy, and literature. And I know I'm making a very big claim, so if people have questions, of course, I would be happy to answer. So Tawheed is the very antithesis of fragmentation, or a kind of similar word in Arabic, takthir, literally taking things apart. So when we focus on Tawheed, what are some of the basic ideas that we can learn from that will help us to deal with this? Remember, I was talking about a new context of Islamic theology. Yes, we have all of these classical texts in Arabic, Persian, and many other languages, but we live in a very different time. And it's not just the West, it's not the kind of the Western public, because people tend to always essentialize, talk about Islam in the West. But if you talk to average people, and I travel around the world, and if you talk to average people, whether they're Muslim or not, they might have faith, but when it comes to their thinking, whether it's in art, politics, and so forth, it's not very difficult to see the idea of fragmentation, kind of penetrating, insidiously into their minds. So here, Islamic theology, especially, I'm thinking about the school of Ibn Arabi, can have some remedies. So Tawheed, first of all, gives us the idea of unity, hierarchy, and interrelatedness of all that exists in both the natural world and beyond. So instead of fragmentation, in all the paintings that especially this one, the so-called love song by the Italian painter Di Chirico. And it's just meaningless, whatever, I don't care, whatever they think about it. But anyway, instead of thinking reality in terms of this disconnected dislocation of nothing, basically, ultimately nihilism, that's just a big topic today. We can think about the interconnectedness of God, the human being, the subject, and the world. That's one of the lessons of unity that we can draw from the tradition. We can also think about the unity in terms of wujud, namely existence, and its tajalli, infinite self-disclosures. Someone was asking about who created God. That's actually not a very good question, because if you think about existence, and I just don't want to go into philosophy too much, I think 2 more minutes, but existence is the most self-evident of all things. And in this school of thought, I'm just assuming all of us have some familiarity with metaphysics in Islamic tradition. Wujud ultimately is identified with the divine reality, not as an anthropocentric conception of God that we sometimes think in terms of big fatherly figure, but as the very source of reality, the absolute and the infinite. Then, yes, things begin to make sense. But I want to focus a bit more on the self. So as I said, I have a humble book on this, and I have a very complicated theory of the self, namely the spectrum model of the self, but I'm not going to go through any of this here. But basically, in contrast to Nietzsche and Musil and all of these people trying to deny that there is a self or a subject, we can actually think about the human being in terms of holistic conception. Like human beings have body, soul, heart, and spirit. And these are not matters of beliefs. You can talk about them phenomenologically. So again, we can talk about the self through Tawheed. Begins with the one reality, infinite names and qualities of God. But at the next level, you have determinations. You have a'yan thabita, and permanent archetypes. All of this lead to the idea of the individual. But just one more minute. So all of this lead to the idea of a different kind of understanding of the individual, which is based on a holistic conception of God. But at the same time, as I said, Tawheed is to unify, Bab Taf'il. So we have to begin the process of unity with our very self. And all of these things, of course, require spiritual and contemplative practices, some thinking, and also, given our context, what I call decolonizing the Muslim mind or delinking from the Western episteme, and finally resist fragmentation. That's not the perfect term, but resist takfir, which is happening all the time through technology and now artificial intelligence more and more. So anyway, to summarize, I talked about modern thinking, and I argued that it's characterized by fragmentation. And Tawheed, through the school of Ibn Arabi, can be a potential solution to this idea of fragmentation, which really literally rips us apart, But at the same time, if you're able to do that, then there might be ways we can kind of come to a more coherent worldview about the relationship between the world and the self and God. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm very sorry, Dr. Farooq and other speakers who I will have to rush, but it's just that we are running on a tight schedule and already late. So what we're going to do is we will take questions for all speakers at the end, if time permits. Dr. Pickett. Next, we have with us Dr. Gavin Picken from Hamad bin Khalifa University, Qatar, who will speak on the topic Beyond Creed, Prophethood, and Miracles in Sufi Exegesis. Dr. Picken, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The logistics seem a little bit challenging, so I'll sit rather than stand because I need to see the presentation. أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصل اللهم على سيدنا مولانا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's a real pleasure to be back in Malaysia after such a long time. I haven't been for 5 years, and especially on the occasion of this forum to discuss Islamic theology and theology beyond the boundaries, if you like, of creed and dogma and doctrine, since we're in a time where Islamic theology is mostly reduced to creed and tenets of faith and doctrine. So I'm particularly grateful to the organizers, the Al-Ghazali Chair of Epistemology and the St. Andrew's Encyclopedia of Theology for providing us this opportunity for the discussion. So my humble contribution is the idea of beyond creed and how do we discover theology outside of just a doctrinal framework. And the subject area that I wanted to discuss is Sufi exegesis, and in particular prophethood and miracles therein. I'll be looking at a particular notion of prophethood and miracles. In fact, I'll be taking a specific example, which is the Isra wal Mi'raj of Sayyidina Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. And one may ask, why Sufi exegesis? Why Sufism and why exegesis? In fact, why not? However, my point here is that Sufism is one of the richest intellectual traditions for theology outside of a creedal format. And therefore, why not examine that within the context of how Sufis view the Quran? And when you do that, what you see an epistemological shift. Because how Sufis look at the Quran is quite different from everybody else. One of the texts that is often cited in Sufi tafsirs is from Sayyidina Ali ibn Abi Talib radiyallahu anhu. And it appears even as early as the tafsir of Sahal al-Tustari, who is the earliest kind of example of tafsir, Sufi tafsir. And the text says there is no Quranic verse which does not have four meanings. The outward, the zahir, an inward, a batin, a limit, a had, and a point of ascent, matla'. In other words, this text is identifying for us four levels of semantic possibilities for the Quranic text. And we'll note here that actually only one of them probably relates to creed or dogma as we might understand it. This is further alluded to by Ja'far Sadiq, radiyallahu anhu, who says similarly that there are four levels to the Quranic text. Ibara, or what we might refer to as linguistic meaning. Ishara, or allusion. Lata'if, subtleties. And haqa'iq, spiritual realities. Not only does he identify these four levels of epistemological value, but he identifies the type of people who do them. So in other words here, the linguistic level is done by the awam, or the general populace. The ishara is done by the khawas, or the elect. And the lata'if is done by the awliya, or the saints. Whereas the haqa'iq are specifically for the prophets. In other words, those who receive the revelation. So what we're seeing is like what we would refer to as it relates to the Quran as a polyvalent text, or a text with multiple levels of meaning or semantic range. Imam Abu Hamid al-Ghazali goes further. In fact, in his usual eloquent self, he describes these ranges as an ocean, saying, I will rouse you from your sleep as you have dedicated yourself only to recitation and only reading of the Quran, taken the study of the Quran as a habit, and only grasp some of its outward meanings and expressions. How long will you wander on the shore of the ocean with your eyes closed to its marvels? Shouldn't you sail through its currents in order to see its wonders, to travel to its islands and partake of its delicacies? To dive to its depths and be enriched by attaining its gems. Don't you despise yourself for losing out on its pearls and precious jewels, as you continue to gaze only upon its shores and external scenery? He goes on saying, haven't you heard that the Quran is an ocean from which the knowledge of every time proceeds, just as streams and rivers flow into the sea? Don't you envy the joy of those who have plunged into its overflowing waves and seized the red sulfur? Red sulfur is a typical example of something that's extremely rare in Islamic texts. Those who have dived into its depths and extracted its red rubies, shining pearls, and peridot. Those who have roamed on its shores and gathered grey ambergris and gleaming aloes wood. Those who have clung to its islands and found an abundance of great antidote and fragrant musk. In other words, the vast majority of people are looking upon an ocean simply from the shore, not really realizing what the depths of the ocean contain and the jewels that it might have. And as Abdurrahman Jami said, if you want to seek pearls, then you must be prepared to dive deep. In this context, I wanted to look at a particular exegete of the Quran, who is Ahmed ibn Ajiba. And there's some reasons why we'll do that in a moment, as we'll see. Here, Ahmed ibn Ajiba, one of the reasons I want to look at him is because he is really one of the last great Sufi exegetes, as we can see from the date of death at the bottom there. On the edge of what we would normally refer to as modernity. He was born in Tetouan, as we can see there, and he was from a family who were referred to as Sharifun Hassani, or Hassan al-Sharif. In other words, he's from a family which is related to the household of Sayyidina Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. In fact, his great-grandfather was known as a great mystic in his own right. And he was known for this capacity of what's referred to in Arabic as tay al-ard, or the capacity to unfold space and time, such that he would make Hajj every single year, and he was given the name of Hajjuji as a result. His own upbringing was quite conventional in the sense that he was a, conventionally trained scholar within the Islamic context, but he always had this yearning to go into solitude and read spiritual texts. And that yearning was eventually fulfilled by meeting his spiritual master, Sheikh Mawlay Arabi al-Darqawi al-Hassani. But even though he met him, he referred him to his primary student, who was Sheikh Muhammad al-Buzidi. And this lineage, by the way, is commonly referred to as the Darqawiyya, which is actually quite famous within Sufi circles up until today. And he himself became a sheikh within a period, it's said, of approximately 2 years, and then started traveling through Morocco and spreading the message of Tasawwuf. He wrote extensively an entire exegesis of the Quran, which we look at presently, and we know so much about him because he's one of the few people in Islamic history who actually wrote an autobiography, which we can see there, Fahrasa ibn Ajiba, which was translated initially into French and then thereafter into English. So it's available in English, French, and the original Arabic, of course. And perhaps his most famous work, the Sharh al-Hikam, one of the essential texts within the study of Sufism, is the Hikam al-Ata'iyya by Ibn Ata al-Sakandari. And he presented one of the greatest mystical expositions of that series of aphorisms. But the text that we're interested in is something called the Bahr al-Madid fi Tafsir al-Quran al-Majid, or as it's been translated, or sections of it, the immense ocean, as Imam al-Ghazali was just referring. Now here, the aspect of miracles and prophethood that I wanted to examine is something called the Isra wal Mi'raj, which I don't think I need to explain very deeply in this audience. However, it is the occasion where Sayyidina Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam is said to have traveled from Mecca to Jerusalem in a single night, less part of the night in fact, and then through the 7 heavens and ultimately meet his Lord. In other words, we're talking about an earthly horizontal journey and a heavenly upward one, which in and of itself is a metaphor for Sufis. For in the disciplining of the self, that is kind of referred to, or a metaphor for the horizontal journey, whereas the upward journey is the development of the unfolding of the soul. And there are several ayat in the Quran which relate to this, but I'm going to focus on the primary one, which is in Surah Al-Isra, which says, Subhana alladhi asra bi'abdihi laylan min al-masjid al-harami ila masjid al-aqsa, alladhi barakna hawlahu linuriyahu min ayatihi, innahu huwa as-sami'ul basir. Glory be to him, referring to Allah, who took his servant from the sacred mosque to the furthest mosque, yani from Mecca to Jerusalem, whose precincts we have blessed, yani the area and the mosque around Jerusalem is blessed, to show him some of our signs. And in the story, as we know, as he sallallahu alaihi wasallam travels through the heavens, he sees all sorts of amazing images. Indeed, he is all hearing, the all seeing. So this in and of itself is an interaction between the nexus of the seen and the unseen realms, between the zahir and the batin, or the outward and the inward. So this seems a particularly pertinent ayah to look at, or verse of the Quran, with regard to Sufi tafsir. Now this is obviously part of the general theology of Islam, but how does a Sufi exegete look at this? In fact, he begins all of his tafsirs with what he would call tafsir, yani what we would conventionally call exegesis of the Quran. And he begins with something called munasaba, or intertextuality of the Quran, because he relates the very last ayah of the previous surah, which is Surah An-Nahl, or the bee, which reads, Indeed, God is with those who are pious. Inna Allaha mal muttaqeen. He relates this to the Isra wal Mi'raj, saying it is an allusion, an ishara, that those who act piously and attain the station of spiritual perfection, ihsan, his soul will be caused to ascend to the spiritual realm, alam al-malakut, and the mysteries of divinity, asrar al-jabarut, will be unveiled to him. In other words, he's first of all equating ihsan with taqwa, and anyone who achieves that will also go on a mi'raj, or a heavenly ascent. In addition, one may ask, why did Sayyidina Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam go on this journey? And he puts forward a reason. He says, so that those who exist in the higher realms, yani the heavens, could benefit from the Prophet as those in the lower realms on the earth had benefited from him. So that Sayyidina Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam could be known in the heavens and earth, and people are there, whatever creatures are there, could benefit from him. There was a debate in Islamic theology though, so this is the theological element. Was the night ascension physical or spiritual or a dream? And this has been debated amongst Muslim theologians as a result. The majority, and it seems that Ibn Ajiba's opinion, is that it was physical. But he believes that Sayyidina Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam went on 2 ascensions. One which was physical and one which was spiritual. He denies the idea that it was a dream state in that sense. When the ayah refers to the signs. In other words, the whole purpose of this journey was to show him his signs. He says it indicates his astonishing power, and the purpose was to reveal the mysteries of his divine essence, asrara dhatihi, such that God would show him the wonders of the spiritual realm, aja'ab al-malakut, and the zenith of his divinity, sana al-jabarut. There's a huge debate theologically also that did the Prophet see Allah? Did he actually meet him? And in this regard, he refers to the ayah itself and says, and he is all seeing, all hearing and all seeing. Meaning that he is all hearing regarding the statements of his beloved when he converses with him, and all seeing regarding his states. Consequently, he ennobles him and brings him closer to him accordingly. In fact, Ibn Arabi says that the Sami' al-Basir here relates to Rasulullah, not Allah. It's because he saw and heard everything in this journey. Then he moves to the mystical. That wasn't mystical, by the way. That was just exegesis as he refers to it. Here, the ishara or the illusion, the mystical illusion, the verses refer to the Prophet as his servant, abdihi, and not a prophet or a messenger or the other names by which he was known, which is an allusion to the fact that a physical ascension is specific to the Prophet, whereas the mystical ascension also occurs for the spiritual elect or the awliya. In other words, by using the term abdihi, anyone who attains the state of ubudiyya or servitude can partake in this type of spiritual mi'raj. According to the purity of their souls, no problem, 2 minutes is enough. Sure. And the ability to be away from the physical realm, such that their thought and their souls ascend beyond the divine throne and plunge into the lights of the spiritual realm, Anwar al-Malakut, and the ocean of divinity, Bahr al-Jabarut. This is according to their ability to be spiritually purified and mystically adorned. Here also it says, Asra bi abdihi laylan. So in other words, Isra is actually a night journey. So there's no need to mention Layl, night. He took him on a night journey by night. It seems repetitive and redundant, but actually it's not. Because the chronological period of night is a time specified for this time of freedom from responsibilities, privacy in conversation, and facilitation of attainment. This is why the elevated station on Maqam Mahmud is associated with voluntary prayer at night, at tahajjud. Here also, Ibn Ajiba says, for example, it's not redundancy. In fact, it's indicating the mu'jiza, or the miracle. Because what he's saying is, I took him by night in this incredible journey in just part of the night. Something, the physical journey to Jerusalem at that time would have taken 40 nights. And in part of the night, not only did I take him there, but I took him into the heavens also. Some theological considerations related to spatial directionality. This is why the Prophet was ennobled with the divine vision while Prophet Moses was not, because he requested it. Sayyidina Musa, he requested to see Allah, right? Why did Sayyidina Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam receive the Isra wal Mi'raj? Because he didn't. He maintained adab. He maintained his comportment and his etiquette. Perhaps etiquette will guide you to abandoning requests. Al-Wartajibi says he was elevated from merely witnessing his divine actions in divine science to witnessing his divine attributes, and then his divine attributes to his divine essence. Then he witnessed his divine beauty. Then he saw the divine through the divine and adopted the qualities of the divine. Consequently, his form and soul became one. His soul and mind became one. His mind and heart became one. And his heart and innermost being, sirrihi, became one. Therefore, he witnessed the divine with his entire existence, as his entire existence was completely annihilated. Thus, he witnessed God with his entire vision. He heard God with his entire hearing, and he knew God with his entire heart. So I think by examining this type of text, we can see that, in fact, Sufis generally, and indeed in their exegesis, they go way beyond the simple theology of creed and doctrine. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Picken. As I said, we will take questions for all three presentations at the end. Now, can I request Dr. Saidna Nada Qadri, Dr. Muhammad Wasim, and Dr. Mir Sanobar, who will be joining us online, of course, to share their thoughts with us. They are from the Aligarh Muslim University, India.
A very good morning to everyone present there. Can you hear me? A very good morning. Assalamu alaikum. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to everyone present here. This is Sayyida Nada Qadri, and today I'll be presenting my paper on. Just a second. There's some technical issue, I guess. That's why I won't be able to go online with my video. So my topic is Harmony Amidst Diversity, Islamic Theology's Quest for Unity in a Pluralistic World. So basically this research paper explores how Islamic theology endeavors to establish harmony and unity in a world which is characterized by religious and cultural and ideological diversity. I mean, in this era marked by globalization and multiculturalism, there is a need for promoting interfaith dialogue and coexistence among diverse communities, and that is a very urgent requirement. We need to promote interfaith dialogue because there is so much of diversity in terms of culture, in terms of religion, and this is also causing conflict across the globe. So there has to be a channel, or there has to be a medium as to a place where we can exchange ideas, where we can a platform where we can coexist together. So through an extensive review of literature, historical accounts and case studies, we have tried to get in ideas from different ideas from different scholars about Quranic principles of tolerance, compassion, justice, in order to analyze teachings of influential Islamic scholars who advocate unity among believers and peaceful coexistence with individuals of different faiths. So coming to the literature review, the books that I have reviewed in my coming to the objective of my paper is to explore theological foundations within Islam that facilitate accommodation of diverse voices. And secondly, we also want to examine Quranic principles of tolerance, compassion, and justice in promoting unity. And thirdly, we want to analyze the teachings of influential Islamic scholars advocating unity and peaceful coexistence. We want to investigate the adaptability of Islamic jurisprudence fiqh in addressing rights of diverse communities and explore historical instances of successful integration of diverse cultures and religious traditions within the Islamic empires. So if you take a look at the theological foundations within Islam, various scholars, for example, Tariq Ramadan in his book Footsteps of the Prophet emphasizes Prophet's teachings that underscore tolerance and unity among diverse communities. Charles Lee Easton has also spoken about unity in his book Islam and Destiny of Man, which delves into broader theological concepts of emphasizing unity of humanity, promoting a foundation of understanding. And if we take a look at the Quranic principles of tolerance, a significant body of literature explores Quranic principles that promote tolerance, compassion, and justice. And Abdullah Saeed has very well interpreted this in his book, Interpreting the Quran Towards a Contemporary Approach, which provides insights into different Quranic verses and emphasizes tolerance, understanding towards people of different faiths. Karen Armstrong has also, spoken about this in his book, Battle for Gods, which explores themes of compassion in Islam, elucidating its potential to create a common ground for diverse communities. So, if we take a look at teaching of various Islamic scholars, so Muhammad Arkan critically examined this thought, and he offered insights into reshaping theological discourse to accommodate diversity. And another, Tariq Ramadan's second book is Quest for Meaning, Developing a Philosophy of Pluralism, elaborates the need for dialogue and understanding between different faiths. So if we take a look at literature available on adaptability of Islamic jurisprudence, Muhammad Hashim Kamali's book Principles of Islamic Jurisprudence delves into dynamic nature of fiqh, improving insights into adaptability to contemporary challenges while upholding Islamic principle. Abdul Aziz Said's book Contemporary Islam also talks about Islamic fiqh and potential to address rights of diverse communities. So these were basically some of the books that we had, referred to while writing this paper. So if we take a look at the theological underpinnings of unity within Islam, so the Quran and the central text of Islam repeatedly emphasizes the oneness of God or Tawheed as the bedrock of creation. Verses of the Quran like, "O mankind, we have created you from a male and a female and made you into nations and tribes, that you may have known one another. Indeed, is the most noble of you inside, and Allah is the most righteous of you." This verse of the Quran emphasizes the principle of Tawheed and transcends national and ethnic boundaries, fostering a sense of shared humanity and responsibility towards one another. So basically, this verse emphasizes the fact that we are from one man and woman, and we all are united. And this is basically for promoting unity. This Quranic verse actually promotes unity and asks us to be in harmony with one another. Furthermore, the concept of Khilafah, entrusting humanity with vicegerency of God on earth, underscores the importance of cooperation and collaboration in building a just and equitable society. The Quran emphasizes that believers are brothers, so make peace between you two brothers, urging Muslims to actively seek reconciliation and unity within their own community and beyond. Quran emphasizes on the principle of tolerance. The Quran, the central text of Islam, asks if the value of unity in Quran can also be seen in the verse 49:13, when Quran says, "O mankind, indeed we have created you from a male and female, and into you we have." Sorry, I have just discussed this. So the second verse of the Quran, which talks about freedom of belief and prohibition of compulsion. The Quran champions freedom and prohibits compulsion in this verse of the Quran, where it says, "La ikraha fid din," or there is no compulsion in religion. The right path has been distinguished from the wrong path, and whoever rejects false deities and believes in Allah has grasped the most trustworthy handle and never to break. And indeed, Allah is all hearing and all knowing. So this verse again affirms the individual rights to choose their own faith and condemns any attempt to force conversion. So many times, Muslims have been blamed for forceful conversion, but here this verse, like Rahafidin, openly rejects this claim that Muslims can force, because in Quran itself it says la ikraha fi din, or there is no compulsion in religion. So if you want people to convert to Islam, you can only invite someone towards Islam. Forceful conversion is not recognized in Islam. Moreover, talking about interfaith dialogue and mutual understanding, the Quran encourages interfaith dialogue and pursuit of common ground with people of different faiths. The Quranic verse that declares that, and in chapter 29, verse 46 says, "And argue with them in a way that is best." This verse urges Muslims to engage in respectful and constructive dialogue with those of different faiths, seeking to understand their perspectives and build bridges of communication. Again, talking about the concept of universal brotherhood and humanity, the Quran ultimately emphasizes the underlying unity that binds all human beings. Chapter 21, verse 35 proclaims, "And we have created you all from one soul." This verse reminds Muslims of shared humanity, ancestry, and inherent connection that exists between all people. So it serves as a powerful call for compassion, empathy, and solidarity across religious and cultural divides. If we take a look at building unity through Quranic principles. So it's all about promoting interfaith dialogue and education, standing up for minority rights, like actively defending rights of religious minorities and promoting social justice for all, living by the principles of tolerance and respect, challenging misinterpretations of the Quran. That's what we can do. And if we take a look at the influential Islamic scholars and their views on unity and coexistence, so we can take a look at Ibn Taymiyyah's writings, who was a prominent medieval Islamic scholar, jurist, and theologian. And his teachings, deeply rooted in Islamic traditions, reflect a complex and multifaceted perspective on unity among believers and peaceful coexistence with individuals of different faiths. So basically, if we take a look at Ibn Taymiyyah's foundations of unity, Ibn Taymiyyah placed a significant emphasis on importance of unity among believers. He believed that unity of Muslim Ummah was fundamental requirement for the strength and success of the Islamic world. His teachings drew inspiration from Quranic verses and hadiths and underscored the significance of unity among believers. Then again, Ibn Taymiyyah spoke on exclusivity of Tawheed or monotheism. That was central to his belief. He believed that Muslim communities should unite under the banner of Tawheed, emphasizing exclusivity of worship of God. Taymiyyah contended that deviations from Tawheed could lead to disunity. So basically, Taymiyyah was more for Muslims uniting and not just Muslim, non-Muslim unity with that. So Taymiyyah was more of for uniting the Ummah, and again the sectarian thoughts, or he said that if you are Muslim, the entire community should be united, and sectarianism should be discouraged. And intolerance towards innovation was also one of, or bid'ah was also one of the doctrines of Ibn Taymiyyah. In his view, deviation from the bid'ah or teachings, authentic teachings of deviations from Islam or authentic teachings of Islam was known as bid'ah, and he advocated strong practices against bid'ah or disbelief. This uncompromising stance of bid'ah sometimes led to criticism of certain practices, such as Taymiyyah's commitment to preserving what he considered the pure essence of Islam. Moreover, he also spoke on peaceful coexistence with different people of different faith. He did speak on peaceful coexistence, but his primary concern was uniting the Ummah. So this was Taymiyyah, and he also spoke on jihad as defensive warfare. Ibn Taymiyyah's teachings on jihad are often discussed in context of unity and coexistence. He maintained that jihad, understood primarily as defensive warfare, was permissible when Muslims faced threats. However, his emphasis on defensive jihad was accompanied by recognition of importance of peaceful negotiations, treaties with non-Muslims entities, and reinforcing the idea of coexistence. So in conclusion, we can say that Taymiyyah's teachings on unity among believers and peaceful coexistence with individuals of different faiths are characterized by a commitment to fundamental Islam, a strict adherence to Tawheed, and nuanced approach to engaging with religious diversity. So apart from this, Taymiyyah recognized the importance of fair and just interactions with non-Muslims, contributing to broader discourse on Islamic theology and interfaith relations. So this was Taymiyyah. Coming to another scholar, very famous, Al-Farabi, a seminal figure in Islamic political thought, made significant contributions to understanding of governance, political philosophy, and creation of a harmonious society. Al-Farabi's ideas on building a harmonious society through integration of diverse elements are central to his broader political philosophy. In examining his contributions, several key aspects of Farabi's thought come to light. For example, the concept of virtuous city or Madinat al-Fadila. Central to Al-Farabi's political thought is the concept of the virtuous city or ideal state. Al-Farabi envisioned a utopian society governed by wisdom, justice, and virtue, where individuals collectively pursue common good. The harmonious society Al-Farabi view is of Al-Farabi's views of that reflects a balance of moral virtues and political justice, a balance of moral and political virtues. So this was ideal state. Another very famous concept of Al-Farabi, which is very much like Plato's concept of the philosopher king and governance. Al-Farabi drew inspiration from Plato's philosophy, particularly the idea of philosopher king. He argued that the ideal ruler should possess not only political acumen but also philosophical wisdom. So according to Al-Farabi, a ruler with a deep understanding of philosophy can guide society towards moral perfection, fostering unity and harmony among its diverse constituents. Integration of diverse elements. Al-Farabi recognized inherent diversity within societies, acknowledging difference in culture, religion, and ethnicity. Instead of viewing a diverse source of conflict, he proposed a political framework that would embrace pluralism. So basically, he said that in order to prevent conflict, you need to have this diverse political framework where people of different communities can coexist together, embrace political pluralism. In his vision, diverse elements could coexist harmoniously under the guidance of a just and wise ruler. As I said earlier, just and wise ruler is mandatory in Al-Farabi's concept, emphasize the importance of integrating various cultural and intellectual traditions into the fabric of the virtuous city. So Al-Farabi also spoke of religion and philosophy. He also highlighted education as a central, as a very important element in a just society. He also spoke of hierarchical structures of virtues, where he presented, where he said that individual virtues contribute to community virtues, and therefore we need to work on, virtues at the ground level. This interconnectedness of virtues, according to Farabi, is vital for maintaining social harmony and political stability. So Al-Farabi's ideas have also had a lasting impact on Islamic political thought and beyond. His emphasis on integration of diverse elements and pursuits of harmonious society has resonated with subsequent philosophers and political theorists. Al-Farabi's work laid on groundwork. He basically emphasized on ground level work for discussion on governance, diversity, and role of philosophy in shaping political structures. So this was Al-Farabi. His vision of virtuous city remains a significant source of inspiration for those exploring intersection of philosophy, politics, and cultural diversity. Moving on to Imam al-Ghazali's view, he was also one of the most influential scholars in Islamic theology. While his work covers a wide range of topics, including ethics, mysticism, and epistemology, his ideas on unity in diversity and accommodation of non-Muslims in Islam can be, very well seen from his writings. He also spoke on tolerance and unity. In his work, Ilham Ulam ad-Din, Revival of Religious Sciences, he discussed the significance of unity among Muslims. Al-Ghazali stressed that despite differences in opinion, Muslims should unite based on common foundational principles. He advocated for a broad understanding of Islamic jurisprudence that accommodates diverse interpretations within the broader framework of faith. Okay, so Al-Ghazali also talks about inclusivity in Islamic ethics. Al-Ghazali's ethical teachings highlight the principle of justice, compassion, and inclusivity. In his work Ilham Ulum al-Din, he specifies the ethical imperative of treating all human beings with fairness, kindness, and justice, regardless of their religious belief. This inclusivity extends beyond Muslim community to encompass people of different faiths, emphasizing that shared humanity that unites diverse individuals. Accommodation of non-Muslims. Al-Ghazali also talks about accommodation of non-Muslims in his same book, and he discusses the interactions between Muslims and non-Muslims, emphasizing the importance of respect, justice, and fair treatment. Al-Ghazali advocated for harmonious coexistence, discouraging discrimination based on religious differences. So he also spoke on interfaith dialogue. He also wrote on interfaith dialogue. While his primary audience was Muslim community, his teaching on intellectual engagement and discourse suggested a broader approach. Al-Ghazali encouraged Muslims to seek knowledge, meaningful conversations with individuals from diverse backgrounds, fostering understanding and mutual respect. Talking about common ethical principles, Imam al-Ghazali believed in the existence of universal ethical principles that transcend religious boundaries. His writings highlighted common grounds between Islam and other faiths, particularly in matters of ethical conduct. This perspective reinforces the idea that
Sorry, we've had some technical issue connecting with the other side. I don't think they can hear us. So we've had to mute them, which is really unfortunate. It's rude, but we're really running out of time, and we still have to do questions. So if any of you have questions, please raise your hands. A reminder to keep them very short and quick, because we have only 5 to 10 minutes for questions. Yes, ma'am, please. And the gentleman at the back after her.
Assalamualaikum, my name is Kalina. I have question for your presentation. You dealt with the fragmentation of the South, and we can see that this is a major problem facing our society worldwide. Perhaps it is very acute in the West, as we can see some of the problem of identity and things being embedded into the policies, into schools, curriculum, and things like that. But perhaps I'm hoping that in the Muslim world, there is not yet a sizable majority or big number of the population that are facing state of fragmentation. But I understand your solution to be Sufism. And my question is, how would you make the leap from someone who's in an acute state of spiritual need to actually attempt to understand and to live the life of Sufism, as we know the aspect of Marathibuddin that can have a progression from the state of being a Muslim, a Mu'min, and then on to a Muhsin, embodying Ihsan in worship and understanding and so on and so forth. So I have a question about the trend of where you have Sufism as a feel-good phenomenon, that this could also be something where people with the leap apparently from a state of confusion to a sudden state of
Ma'am, I think we've really run out of time.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. If the other gentleman could also quickly ask his question so that they can respond in closing.
Thank you so much. So I need like 2 points I noticed from the So first of all, I mean, as I mentioned in the earlier questions, and hope I think you did not get that point. The point was I didn't ask the question who created God. I asked the question how, like the nature of mysteries of mysteries. So that's because it's about Ibn Arabi's absolute, or maybe Socrates' absolute ideas. How the nature of absolute, that one was my question. And related to your second point, when you talk about Cartesian divide of mind and matter, I mean, when we talk about the self, the idea of self, I feel like still the narrative is not, I mean, obviously from Islamic interpretation, but not actual interpretation. Because when you take Sufistic self, it's to me kind of like not interpretation of Islam, rather the later interpretation of Sufism that is manipulated by Neoplatonist ideas. So that's how I see when you are talking about Islamic self, I mean the matter, mind and matter, it's like combining. So I see it's not actual Islamic interpretation, rather it's interpretation of the Sufi based on the quantity.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Could I request our panelists to quickly respond, if they wish to the points that have been made?
Sure. So some of these questions and comments require more focused discussions, but I would resist the idea of essentializing to begin the conversation. When we say Sufism, when we say Islam, when we say, Sufism has a history of is as old as Islam itself. Within Sufism, if you compare Ghazali and Ibn Arabi, there are differences, let alone Ibn Arabi and Al-Taymiyyah. So I don't say Sufism itself is a solution. I think Islam can be a solution, but that will require a lot of creative activities, because for me, it's not like the modern world has all of these problems and Islam is the solution. While I personally don't have doubt about the Quran and the Prophet and the reality of God, and although I had to go through a long journey to get there, but I have a lot of issues when I think about Muslims, myself included, so for me, these are complex issues to begin with, and we also have to understand modernity. I'm also not very sure when we talk on fragmentation, it's only the West. Actually, if you look at a lot of psychological, psychosocial studies, mental health, the rate of depression and so forth in big cities, I'm talking about Karachi, I'm sure Kuala Lumpur is included. I personally traveled just to Turkey and Morocco, Pakistan in the last 2 months, and I had a chance to speak to people. I do think that some of these issues of mental health, depression in particular, and other related issues are also to be found in modern educated Muslims in the Islamic world. So I was looking at its philosophical roots, because these things are complex. It's not like you can solve them only in terms of ideas, but we have to understand the ideas. And so I can refer to you a serious and solid study on this, the relationship between schizophrenia, madness, and modernism by a psychiatrist and philosopher called Louis Sess. He's based in America. So yeah, for me it was about the diagnosis, but also recognizing that modernity, modern thinking, we should not generalize. There are currents within modern thought that can be positive. So that is also very important to recognize. But overall, as a metaphysics, modernism and secular humanism, I see a lot of problems. But at the same time, I don't want to have this idea of rejecting the West, because that itself is a generalization, because both Islam and the West, they go back to the ancient Greece when it comes to the intellectual roots. So, these are some starting points. I hope we'll have able to have a longer conversation at some point.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Farooq. Thank you, Dr. Picken and Dr. Qadri, Dr. Wasim, Dr. Sarobar, all of you for your time. Thanks, everyone. We now break for lunch and we meet at 2:30 for the second session.
So the lunch is at the banquet hall, and there's a masjid downstairs. If you go downstairs, on the left is for the men, and then on the right is for the women. It's at the end. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Should we?
Where I work with
Yeah. Yeah.
Bismillah. I would like to welcome all of you here. Again, it is great that we completed the session 1 this morning. We have listened to a lot of interesting and engaging discussion that we had before. So in the session 2 today, we are going to continue looking at the various aspects of theology. And here we are honored to have 3 presenters that I'm going to invite 3 of them come to the stage. First presenters, I would like to invite Dr. Ayub Palmer from University of Kentucky, United States. And then Dr. Eric Winkle, the Futuhat Foundation, Switzerland. And Dr. Faris Abdul Hadi, that is researcher from Jordan. You're welcome. So without any further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Ayub to start the presentation. You're welcome.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما اللهم صل وسلم وبارك على سيدنا ونبينا ومولانا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم بسم الله. I want to thank the St. Andrews Encyclopedia and the Ghazali Chair for this opportunity to gather and to talk about theology, Islamic theology. And I prepared for 20 minutes, so I'm going to try and truncate this a little bit, inshallah. So first of all, I begin with just a kind of frame from the Hikam al-Ata'iyya. Al-Hikam al-Ata'iyya, Ibn Ata'illah Secondary, he says, كما لا يحب العمل المشترك كذلك لا يحب القلب المشترك العمل المشترك لا يقبله والقلب المشترك لا يقبل عليه. So this kind of segues from like the talk of Dr. Farouk and Dr. Picken. I think there's a good segue here into what I'm talking about in terms of the heart as a perceptive organ. Okay? So, first of all, I'd like to set up the problem and then proffer a solution by Ibn al-Arabi through a Timidian reading of his ideas. One of the challenges in the articulation of Tawheed relates to an unresolved issue that began with the very formulation of Kalam itself around the notion of Allah's attributes and their relation to the Dhat. According to the agreed upon Ash'ari position, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is one in his Dhat, in his person, in his sifat, in his attributes, and in his af'al, his actions. In contradistinction to the Mu'tazila, the attributes are not one with the Dhat, and they are not other than the Dhat. The Mu'tazila, the Ash'aris hold this position. The Mu'tazila argued that this was nonsensical and that it amounted to setting up a multitude of pre-eternal entities other than Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. However, in order to isolate the Dhat from any relationship to the created world, the Mu'tazila had to account for action in the world by giving full agency to human beings to create their own actions. The Ash'aris argued that this amounted to setting up agents who possess power independent of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So you can see the argument here between the Ash'aris and the Mu'tazila. The later Ash'ari tradition, as reflected in the work of Sa'ad ad-Din al-Taftazani in his commentary on Al-Aqa'id al-Nasafiyya, seeks to resolve the problem by indicating that additive nature, idafiyya, of describing the attributes is i'tibari and exists only in the mind, whereas the impossibility of separation of the attributes from the Dhat infikak is the external reality, the zahir. So we have the Ash'ari tradition developing and kind of a full circle in which the Ash'aris come back to this idea that there's still a problem here with the issue of attributes and essence, or that, or person. Dawood al-Qaisari discusses different levels of dhuhur, such as the difference between ahadiyya, related to the Dhat, and wahidiyya, related to the attributes, the sifat. In other words, the Ash'ari tradition post-Imam al-Ghazali realizes that the position of the Mu'tazila still has unresolved challenges. It is of consideration that Ibn al-Arabi favored the Mu'tazili position with respect to this issue. At this point, I'd like to introduce Al-Hakim al-Tirmidhi's epistemic hierarchy. This is not working. Oh, maybe I have to do it this way. It's not working. That's okay. At this point, I would like to introduce Al-Hakim al-Tirmidhi's epistemic hierarchy, which is shared by Ibn al-Arabi, in my understanding. Al-Jurjani, among the other Kalam theologians, has stated that Kalam is the greatest discipline because it is concerned with the greatest object of inquiry, the that of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, as was mentioned by the esteemed Dr. Osman. However, conceptualizing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as that, or describing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as a thing, a shay, immediately introduces a subject versus object dichotomy. Some would say that this is the essence of Tawheed. However, it may be argued that this also creates a conceptualization of Allah, that subhanahu wa ta'ala, that begins with the conceptualization of things in the world, and this detracts in some way from the complete otherness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The balance between tanzih and tashbih has always been an important point of reference within Islam as a middle path. However, this kind of tashbih seems to be unhelpful because it conflates the reality of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that is signified by the name and the reference to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that is indicated by the that. According to Ibn al-Arabi, these two can never be conflated. That which is signified by the name is completely and utterly unknowable. Al-Hakim al-Tirmidhi establishes an epistemic nested hierarchy that unifies the various ways of knowing. We have here ilm, hikmah, and then ma'rifah. He begins with the ulama as the scholars of textual knowledge. He then introduces another stage above and within them who are the hukama. These are the people of knowledge who are characterized by wisdom. They are ulama who also have knowledge of the world and knowledge of the self and its deficiencies. Above them are the kubara, the great ones, who are the awliya. The kubara are munfaridun, that is, they are in the maqam of being alone with the divine. At the level of the hukama, the aql is the operative faculty, and at the level of the kubara, the heart is the operative faculty, i.e., the heart has a different perceptive ability than the aql, than the intellect. This is because the aql maintains dualities such as night and day, hot and cold, slave and lord, subject and object. The perceptive faculty of the heart, however, is singular and can only keep one object in its spiritual vision at a time. Here's a reference to the Quran. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ما جعل الله لرجل من قلبين في جوفه. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, He says, God, Allah, never made for any man of two hearts in his breast. But this heart is more capable of affirming Tawheed because it has a singularity of purpose that the aql doesn't have. For example, to know one's Lord as Rabb through the realization of one's servanthood and slavehood is a means of increasing in iman and a way of knowing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but it is limited by the duality inherent in the Lord-slave dynamic. To witness Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala with the heart and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala alone is a higher form of knowing. However, this higher form of knowing assumes and includes ibadah of one's Rabb. For Ibn al-Arabi, the greatest knowers of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala are, of course, the messengers and the prophets, and after them the awliya. The hearts of these individuals represent the epitome of the knowledge of Tawheed. Ibn al-Arabi presents this understanding in his Fusus al-Hikam. In an article I published in Sufi Studies, I argued that Ibn al-Arabi uses the ring analogy of Hakim al-Tirmidhi as a way of structuring his Fusus. The Fusus, the ringstones, represent the hearts of each prophet, culminating in the heart of the Prophet Muhammad. May Allah bless him and grant him peace. In standard Ash'ari Aqidah, we have the that representing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala himself, and then sifat, and then af'al, actions, of which the entire created universe is a result of his action. The Kalam theologians developed a sophisticated explanatory mechanism to discuss the interrelations of these aspects through the ta'alluqat. These are the connections between the sifat and the created things in the universe. Ibn al-Arabi radically transforms this mode of understanding the relationship between Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and His creation. For Ibn al-Arabi, the reality of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that is represented by the name is an unknowable reality that is beyond human perception. That sifat and af'al are reflections and manifestations of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. For Ibn al-Arabi, the entire universe is a mirror that reflects the that of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because in the reflection there is alterity. The that is a reality that is understood through referentiality, such as the use of the pronoun huwa, he. Again, think about the aql as something that introduces a subject-object dichotomy. So when you're looking at something out there, then there's distance, right? But what is it that when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He says that He is closer to a person than their carotid artery, right? So when that thing that is objective, when a person draws nearer to God, then what happens? That perceptive faculty no longer is operative. It's a different perceptive faculty, i.e. the perceptive faculty of the heart, which is singular, doesn't introduce alterities and dualities, right? But one of the things we have to understand through the Fusus al-Hikam is that Ibn al-Arabi is looking at everything through this lens of the heart, okay? And that's why oftentimes he's not understood very well, because he's not explaining things through the perceptive faculty of the aql, but through the perceptive faculty of the heart. That is a reality that is understood through referentiality, such as the use of the pronoun huwa. Again, when you have a pronoun, you're talking about huwa, right? That is something that is demonstrative, right? It says that, this or that thing. The second mirror mentioned by Ibn al-Arabi is the mirror of the heart of the perfected human being. And this mirror reflects the divine names and ultimately reflects the greatest name, Allah. So you have the mirror of the universe, which reflects the that, and then you have the mirror of the heart, which reflects the sifat. When you bring two mirrors together, you can see infinity. You know, if you put two mirrors together and you see the image that will go into infinity, okay? So the mirror of the heart and the mirror of the universe, the entire universe, that's why that is imperceptible, because no one can encompass the entire universe, right? So the mirror of the heart, though, reflects the different names of God up to the name, the greatest name, Allah, right? Now, when those two mirrors both reflect Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, then you have the affirmation of Tawheed, right? And At-Tirmidhi has also two mirrors, okay? But Ibn al-Arabi's two mirrors are similar. They both have the mirror of the heart, but At-Tirmidhi has the mirror of the heart and the nafs. But there's a transformation that happens between nafs and the universe, and that's a different topic we could talk about later. Between these two mirrors, there is a tajalli of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as the result of His actions. Hence, we find that the standard Ash'ari model is turned on its head. When the mirror of the heart reflects the reality of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as His greatest name, then there's an alignment between the mirror of the heart and the mirror of the created universe. This alignment of mirrors indicates the realization of true Tawheed. For Ibn al-Arabi, not all created things reflect the divine theophany in the same way. That is why there are a'yan thabita. And I have a different understanding of the a'yan thabita than generally is understood. Anyway, but Ibn al-Arabi also describes the a'yan al-thabita in relation to the hearts of the perfected human beings in his fusus that are fixed on the witnessing of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. In other words, created things gain their thubut through the witnessing of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So as Ibn al-Arabi says, the actions are more primary than the sifat, because the sifat only appear to the extent that there are hearts to perceive them. The attribute of mercy appears in the world as a result of the person of the Prophet ﷺ, who is a mercy to the world. Remember that in the Quran we have the prior creation of all of the souls. So the first soul that was created is the soul of the Prophet ﷺ, which precedes the entire universe. So there again, you see that he is a mercy to all of the worlds, to the universe, right? The attribute of mercy appears in the world as a result of the person of the Prophet ﷺ, who is a mercy to the worlds, as is mentioned in the Quran. The attribute of mercy appears as a result of the mother, for example, who cares for her child. Hence, for Ibn al-Arabi, the that is reflected in the mirror of the created universe, which are the result of the af'al, and through the living hearts, the sifat appear. And I'm like basically at the end, but here, and I'll have to end on this one, but I actually have a lot more. وَاعْلَمْ أَنَّهُ كَمَا يُقَالُ, this is in the Fusus al-Hikam, وَاعْلَمْ أَنَّهُ كَمَا يُقَالُ فِي الطَّبِيبِ إِنَّهُ خَادِمُ الطَّبِيعَةِ كذلك يقال في الرسل والورثة إنهم خادمو الأمر الإلهي في العموم وهم في نفس الأمر خادمو الأحوال الممكنات وخدمتهم من جملة أحوالهم التي هم عليها في حال ثبوت أعيانهم. Know that it may be said of the physicians that he is a servant of nature. Likewise, it may be said of the messengers and those who inherit that they are the servants of the divine affair generally. However, they are at the same time servants of the states of all possible things. Their service is broadly speaking a result of their states, which they are upon at the time when their very selves are affirmed. Now, the last thing that I want to say to wrap up is that basically my argument here is that Al-Hakim al-Tirmidhi says there are the ulama, the hukama, and then the awliya, the kubara. So if you look at these perceptive faculties of the aql is at the level of the hukama. And so at the level of the kubara, it's the heart, okay? They're different perceptive faculties. So there's a different structure that attenuates to both of those spheres, those different spheres, right? But what we're looking for is a unified vision, okay? So Al-Imam al-Ghazali, he is probably the foremost theologian who has created a synthesis between qalb and aql. And I think that what we can do is, Ibn al-Arabi has solutions here that we can, because Imam al-Ghazali, he adopts the Ash'ari framework. But there are limitations to that framework that Ibn al-Arabi can provide us solutions for. And I'll end there. Jazakumullah khair.
Thank you very much. Dr. Ayub Palmer from University of Kentucky, USA. And now we call upon Dr. Eric Winkle from Futuhat Foundation, Switzerland. He is going to present on the unifying terminologies of the tribe Ibn Arabi and the sciences of grammar, number, engineering, healing, theology, and law. The floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you so much. We'll look at the unifying terminology of the tribe. Let me go ahead and put my time here. So I'll be speaking from the Futuhat, Ibn Arabi. So about the terminology, he says, and learn that the tribe has made conventional terminologies of words and phrases to provide different meanings they have affirmed inside themselves, using them to converse with one another. It is just as does each group for the sciences they take on as their own, like the grammarians and the masters of numbers and the engineers and the healers and the theologians and the legal scholars and others. What this tribe makes as a conventional terminology includes the huwiyat, the who. So huwiyat is a feminine noun, so I'll use the word she for huwiyat. The inni, indeed I am that I am, and the I am that I am, And indeed, we are that who we are. For the object to be conveyed, they have inside themselves. So this is the terminology that the tribe uses. And this terminology of the who, we'll follow that right now. So the who right here is not a pronoun because it comes first. So when the Surah Al-Ikhlas, you have say, who is Allah, the one? So Qul hu Allahu ahad. Who is the one? Is Allah the one? So it's no longer a pronoun, it's a word, it's a noun. And it's an irreducible one. So irreducible and reducible. So the reason artificial intelligence doesn't have conscious is because artificial intelligence is made up of components that are reducible. It's reducible to its components. So things that are irreducible are as they are. The way this works is that the who as an irreducible noun, as a name. So we know that the Quran is contained in the Fatiha, and that all of the Fatiha is contained in the Basmala, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, and that all of the Basmala is contained in the Ba, and all of the Ba has a dot underneath. So this is a projective progression. So the dot underneath, when looked at this way, is an Aleph. So the dot looked at this way is an Aleph. The Aleph looked at this way is a circle. So seeing a circle this way. And the circle seen this way is a sphere seen this way. And so the hypersphere cast a shadow into a projective volume called the sphere. The sphere cast a shadow into a projective volume called the plane, the projective plane. And then the plane cast a shadow onto a dot. And so this dot is the one under the Ba. And therefore, the projective casting of a shadow from the Basmala is to the Fatiha, and then Fatiha to the Quran, and then to Quran, as Aisha told us, it was his character. It is his character. So this is how the progression goes from projective spaces. So these projective spaces are important when we're looking at what Ibn Arabi talks about as two extreme edges. So one edge is here, one edge is here. And on this edge, there's nothing like it. And so there's nothing like who. Laysa kamithli shay'an. There is nothing like who. And then there's a barrier, a membrane, and on this side, there is Laysa kamithli shay'un. There is nothing like the projected image of who. So mithil here is projection, and ka is like, so like the projection of who. So there's nothing like the projection of who on this side, and there is nothing like who on this side. And in the middle, the barrier or the mirror. So the mirror, as you know, when you look at the mirror, it's you, it's not you, it's not you. So this is the not you begins all the way from the first sentence of the Futuhat. The first sentence is, by a name of Allah, the most compassionate, the most kind. Allah bless our Master Muhammad, and all praise belongs to Allah, the one who created the things from an empty void, from its empty void. So the empty void from its empty void is the not, negative, through the looking glass, through the looking glass. So through the looking glass is it not. And the everything is or is not. And this is known from the Lam Alif. The Lam Alif comes down. The Alif and the Lam are entwined. Which one is the Alif? Which one is the Lam? If the Lam is first, that's La, it's a negation. If the Aleph is first, it's Al, the. So it is not, and it is not. So Ibn Arabi will take these two extreme with the mirror in the middle, and then he'll take that into another place where this extreme comes down into a center point. And the center point is called Earth, the Earth. And then the circumference, this other extreme edge, becomes a circumference. And the circumference is called the throne. So the throne, the Earth, and in between is the membrane. And the membrane is the place which faces the unseen, inaccessible who, and faces the cosmos, the throne. So this facing of the cosmos and the throne is the picture that we now have. So the center point, however, is not simply a center point. That's a two-dimensional thing, a center point with a circumference. The center point actually has one more axis to it. There's another axis involved in this center point. And that axis is found out from the word sadr. So sadr and sudur. So sadr, for instance, in Karachi, you have a place called Sadr. It's the innermost part of the city. So you have to go a long way to get into the innermost part of the city. So it's the last place you arrive at, which is the innermost part of the city. Sadr is also the chest, so it's the first place that you are confronted with. So this is how the antonyms in the Arabic language, the antonyms tell us that we're in another dimension. So Sadr is both the first thing you find and see, and it's the last place and the most innermost place that you reach. So this is an antonym, it's an opposite, it's a contradiction in 2 and 3 dimensions, but it's not in the next dimension up. So this Sadr, this place here, is the place that where things come from to the ard, to the earth, and then from the earth to this membrane, which faces this inaccessible part, and then faces the cosmic throne, which is the circumference. So this mirror image, the extreme with there is nothing like who, mirror or membrane, and there is nothing like the projection of who. Those are the two extremes. So now we're putting it into this as a center point, which has another dimension behind it or inside it, and then the circumference. This also turns out to be then the shadow play. So the shadow play has a light that hits the puppet. The puppet then casts a shadow onto the curtain. So the light and then the puppet becomes the membrane, this barrier membrane that we were looking at. So the light touches the membrane and then casts the shadow to this curtain. So on one side, the light, the inaccessible, and on the other side, the one who is no like to the projection of who. So where does all of this come from? This all comes from a sigh. It all comes from a sigh, and Ibn Arabi will look at the way the words, letters, breath takes place in the human body. So the first place of a sigh is a vaporous, warm mist. Where does the mist come from? The mist comes from a sigh because I am a treasure necessarily concealed in a treasure chest. So I am a treasure necessarily concealed in a treasure chest. And I love to be recognized. So I create a treasure chest and I introduce myself to the treasure chest. And the treasure chest recognizes me. So this movement, this process, is the process of the sigh, which creates the sigh, and then creates the first being. The first being looks back and says, there is no reality but you. There's no reality but you. In stunned amazement, there is no reality but you. And then the reality says, and you are the one who is the message of love for me. You are the one who is the message of love for me, because you were created by this sigh. You were created by this desire for the treasure chest to have the treasure inside. So as Ibn Arabi says, the treasure implies a treasure chest. So we can move from mirror to shadow play to this particular testimony that takes place before time. And so the antonyms of direction, of dimension, help us understand that this is a place which is both the most innermost place and the first place. So we'll go back to now a two-dimensional plane. So think of a two-dimensional plane. So it has this way, this way, this way, and that way. And in that plane you have a circle, and in there a center point. So to touch the center point, you can go, the first place you touch is the center point, can be made the center point. So the circumference is way out here, and that center point is the farthest distance from the circumference. And it's the first place your pen touched when it created this center point. So it's the most farthest and the first. It's the first and the last. So think about a circle. When you make a notch, when you make a dot, and you're going to make a circle, you already know where the circle will end. No matter how big the circle is going to be, it will end right here. So who is the first and who is the last? The first and the last are distinguishable. We know intelligibly that there's a difference between the first and the last, but there is no place in the space for the first is here and the last is somewhere else. The first is exactly in the place where the last is. So the first is the last. And so this first is the beginning of this rahmah, of this kindness, this kind mercy, and its end is this kind mercy of the one who is the most merciful of the merciful. And that is the beginning and the end. So if you now take that same circle, but now we'll take a strip of paper. So take a strip of paper and give one twist to it and join them. Now you have a non-orientable surface, the Mobius strip. A non-orientable surface, it's one surface. It's only a surface. So the surface is outward, and it's also inward, and then it's outward, and then it's inward, and it's outward. And there is no place when the outward switches to the inward. There's no place where the outward is and the inward is not there. There's no place where the inward is but the outward is not there. So just like the first and the last being distinguishable, differentiable, we can know that there's a difference, but we cannot locate a difference. The first is exactly the last, and the outward then is exactly the inward. So who is the first? Who is the last? Who is the outward? Who is the inward? So this is coming from the breath now. So the breath comes, this aleph, which never shows up in creation in the seen world as aleph. Aleph never begins anything. It's only the hamza. And the hamza is an aspiration, it's a sigh, it's a sound. The next sound is a ha sound, a gentle H sound, ha. And the last sound that's created, when it goes all the way through all of the parts of the human body and goes through all of the letters, the palatal letters, the throat letters, the dental letters, the sibilant letters, all of the letters as it goes through ends up at the labials. And the labial, the last letter is U. So the first letter ha, last letter U, hu. So the hu says who she is. She comes out and says who she is, and the sound herself is who she is. The huiyat is who she is. So this process then, so the hu comes out first, because the H is first, last u, the u sound is the last, and then the outward, because once the hu leaves the lips, it comes out into the outward, and the inward, because the hu is inside. So who is first, last, outward, inward. And so the first inward is the Nur Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam before time, and the last one is the body, the physical body existence of Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. And so he begins inwardly, then becomes outwardly in the world, and then when he passes away, he becomes inward again. And then on the day of judgment, he's the master of the people, outward. So he goes inward, outward, inward, outward. And in a Mobius strip or a non-orientable surface, it goes around twice in order to get to the beginning. So the first and the outward, inward, last. So Nur Muhammad, inward, physical body of Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, outward, passing, inward, and then master of the people in the day of judgment, outward. So this is how the treasure and the treasure chest work and move. So this place of this diagram, the schematics that Ibn Arabi shows us, the schematics works from all of these unloosenings. So we can look at it as a mirror, we can look at it as the shadow play, and then he takes us into this original place where the language comes from, where letters come from. And so moving through all of these places, loosening and unloosening, then he comes to what is the irreducible who, which is seen this way, and this way, and this way, and this way. So irreducible is the key of not being created by components. So the who is not created by the first and the last and the outward and the inward. The first and the last, the who is the first, as who is the last, as who is the outward, as who is the inward. And so that is its irreducibility. That is the reducibility of the who. That is the irreducibility of the terminology that Ibn Arabi uses. And the terminology that he uses is irreducible. So in the Futuhat is not composed or components that make an encyclopedia. It's not an encyclopedia. It's not a philosophy. It's not a system, and it's not a theology. It is not the sum of its parts. It's not its components. It's irreducible. So you only need to know one sentence of the Futuhat to know all of it. But you have to find out which that one sentence is. But only one sentence is needed to understand all of the Futuhat. And only one ba is needed to understand the Basmala. And the Basmala, the Fatiha. And the Fatiha, the Quran. And the Quran, who is his character, Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. So projected spaces, then Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam as humanity, as from the Nur Muhammad inwardly, outwardly, inwardly after he passes, outwardly as the Sayyid of the Nas, of the master of the people. And then that projective space is Quran. And then the shadow cast from the Quran, the Fatiha. And then the Fatiha, that projected space cast, is the Basmala. And the Basmala, that space, the Ba. And the Ba with the dot underneath. The dot, Alif, and then, which is the line, circle, circle, sphere, sphere, hypersphere. So this is the way that the projected space works. And that takes us all the way back then to our original two extremes. On this extreme, nothing like who, a barrier or a membrane. And on this extreme, there is nothing like the projection of who. There's nothing like the projection of who. So these are the two extremes. Nothing of this is on this side. Nothing of this is on that side. It is not, and it is not not. So when you look in the mirror, it's you, it's not you, it's not you. And then we can take any of those, and Ibn Arabi will lead us through all of these schematics, new schematics, and say mirror, shadow play, the way the language works, the way the letters come from the human body. And then the way that the human body creates the who, which then ends at the lips and then goes out. And as with sound waves, this who, once it is there, never goes out of existence. So Ibn Arabi reminds us that as long as we are correlated to the divine, as long as we are slaves of the divine, then we will never go out of existence because our correlation will always stay. Because Allah will never go out of existence, and therefore the slaves of Allah will never go out of existence. And so the sound that comes when the who comes through the body, leaves the lips, it will never go out of existence. And that's the nature of waves. So Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen.
Thank you, Dr. Eric Winkle. And now for the third speaker, we call upon, wait a second, Dr. Faris Abdul Hadi, independent research from Jordan. He will be speaking about the Emir's commentary on the Fusus al-Hikam. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Bismillah. I want to talk to you today about the Amir Abdul Qadir Jazairi, who is a Algerian Sufi. And the topic will be about witnessing, the importance of witnessing and the imagination in the role of ibadah, of worship. And this will be with reference to his commentary on the Fusus al-Hikam. The Amir is a proficient scholar and is proficient in all the Islamic sciences. He belongs to several Sufi tariqas. And of course, above all, he is a loyal follower of the Andalusian sage Ibn al-Arabi. And of course, he was also a military commander who resisted French colonization, and he is well known for having saved between 11,000 to 14,000 Western Christian dignitaries during his time. And because of that, he was given several recognitions for his act of bravery. He was given a pistol by Abraham Lincoln. He was granted audience with the Queen of England at the time. And even a small, quaint town in Iowa, in North America, named their town after him, which to this day is called Al-Qadr Town. This is real. Their local high school is called Al-Qadr High School. So he's had a significant impact on the lives of many people. And the Emir also stands in the tradition of commentators on Ibn Arabi's masterpiece, the Fusus al-Hikam. And he has not penned a full commentary, but he has written on 2 chapters of the Fusus al-Hikam. One of them is Fas Shuraib. And so I will pick one theme from Fas Shuraib, which is the theme of presence in worship through witnessing and the imagination, and what the Emir has to say about that. So these will be the topics of discussion, which are all components that come together to create the phenomenon of presence or hudur, and that includes the heart, qalb, God's self-disclosures, his tajalliyat, the intellect, the aql, belief systems, the i'tiqadat, and of course, finally, al-hudur itself. So, what is the heart with respect to worship? The heart is recognized as a spiritual organ of the ruh. It is a latifa rabbaniya, and it has the colossal power to contain the entire universe within itself, including Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala himself. And that is attested to in the Hadith Qudsi, my heavens and my earth do not embrace me, but the heart of my believing servant does embrace me. And so it was in this vein that the Sufi master, Abu Yazid al-Bustami, said, were the throne, the arsh, which means the whole universe, were the whole universe and everything in it multiplied 100 million times and then placed in the tiniest corner of my heart or of the Gnostic's heart, he would not notice it, because that's how vast the heart is. And so the heart, or the spiritual heart, is created primarily to recognize God's presence in the cosmos. And so that is called his tajalliyat, which is also translated as his theophanies and his epiphanies. It is the way he manifests his presence or himself in the cosmos. And so the best ayah that demonstrates this idea is from Surah Al-Baqarah, أَيْنَمَا تُوَلُّوا فَثَمَّ وَجْهَ اللَّهِ, wheresoever you turn, there is the face of God. And so the heart has the ability to recognize God wherever his presence is, in whichever tajalli. The intellect, by contrast, is the opposite. The intellect is designed to restrict, and that's why you get the linguistic connection to the iqal, which is the fetter that hobbles the camel and prevents the camel from roaming around, whereas the heart does the opposite. And so the heart is able to accept God in all his forms. The intellect, by definition, cannot do that. It requires God to have a very specific definition and to stick to that definition. Which leads us to the i'tiqadat. And again, this has a root, jadar, aqad, which is similar to the aql, which means to knot or to tie. It can also mean to contract and to obligate. We also get the word aqidah, of course, from i'tiqadat, which is a very important word. And it means, in Ibn Arabi's vocabulary, specifically to tie a knot in the heart with regard to your perception of reality. So your aqidah and your i'tiqad defines the way you view reality. And it's an important word because Ibn Arabi is probably the only person I know to connect it to an important hadith from Sahih Bukhari and Muslim, which is called Hadith al-Tahawwal, in which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala manifests himself to the believers on the Day of Judgment in a form they do not recognize, and so they instantly deny him until he transforms himself into a form they recognize. And so Ibn Arabi connects this directly to the idea of beliefs. The reason they denied him the first time was because he manifested himself to them in a form they did not believe in to begin with, which was therefore intellectually based to a large extent. And finally, Hadra and Hudur, in its 10th verbal form, istihdar, has the idea of summoning, to summon someone into the king's presence, or to summon something and call it forth to your mind. So the phenomenon of presence means, now, it has a very important implication. If you are to have presence in worship, then al-hadra and hudur necessitates shuhud. Al-hudur necessitates shuhud by definition for Ibn Arabi. And that means you are by definition witnessing something. And so he addresses the very interesting question of, can you actually worship a completely unseen God, which is very difficult to do. And so the idea of Hadra and Hudur suggests that that's not necessarily possible. So Ibn Arabi has this to say on the topic of Hadra and Hudur. He says, no, may God support you, that worshiping God in the unseen, in the ghaib, is the same as worshiping him in the shahada, in the seen. So worshiping him in the ghaib is the same as worshiping him in the shahada. Why? For the human being and every worshipper, it is not correct that he worships his object of worship except as something witnessed, either by the intellect, al-aql, or sight, basar. And as for the faculty of insight, your basira, the worshipper witnesses him through it and then properly worships him. Otherwise, worship would not be correct for him, i.e., it's not rationally possible because you've got to be able to perceive him a priori. Thus, he only worships something witnessed, mashhudan, not something absent, ghaiban, at least not something completely absent. So even if you conceptualize God and you don't worship an actual idol, that's still a kind of witnessing. So the Messenger of God, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, said, worship God as if you see him. And so he says that this hadith means that it is in order for the worshipper to istihdar. It is in order to have presence and to call God to your mind and to your heart. For the Prophet ﷺ knows that one does not seek to make something present except that which accepts presence, al-hudur. So the servant making his Lord present in worship is the very same as the object of worship becoming present to him. عين حضور المعبود له. And so this is the hadith he depends on, which is of course a famous hadith, Hadith Jibreel. And he talks about the 3 levels of religion. Ihsan is the highest level. And he literally considers this the degree and level of witnessing. So he says, worship God as if you see him. عَبُدْ اللَّهَ كَأَنَّكَ تَرَاهُ كَأَنَّكَ تَرَاهُ. So the operative word here is as if, كَأَنَّكَ. That it is this as if which sanctions the use of the imagination in the life of the worshipper. If presence necessitates witnessing, and it's not possible to worship a completely unseen God, then it is this as if which grants the worshipper permission to use the imagination in one's worship. So there's an ayah which is the key to the whole Fas Shu'aib, which illustrates this, which says, verily, in that is a reminder for the one with a heart and who gives ear whilst witnessing. وَهُوَ شَهِيد. That's how the ayah ends. وَهُوَ شَهِيد. That's the notification, Ibn Arabi would say. So he says, and he, I mean the one who gives ear, that means the one who follows the reports of the prophets, peace be upon them, in describing what and who God is a witness. This alerts one to the presence of imagination and its usage. That is his word, peace be upon him, on beautiful conduct, al-ihsan, that you worship God as if you see him, كَأَنَّكَ تَرَاهُ, and God is in the direction, qibla, of the one who prays. And it is because of this that he is a witness. So this is another hadith he uses to support his idea. If Allah is in the qibla of the one praying, he thinks that is literal. You may not see him, but he is there. And so you use the imagination in order to connect to the divine presence. So now we'll finish off the presentation with a small snippet of the Emir's commentary on this whole idea. So this is the build-up to the Emir's commentary, who will now bring everything together and illustrates how the imagination is sanctioned in the life of the worshipper. So the Emir says this. He says, the doer of beautiful conduct, al-muhsan, is he who worships God and serves him in what he commands and forbids, witnessing him and imagining him according to his belief in God. And I highlighted that in italics because that is the case irrespective of one's actual belief. It remains true. And according to his knowledge of him, for he exalted only forbids his servants from making a physical form out of him. So now if you imagine God, that necessitates giving God a form, which is forbidden in Islam. But the Emir is making a specific point in which he says it is forbidden to give him only a physical form, like the worshippers of idols and graven images. But as for the imagined form, al-surah al-mutakhayyala, he has permitted that. Nay, he desires and orders us to have presence, hudur, with the object of worship, al-ma'bud, in acts of worship by imagining him. So he has made a distinction between making a physical image out of God and the imagined image, which is permitted in worship according to the hadith in the Quran. Now, the presence of imagination, which I didn't explain, but it's a real ontological degree. It's not from the figment of your imagination. It's an actual degree of reality. And for Ibn Arabi, there's 5 degrees of reality. The presence of imagination is an actual real degree. Now, the presence of imagination manifests the existence of what is impossible within it. That is the function of imagination. It can do that. God does not accept form, but manifests in form within this presence, just as he accepts form through his self-disclosure on the day of judgment, within the forms of beliefs. So the impossible is accepted as something that is intelligible within wujud. So witnessing is what is grasped by the witnesser within his self from witnessing the real, which is alluded to in his word that you worship God as if you see him. So it is through this reality stipulated in the hadith that the real enters into the property of imagination. This is the final slide. Another proof from the Sunnah notifying us of the presence of imagination is his word, peace and blessings be upon him. Verily God is in the prayer direction of the worshipper. And in a narration of Bukhari, truly his Lord is between him and the Qibla. This indicates that what is intended by that form through which he imagines his God is that he witnesses the form within his Qibla, which is God, and none other. For he is the manifest through that form which the praying worshipper believed his God was upon. Sorry, I forgot to mention this earlier, but one of the most important doctrines in Ibn Arabi's conception of beliefs in al-i'tiqadat is that God is manifest through the form of your belief. He is manifest to you through the form of your belief, no matter what that belief is. Regardless of the religion, sect, or creed, he is manifest to the worshipper through the form of his belief. For he is the manifest form which the praying worshipper believed his God was upon, whichever belief that is. Nor is it required that witnessing that the real be confined to this one particular witnesser, excluding other witnessers and the forms arising out of their beliefs. Rather, he exalted is with each witnesser in accordance with the form that he imagines his God to be in, and God will be with him. It is because of this that the imaginer, with regard to the form which he knotted, means, is from the word aqad again, so believed, which he believed in his prayer and all other acts of worship, bears witness to that form. And so that makes him shaheed. In short, the real is imagined within an imagined form. And then he gives us a fair warning. Whoever says thus, they accuse him of disbelief and heresy and make shedding his blood permissible. In case it wasn't clear if he was actually talking about what he's actually talking about, he is. And he understands the gravity of what he's saying. But he's saying, nevertheless, it's permissible. So in conclusion, the heart gives recognition to God's self-disclosures, and the intellect rationalizes them through the belief systems, and presence, by definition, necessitates witnessing. And so imagination plays a key role in worship through the prophetic hadiths in the Quran. And God is present through all beliefs, and one can be present with God in any belief. And this obviously has very strong interfaith implications. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Faris Abdul Hadi. And today is the end of session number 2, but we'll open the floor to questions. Yeah, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Auzubillahi samil alim minash shaitanir rajim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you to all three presenters for a very compelling session. My question is to Dr. Faris. It's interesting because I was just thinking about the Shahada. We begin with Nafi, La ilaha illallah, Muhammad Rasulullah, and then Isbat. And that means we have to negate everything, and to affirm Allah is to negate everything first and foremost. And I was thinking about being a child, right? When we are younger, we think about being able to imagine and not really have an opinion on things. So we are actually taking in without saying this and that, without compartmentalizing. So my question is with regards to this idea of materialism and imagination. Because in this modern world, we are very much ensnared within the trappings of scientism. Does that mean that when we look at science, perhaps there could be a fear of also perhaps shirk al-asbab, and also the fact that because we now have an opinion on reality, our sense of imagination is diminished. And would that have an impact on how we perceive Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and how much of an impact would that have on worship in a general sense? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, another question? Yeah, please.
All right. Thank you very much for that question. Yes, that's obviously a very important question. I've also understood shirk al-asghar to do with riya, which is to do with ostentation and pride, right? As opposed to shirk al-akbar, which is to worship and take a god apart from God. The reason that this is not related to shirk is because in order for you to be a mushrik, you would have to worship a god, another god alongside God, right? Sorry, say again? Shirk al-asghar.
Asbab.
Shirk al-asbab. Oh, okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I heard al-asghar. Okay. Shirk al-asbab. No, because if you take Ibn Arabi's metaphysics seriously, there is, there's Tawheed al-af'al, Tawheed al-sifat, and Tawheed al-that. So in Tawheed al-af'al, there is no doer but God. Whatever happens to you, whatever someone else does, you're perceiving that only God has done that. Right? And it's the same with Tawheed al-Sifat. Every sifa belongs to Him. If you are in any time perceiving something other than God, that's where the problem of either shirk al-asbab or shirk al-asghar comes into the picture. If you posit that the sabab you're talking about, although now we're talking about worship, so I don't think sabab has a role here, right? You're saying do the planets, in like ancient beliefs, do the planets cause rain and so on and so forth? That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the act of worship and perceiving God, which is something else. If you're perceiving something other than God, then we're talking about shirk. But if you're only perceiving God, right, and you know that the one behind that form is none other than Allah, And actually, Allah is, so He's called al-Zahir, and everything around us is His mazahir, His loci of manifestation. And that would be the Wujudi school, the Wujudi school and way of seeing things. It's only when you perceive something other than that's where shirk is.
My question, I think any of the panelists can address this question. Very simple, how do we understand people with spectrum of autism within this normative framework of
Thank you.
Sorry, was that question addressed to me or to?
To any of the panelists that has an answer.
So I think if I understood the question, something about spectrum disorder, you said? Oh, I see. So, based on Dr. Faris's presentation, you saw that the aql, right, is a restrictive. So in fact, Ibn al-Arabi, people have written about how, like, in some sense, the aql it prevents a person from this mushahada. So animals can be greater than human beings because they don't have aql. Okay, in other words, aql is because it introduces alterity and duality, that moves you away from the tawheed of mushahada. So from that standpoint, someone who doesn't have aql in the sense is ahead of the people who do have aql because the aql is getting in the way.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. We thank, you want to add something, Dr. Winkle? Yeah, Dr. Eric Winkle? No, okay. We thank all the speakers for today, and then, you may step down. Thank you very much. And we appreciate all your insights for today. Okay, we now start off with the third session. Maybe, yeah, let's give a gift. We call upon our moderator, Brother Muhammad Isa Ruhullah, and Professor Jasir Auda, and also, three other speakers that will be online. No break. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Very good afternoon. I hope everyone is awake, inshallah, for the last session. But this is really a precious session for us, inshallah. For this session, we have three genuine scholars, but two speakers will be online. And as you see, Professor Dr. Jasir Auda is here physically. So I should read a bit his interesting CV, which is very big, but I just specified that a little bit about him. He's a Iranian scholar from Canada, and his latest contribution to knowledge is a new maqasid methodology that aims to bring about the structuring of Islamic scholar around a complex network of the higher objective maqasid of the Quran and the tradition of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And also he is holding the position of the president of Maqasid Institute Global in Canada. which is also registered in few countries like UK, Indonesia, and USA as well. So also he is chairing the Ashatibi Maqasid Studies at the International Peace University in South Africa, and executive member of the FIC Council of North America, and many more positions he is holding, alhamdulillah. But also his contribution to the publications it's well known, especially on the Maqasid al-Sharia and New Framework, all this. And those books that around 30 books that he has been published, those also translated in like around 45 languages. It's quite impressive. So let us invite our Excellency Professor Dr. Uzesir Auda to talk on the topic, the Quranic objective of knowing Allah as the basis of an Islamic methodology. So the floor is yours. You may speak from the seat and also inshallah.
I'll speak from here, inshallah.
Yeah,
Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum. السلام عليكم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. والصلاة والسلام على أسعد خلقه وخاتم رسله محمد صلى الله عليه وآله. رضي الله عن المهاجرين والأنصار ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. ثم أما بعد. Good evening everybody. It's a pleasure to be part of this conference, and it is very interesting the spectrum of ideas that have been proposed around the theme of Islamic theology, and it's been quite a learning experience for myself. When I was not here, I was looking online, and our students. This topic of Islamic theology is quite a foundational topic for Islamic thought and Islamic understanding of today. However, when you define a discipline to talk about, there is a difference between defining the discipline for the sake of learning, for the sake of our students, and all of us are students of knowledge, to learn based on a topic that is defined in a particular way, versus defining a discipline for the sake of authority, for the sake of monopoly of that authority within a particular context, a context of politics, a context of economics, a context of society. I spoke before in this initiative, the encyclopedia, online last year, and I talked about the impact of politics on the classification of the Kalami school and the juridical school, what's called the fiqh school, and how some scholars, when they had issues on the fiqh level, they raise the level of discourse from talking about jurisprudence to talking about aqidah, you can call it theology in English, in order to make a point, in order to move the debate from right and wrong to faith and heresy. And in that talk, I tried to trace how dangerous this is for our times and how detrimental it was in our history when we did not really have an ethical framework of dealing with schools of jurisprudence and schools of theology. My topic today is about how we can avoid this misuse of classification. Without going back to the Quran as a basis of your classification of a particular branch of knowledge, it becomes an imitation exercise. It becomes an exercise of classifying oneself and classifying others towards a particular ideology, And that ideology, if it is not for the sake of seeking knowledge, is going to be divisive for the Ummah. Since we are talking about diversity, we're talking about pluralism in this conference, it is against pluralism to make this division not based on the foundational source of knowledge in Islam, but rather based on particular personalities that appeared in particular historical contexts and represented the political parties of the time, whether the Madaris al-Fiqh or the juridical schools or Madaris al-Kalam, the theological schools or the schools of the philosophy of religion, if you wish. And therefore, it is essential to go back to the foundation of Islamic knowledge in order to build the true student of knowledge in today's time, rather than building someone who is a follower of a particular ideology in a blind way. It is essential as well to differentiate between a reading of the Quran that is apologetic for a particular school and a particular ideology versus a reading of the Quran that is authentic, that is based on the Quran itself, and therefore taking a path that is not trying to justify the reality by looking at the script, but trying to change the reality through the script. The Quran, the word of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we will have to deal with the big question of how. How can we deal with the book of Allah? When we read that Arabic text, how can we form knowledge based on that? And how that knowledge can avoid the traps I'm telling you about in terms of ideology and seeking authority, usually at the expense of truth. The question of how should start with al-mantiq. Al-mantiq in Arabic is not exactly logic. It has to do with al-hujjah, or the proof that links a sign to truth. If you want an Arabic definition, دلالة العلامات على الحقائق. There is a alama, there is a sign that you see. And that sign, whether it is an ayah is literally a sign in the book of Allah, or an ayah in the universe, a sign in the universe. And when you look at that sign, whether written or witnessed, and you try to reach a truth based on a reflection upon the sign, that process of moving from the sign to the truth is the logic, is al-mantiq. And that mantiq has to do with al-nutq, has to do with the tongue. Whether you are talking about the tongue as in the Arabic of the Quran, and how the tongue is actually leading you to the truth. It has its own logic. It has its own system of sounds that represent particular truths. Or it is a mantiq as in trying to justify a particular truth or trying to prove a particular truth based on a certain understanding of a sign. The mantiq then should not be hijacked by a system of logic that is human-made. Otherwise, it would be falling under this ideology business and would not be a genuine reading of the book. The genuine reading of the book in terms of mantiq would quickly realize, if you go through cycles of reflection through the book of Allah, you quickly realize that the hujjah, the proof in the Quran, is the objective, is the purpose. It's rather, if you want to speak in English or Latin, a teleological logic rather than a causality logic. In the sense of why, the why of the book and the messengers and the book and the messages would define the logic by which you read the Quran. Why are we on earth? We are here to worship Allah. And why do we worship Allah is to reach ultimate goals of knowing Him, of pleasing Him, of getting rewards, different levels of why. But then there is a whole network of whys, a whole network of purposes that we follow in order to reach that worship goal. We have taqwa, we have what the Quran calls, in English would be heedfulness. We are heedful of Allah in order to be able to thank Him, and thank Him in order to be able to worship Him. And we also have a number of smaller objectives that we could have in our day-to-day, through which we're trying to get to the worship of Allah. The worship of Allah as an ultimate goal would actually define the way we read the Quran. We read the Quran in terms of its purposes, its objectives, so that we can know Allah, because the ultimate objective is to worship Him. He is arguing, subhanahu wa ta'ala, in the book, or Yuhajij in the book, that He created everything for a purpose. He created us to worship Him. He created the mountains to stabilize the earth. He made the rain fall down so that the plants would grow for us and for the animals. He created us in nations and tribes so that we get to know each other. He sent the messengers and the books and the messages so that people could establish justice. He made, subhanahu wa ta'ala, so much diversity in people's beliefs and in people's tastes and colors and so forth, so that it's a sign for His power, it's a sign for His unity and His oneness, subhanahu wa ta'ala, and so forth. So the reading of the Quran in terms of the objectives or the purposes would actually have a different angle of understanding that book from a reading that is only looking at the commands, and therefore falling in the thinking or the logic of illah, or a cause, that is a dilala or a sign for al-hukm, or the rule. A rule-based reading of the Quran is different from a purpose-based reading. And the purpose reading is also a future-oriented reading. When you read for the sake of a purpose, you are looking in the future rather than looking at causes from the past. And when you ask why, as you look into the future, you are critical versus a reading that is not critical, that is falling in blind imitation because it is following causes from the past. And when you read in terms of a purpose, it is a holistic reading. It is a reading that is integrative and comprehensive, rather than a reading that is slicing the text for the sake of twisting its meanings for a particular end that, as I mentioned, related to authority and schools and divisions. That reading would have you in a different worldview, would correct your worldview. One of the higher level methodological objectives of that reading is to correct your framework, is to have a framework of concepts that is going to define the world differently. From the definition of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, His names, the first word in the Quran, Bismillah, in the name of Allah, the first word that was revealed to Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, Iqra bismi rabbika alladhi khalaq, read in the name of your Lord. That name of Allah and all the names are going to paint a different picture of the universe, because the names of Allah are tied to everything that we do, and every moral value, and every benefit, and every aspect of beauty. It is tied to the definition of every group and every party. It is tied to what is called the universal laws in the Quran or the Sunan of Allah, the bigger laws, the meta laws. If you look at the higher purposes, you are looking at the meta laws that govern the universe. And these meta laws are going to reign over the meta laws that we come up with our imagination, that are not authentic from the script, from the book. It will govern our concepts that we develop in our languages, because the concepts that have authority from the book are going to reign over the concepts that do not have authority from the book that we use in our day-to-day, and is going to shape the way we understand the universe. And therefore, we are talking about a number of elements through which we should be able to start to envision an Islamic worldview, an Islamic approach to knowledge, an approach that is not based on the disciplinization. Today, disciplinization is based on the market. We learn in universities in order to serve the market. And in the past, we used to disciplinize in order to form institutions of knowledge that also take parts of the, let's say, the authority scene. But when we go beyond disciplinization and we focus on dealing with phenomena rather than dealing with disciplines, then we are going to be not just multidisciplinary, we are going to go beyond the monopoly of disciplines and the narrow angles through which we see the world through the disciplines. And we keep the disciplines, as I mentioned, for students of knowledge who could be trained on a particular topic, but cannot be restricted to that topic in their training. Otherwise, we are playing authority. We are playing a game that serves the current hegemony of systems that is ruling our world today, and that are proving not to be for the sake of any higher purposes of humanity, let alone of religion, but rather higher purposes of people who have hegemony over these systems. And the phenomena-based and the Quranic-based approach to knowledge is going to open these elements, the element of objectives. So we learn the objectives in order to restructure our objectives in terms of dealing with ideas, in terms of building organizations and institutions, in terms of how the objectives are going to shape an individual and a social life on different levels. And we are looking at concepts in order to correct our concepts with the concepts that have authority, that have sultan from the book of Allah, that is based on the mantiq, on the logic of language, if you wish, of the Quran, that have authority in their own right, and therefore are going to judge how we deal with the current concepts without brainwashing people into concepts that have no authority, that have no sultan from Allah. And then we are going to be able to divide groups and parties based on these concepts. The concept of ilm, the party of ulama; the concept of fiqh, the party of fuqaha; the concept of hukum, the party of hukam; the concept of tijara, and the party of tujjar, and so forth. And this tying between the conceptual authenticity of an Islamic approach to the defining of groups is going to make the definition of groups coming from within Islam, rather than being a self-claiming kind of exercise, as it is today in our social sciences, where people self-claim a particular affiliation to a group, even if the group is against everything that Allah created. And then if the society agrees to that affiliation, then it becomes an identity of that person. That basically, if you wish, social sciences kind of view of the world is contrary to the view of the Quran, in which groups are defined from a particular authority of the Quran and the Islamic worldview, rather than defining the group based on people's whims. When you look at universal laws in the Quran, they will also define the meta laws kind of level through which we deal with the universe, the laws of diversity, the laws of alternation, the laws of cycles, the different laws upon which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has based His creation of the universe, whether in the social sense or the natural sense. This division between social and natural is not really Quranic, it's man-made, but then we can understand the different cycles, whether we're dealing with societies or dealing with nature. Then the commands will fit in their own place. The commands will not be transformed into what is called jurisprudence, or what has been terminology-wise called fiqh. And that fiqh, Quranic-wise, is not jurisprudence, is actually much wider than that. That fiqh is not just going to be your Sharia courts that you go to when you have a family dispute, but that fiqh would be your architecture, will be your politics, will be your economics. Your fiqh will be the way you deal with war and peace, and the way you deal with sciences, natural and social. Your fiqh will be the way you deal with history and language, rather than fiqh that is only limited to the jurisprudence that is tied historically to the secularization of Muslim societies under occupation, so that people are trained through the Sharia court to define Islam in a secular way. And when we have a Quranic worldview this way, then we are able perhaps for Islam to contribute to the current dialogues in the world, and perhaps contribute to the current human civilization. It's not for the benefit of civilization to divide it into East and West, and Islam is a Western phenomena as much as Christianity is an Eastern phenomena, and so forth, and every other faith. But for the sake of humanity, it is important for Muslims to have a genuine approach to Islam, rather than an apologetic approach, and to have a genuine reading of the book of Allah with its purposes, concepts, universal laws, commands, values, etc., so that this reading could contribute new ideas to humanities, could contribute new approaches to especially problematic phenomena that we have. It's not going to be possible to go beyond the big gap between rich and poor today without, in my view, an Islamic worldview that is not trying to eliminate poverty, but it's trying to tax the rich. It is not possible to really go beyond the injustices that we see today, and Palestine is a very obvious example, without an Islamic worldview that says truth to power, that really believes in the value of sacrifice for the sake of the truth, and believes in the dignity of every human, regardless of their religion, regardless of their nation, and believes in peace, not in surrendering. And peace is very different from surrendering. It's not possible to go beyond what I could call, in some of the talks and writings, the modernist disaster of architecture that we see today, without the Islamic architecture, rather than imitating from the past, bringing new ideas for today and trying to contribute to humanity, rather than copying from the modernist school that made it a very abstract existence of humans in blocks of concrete in order to serve the economic and the political interests of a few. And therefore, this is just within the time that is allowed, a call to base Islamic theology on the Book of Allah. And for our students of knowledge, all of us are, to really look at that book, whether you're Muslim or non-Muslim, in order to really understand the Islamic approach to theology. The Islamic approach to theology is not coming from a particular discipline or necessarily following behind a particular imam or a guru figure, but rather coming from a foundation of words that are actually revealed through an angel to Prophet Muhammad, ﷺ, and therefore is forming a different worldview and calling for a new world in which not everybody will be a believer, but perhaps everybody will become more human and will become more connected to the higher purposes rather than going around and serving the purposes of humans rather than the purposes of God. I've written a book recently on methodology in which I have given some ideas in this talk that is called Maqasid Methodology towards re-envisioning Islamic scholarship. And I do have copies for those who are interested. I can send that. Jazakumullah khair, barakallahu feekum. Thank you very much again. The work of the encyclopedia is very important work, and the place and the combination of these two projects, the encyclopedia as well as the work that ISTAC does through Al-Ghazali Chair, is a very promising combination for new knowledge and a new dawn for humanity. Jazakumullah khair, barakallahu feekum. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Change the reality by the spirit, but not try to change the spirit. That's very sentence that I got from your book. So thank you very much, Bob. I think before we are proceeding to the next speaker, we should do the Q&A session because next speakers they are online. So I think if anyone has a question in the floor, please proceed with the question. Yes, please. Yeah, please. There is a
It's very comforting to hear the message, which is so sincere. It's also a challenge because you have to be honest and you have to look at the history of Muslim thought and society and states, and you have to say, when was the Quranic maqasid and the true implications of our humanity, when was it recognized and applied? Intermittently, in specific places and times, but on the whole, maybe it was absent. And this is still the case today, because we are still strangers in a way. We have to recognize our estrangement from our Islam. And I think it was Wilford Kendall Smith who said, Muslims used to believe in God, but now they believe in Islam. And I think there's some truth in that. We reified and objectified our faith into an object of belief, to a kind of idol. And we made it a block against other blocks. So it's quite a challenge to hear your presentation for a fresh methodology which is very ancient and venerable, but has yet to be realized in our own experience. And I commend you for that. Thank you.
Barakallahu feekum. I think it depends on whether you are looking at the manifestation of Islam in terms of states or the manifestation of Islam in terms of the Ummah of Islam. In terms of states, from the middle of the 1st century, we lost the Quranic approach. And it's been a chronic problem from the time of the Umayyads all the way until today, pretty much, except for exceptions here and there, politically speaking. But if we put politics aside and we look at the Ummah is always referring to the Quranic worldview. There is always good in terms of how we define good and evil, how we see beauty, how we do trade, how we deal with family. And of course, there are deviations on any of these levels, on family, in terms of trade, but until today and from the 1st century, as an Ummah, we are fine. We are trying to, the closer we get to the Quran, the higher we are in terms of Ummah. Sometimes we are at a very high position, even though politics are really bad Today is an example, for example, in the Arab world, where I grew up in the Arab world, politics as one of its very low points. But the societies have a lot of good in them. And there are very, very honorable people everywhere. And there are people who love Islam and manifest Islam truly as husbands, wives, sons, daughters, employees, scientists, teachers, etc., medical professionals. So in terms of the Ummah, I think the Ummah had a great civilization and continues to have. In terms of politics, yes, the Quranic worldview, we lost it a long time ago. And perhaps it's important for us to look at this because the failure on the political side impacts civilization, impacts the rest of the Ummah in a very negative way. Otherwise, inshallah, the Quran is there. In any given room, you will find several people who are really attached to that book and basing their life on it. In terms of knowledge, I think we need to go a long way. And alhamdulillah, we have several scholars here who base their work on the Quran. Our Ustad, Prof. Osman, even based looking at the universe on the Quran. I read that book. And even natural sciences are based on a Quranic worldview in some of the modern scholarship. And that is very important because we don't want to have this schizophrenia between social sciences and natural sciences, and within social sciences, another schizophrenia between the sociologies, kind of sciences, and theology. This is going to make our purpose as Muslims lost in the division of discipline. So I hope that this answers the question.
Yes, please. So we will have another question, inshallah.
I cannot hear you. I'm really sorry.
The West, no, very, very scared. I'm in Australia, so I know that people in the West are very scared of Sharia law, and if we mention the Sharia, we will think that when we cut the hands for stealing or stoning for adultery. So is that person our fault as a Muslim and Muslim scholars of the Muslim world? Then what should we do as people to interpret the Sharia is not Sharia law is or good for Muslim and Muslim?
Barakallahu feekum. I think we need to differentiate between Sharia and fiqh. Sharia is the way of life that Allah revealed in the Quran that has to do with the society and humanity and the environment and everything. Sharia is not just law. Sharia is everything we do. ثُمَّ جَعَلْنَاكَ عَلَى شَرِيعَةٍ مِّنَ الْأَمْرِ. Allah told Muhammad, we put you on a Sharia. Muhammad was not just a lawyer, he was everything. You see, versus fiqh that is developed. Fiqh is understanding, and fiqh is human. Allah is not faqih. The human is faqih, but Allah is shari'. Allah made the sharia, but we understand it. We sometimes understand it right, and sometimes understand it wrong. And we do have a lot of wrong understandings in the field of sharia, but it's not sharia, in the field of fiqh. And fiqh as well is changeable with place and time. So we could agree on a different criminal code in a different time, even though there is a wisdom to the criminal. We can give another lecture on that. But you see the difference between the Sharia that Allah revealed and our fiqh, our understanding, our application that is subject to place and time. And therefore, even the criminal code that you mentioned, applying it in a pluralistic society is different from applying it in a different society, in a society of all Muslims. Applying it in a society with a lot of social problems and poverty and so forth. Applying it to the poor, or rather, not the rich. So cutting the hand of someone who, steals a wallet and not cutting a hand of someone who steals billions of dollars, that is quite problematic from a Sharia perspective, and so forth. So I'm just differentiating between Sharia and fiqh. But Sharia, yes, of course, I come from the West, and Sharia has become a very bad word in the West, and that is quite unfortunate because we need to really introduce Sharia in a better way. Sharia is not about lashing backs and cutting hands. Sharia is about the higher objectives of Islam manifested in the behavior of the people. And misinformation, people with good hearts could sift through misinformation. Our experience in the West with people who are not informed about Islam, if they have good hearts, they will find the truth about Islam. But if they have their own agendas and they don't have sincerity in their hearts, they will look for issues. And the practice of every community has issues. That's a final question.
So I think we should proceed to the second speaker because time is running too fast. Thank you very much, Prof. for your insightful sharing and so I think the next speaker is since it's online, so we will just watch it from there, inshallah. So the next speaker is Dr. Muhammad Gamal Abdul Noor from the Al-Azhar, Egypt. And his topic will be from Maqasid al-Sharia to Maqasid al-Aqidah, inshallah. So, Prof, please, assist with the online version.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. From Maqasid al-Sharia to Maqasid al-Aqidah. In the context of Maqasid al-Sharia, early consensus on the enumeration of the objectives of Islamic law started with al-Juwayni and al-Ghazali, who both set them at 5 types of preservation. First, the preservation of al-nafs, life, through hadd al-qisas, that is the penalty of retaliation. Second, the preservation of ad-din, which is religion or faith, via hadd al-ridda, the penalty for apostasy. Third, the preservation of al-nasl, that is family or lineage, through hadd al-zina, the penalty for illicit sexual intercourse. Fourth, the preservation of al-mal, that is property or wealth, through hadd al-sariqa, which is the penalty for robbery. Fifth, the preservation of al-aql, that is mind, through hadd shurub al-khamr, which is the penalty for drinking alcohol. Al-Qarafi, who lived in the 13th century, later added the maqsad of the preservation of al-ird or karama, which can be translated as honor, based on the existence of a penalty against slander or bearing false witness, which is hadd al-qadhf, the penalty for the false accusation of adultery. However, a number of observations and reservations on this 5-fold theory is in order. First, one may notice that this 5-fold typology has emerged as a positive corollary to the hudud. To put it more basically, given that the Quran and Sunnah prescribe certain physical punishments to be meted out at the misconduct of humans, there was a pressing need to explain those penalties. This 5-fold scheme of preservation offered itself as a compelling tool of explanation. Therefore, one may reasonably say that this scheme is primarily hudud-based, which seems to be a problematic base to begin with, for hudud are often culturally specific and contextually dependent. Second, There seems to be some form of inconsistency in this hudud-based scheme itself. To explain, lumping together the preservation of al-aql, wal-deen, wal-nafs, which are internal and non-material entities, alongside the preservation of al-mal, wal-nafs, al-mal, wal-nasl, which are external and material entities, does not seem to be linear or logical. Intuitively, one would have expected the classification to either consistently predicate maqasid on non-material entities such as an-nafs, or consistently predicate them on objectified positions such as al-mal. Nevertheless, this inconsistency is understandable but not necessarily justifiable when we observe that this scheme is primarily an outcome of measuring maqasid against hudud. Third, taking hudud as the starting point of maqasid al-sharia leads to another type of inconsistency. That is, according to verse 255 of Surah Al-Baqarah, Islam ensures freedom of faith and assures that God has no interest in a faith that comes through compulsion. Yet, according to this five-fold scheme, once one accepts Islam as a religion, this right is to be abandoned due to the penalty of apostasy. So, one is left with a conflict of rights and penalties in this framework. Fourth, this scheme seems to have reduced Islam to a code of law when it subdued theology to Islamic law by considering its preservation as one of its objectives. Even though theology is commonly regarded as the science of usul al-din, matters primary to the Islamic faith, as opposed to law, which is often viewed as the science of furu' al-din, that is, matters complementary to the Islamic faith. Therefore, it is the usul that should have the capacity to preserve the furu' and not the other way around. Fifth, not only did this five-fold scheme reduce Islam to a code of law, as it seems, but it also involved an intellectual jump from the genus Islam to one of its particulars, that is the Sharia, underestimating the roles that theology and Sufism have to play in the shaping of the Muslim theory of maqasid. That is, Islam's higher objective is not only the pursuit and achievement of justice, which is the function of Islamic law, but also the pursuit and achievement of truth, which is the function of Islamic theology, and also the pursuit and achievement of beauty, which is the function of Sufism, all in line with the well-known hadith of Angel Gabriel, to which I shall turn shortly. Therefore, Sharia Islamic law, Sharia is only a subcategory of Islam. This intellectual jump indicates a need to develop a theory theories of maqasid al-aqidah and a theory of maqasid al-tasawwuf, so to speak. And also, and more importantly, a theory or theories of maqasid al-Islam as a genus under which theology, law, and Sufism operate. Sixth, this classical conceptualization of maqasid al-Sharia may well have resulted in giving maqasid al-Sharia a function of mere explanation, that is, explaining the hudud, as opposed to having a function of information, whereby it could inform the fatwa making process. However, historically, the function of information did not exist as such, for maqasid al-Sharia remained on the periphery of the legal tradition, essentially becoming an area of abstraction as opposed to action, largely alienated from the minds of most jurists when forming their fatwas. It was only in modern Islam when maqasid al-Sharia was brought to the fore as such. Seventh, the classical theory is more conservative rather than acquisitive. That is, it largely reduced the role of maqasid to the function of preservation, underrating the function of acquisition, talab. So preservation is hifz, acquisition is talab. While the faqih, the Muslim jurist, is often concerned with preserving the higher objectives of the Islamic tradition, in the latter, that is, in the theory of acquisition as opposed to preservation, in the latter he is additionally concerned with pursuing the means that may capture those higher objectives and the instruments that may promote them. Finally, and more germane to our subject here, centralizing hudud may have contributed to the underdevelopment of maqasid al-aqidah. For the weakest of all hudud in terms of authenticity and the most controversial in terms of its authority is the penalty of apostasy, which is the one and only theology-related penalty in this scheme. Had the genre of maqasid al-sharia taken a value-based system instead of a hudud-based system, a value-based or a virtue-based system instead of a hudud-based system, I argue, different objectives may have been developed. It should be noted that I am not unique in my critiques of the classical theory. Allal al-Fasi in his Maqasid al-Sharia al-Islamiyyati wa Makarimha, the objectives of the Sharia and its merits, recognized a number of issues with the classical hudud-based theory of maqasid and therefore attempted to develop the idea that the governing and defining value behind this hudud-based system is the pursuit and achievement of justice. The same applies to Muhammad Salim al-Awwa in his The Objectives of Justice, the objective of justice in the Noble Quran. Similarly, Al-Raisuni wrote the treatise Maqasid al-Maqasid, the objectives of the objectives, in an attempt to develop an underlying value-based structure to the genre of maqasid. That is to say that not a few contemporary scholars have felt the need to look for ethical values behind the Islamic legal system. Therefore, they argue that justice is the byproduct of the legalization and application of hudud. Put differently, maqasid exists to promote justice. In the light of the above critiques, the proposed alternative here not only attempts to base the Islamic tradition on a system of ethical values, but it also aims to give the genre of maqasid two other functions in addition to the function of preservation. Those two functions are acquisition and promotion, whereby acquisition precedes the function of preservation, and promotion succeeds it. Hence, maqasid will not only be viewed as preservers of truth, justice, and beauty, but also as acquirers and promoters of such values. In doing so, the function of the maqasid would also move from mere explanation of hudud, from being a mere explanation of hudud and its likes, to having an active participation in the formation and promotion of the underlying values of the tradition. This active participation would also ensure that maqasid wouldn't be seen as static entities, but rather as dynamic ones that speak to the actual realities of Muslims and help them materialize the higher objectives of their tradition in their respective social and cultural realities. This is partly why I believe in the concept of provisional truth, as shall be explained later. In the light of the above, what I am offering here is the widening of the scope of maqasid to include the genres of theology and Sufism, and the basing of this genre not on penalties but rather on moralities. To recall the argument with which I began, I contend that there are three mother values that Islam came to pursue, preserve, and promote. Truth, that is truth, al-haq, justice, al-adl, and beauty, which is al-jamal. These three values correspond to three aspects from the Islamic fields of interest: theology, law, and Sufism. I argue that while Islamic law's major objective is the pursuit, preservation, and promotion of justice, and Sufism's major objective is the pursuit, preservation, and promotion of beauty, Islamic theology's major objective is the pursuit, preservation, and promotion of truth. These three values are extracted from the well-known hadith of Angel Gabriel. The narrative of this hadith contains three constituents that embody the best summary of the core of Islam. First, Islam, with its 5 pillars. Second, Iman, with its 6 articles. Third, Ihsan, which is simply exercising that which is beautiful and excellent. This hadith exists with some variation in words in both Sahih al-Bukhari and Sahih Muslim, the soundest books of hadith in the Sunni tradition, and is described by Nawawi as the pillar of Islam. With this hadith in mind, I reduced the above 3 key values: truth, justice, and beauty. Truth is contained in theology, justice is contained in law, and beauty is contained in Sufism. One might ask, however, why al-haq and not falah, that is success, or najah, that is salvation, or any other outcome-based theory? Why shouldn't they be taken as the key objective of Islamic theology? I would say that falah and najah and any other outcome-based theory may well serve as a valid objective, but not to Islamic theology per se, but rather to Islam as a whole, the genus, which is a separate genre in itself that has also been overshadowed by the overemphasis on maqasid al-sharia, as I clarified earlier. As for my choice of al-haq as the overriding objective of Islamic theology, I relied upon 4 principles that have been identified by Al-Tahir ibn Ashur, who is arguably the most significant contributor to maqasid al-sharia in the 20th century. These 4 principles are certitude, that is thubut, evidence, that is dhuhur, consistency, that is indibat, and regularity, that is ittirad. First, he argued that a maqsad is certain when it engenders decisive knowledge or high probability bordering on certainty. Second, a maqsad is evident when it is so obvious that scholars would neither dispute its meaning nor most of them would confuse it with anything else. Third, a maqsad is consistent when its interpretation is decisive and has precise limits to it that it doesn't exceed or fail to meet. Fourth, a maqsad is regular when its interpretation does not change according to circumstances of place, people, or age. An example is the preservation of lineal identity, that is hifz al-nasab, which is the purpose of the Sharia in instituting marriage. It is evident, certain, consistent, and regular that it can't be confused with the preservation of lineal identity through, for example, love relationships, whereby a female prostitute would attribute her child to a specific man among those who have had sexual intercourse with her. While Ibn Ashur applied those principles to legal texts, I extend them to theological texts too. The rationale behind the applicability of those principles to theology is that these are not law-based or law-specific principles, but rather text-based principles. If they successfully apply to law-specific texts, there is nothing that may hamper their applicability to theology-specific texts. Hence, these universal principles can arguably be used to test any text-based tradition. Using inference, deduction, and induction as methods to systematically apply the principles of certitude, evidence, consistency, and regularity to theology-specific texts, I found that the pursued preservation and promotion of al-haq meets each of those principles. While I don't have the time to go through the examples which in the Quran which show the centrality and the regularity and the certitude and the evidence of al-haq in the Quran, it may suffice here to say that the preservation, promotion, and pursuit of al-haq is the mother value of Islamic theology. One final thing before I come to the conclusion of this is basically the question that is, what is the nature of the truth that Islamic theology came to pursue, preserve, and promote? How does Islamic theology view itself in comparison to other truth claims? Does it see itself as the only path to truth, or does it recognize any validity to non-Islamic theologies of truth? These are questions that I deal with in the remaining parts of my book, The Higher Objectives of Islamic Theology. And I hope I get another chance to present the rest of this argument. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Following to the next speaker as well, it will be online version. So call upon Dr. Claire Gillane from the Cambridge Muslim College, UK. The topic will be Tawheed as a structuring principle in Islamic epistemology.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Can you hear me first?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay, wonderful. So then the second step is sharing my screen. So just bear with me a second. I mean, sharing my PowerPoint. It doesn't seem to show from where I am, so I'll just try. If it doesn't work, I'll send it on the... Just a second.
Yes, it's clear to...
Okay, wonderful. So hopefully you can both hear me and see my PowerPoint now.
Yes. Please proceed.
Okay, very good. Right, so once again, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So this research, this paper is based on a research project undertaken, started with the Zentrum für Islamische Theologie at Tübingen University, so I'm still affiliated with them, and now supported by Cambridge Muslim College in the UK. So in this broader research project, I study the genre of Tartib al-Ulum in the production of 17th and 18th century Islamic scholars. By the early modern period, the genre had already undergone quite a fair amount of changes from the Aristotelian or encyclopedic inspired models to those more directly serving practical pedagogical needs. While there is arguably no unified way to organize the sciences, but a plurality of models in Islam, my comparative study of various iterations of the genre by different Muslim scholars from the 17th and 18th centuries shows the holistic dimension of their epistemic models. For the purpose of this conference, I focus on al-Qanun fi ahkam al-ilm wa ahkam al-alim wa ahkam al-muta'allim, written by the 17th century Moroccan Sufi scholar Al-Yusi. My paper explains how the interdependent, cohesive, and holistic dimensions of Al-Yusi's Islamic episteme is directly premised on Islamic theology. So this is the argument in the paper that I would like to propose and explain. More specifically, I explore the role of the tripartite theological principle of Iman, Islam, and Ihsan, and the function of Tawheed in unifying all the sciences towards the shared higher objective of knowledge of the divine. This organizational model is not explicit in the text in Al-Yusi's Qanun, precisely as it pertains to the latent structure of Islamic knowledge, according to Al-Yusi. I will also explain why I think this epistemic system is quite remarkable in that it marks a departure from previous models largely inspired by Aristotelian philosophy and or the language of fiqh. Here, previous models are not entirely erased, of course, but they are partially eclipsed to make room for an epistemic system based on the definition of the deen. So my presentation is going to be in three parts: the historical and intellectual background, Morocco in the late 17th century, a description and analysis of Al-Qanun, and then the theological structure of Al-Yusi's classification of the sciences. So because, I mean, we only have like 20 minutes, so the first part, I'm just going to go through and very, very, very quickly through it. Hopefully all this will be, later publications, so there will be more space for development. So as I said, Al-Yusi was born in the, and died in 1102 Hijri, so 1691. He is a scholar from Morocco, and he barely left Morocco. He was born in the Malouia region between the middle and the high Atlas Mountains of Morocco. So just going to go to this slide with a map, which I hope you can see. He studied and taught first in the south, so in the region of Marrakesh and Taroudant, until the 1650s, so until he was about 20 years old. And then he moved to Tamrout, so where he studied and received initiation at the feet of the Sheikh Mohammed bin Nasir, the founder of the Tariqa Nasiriya, a branch of the Shadili Sufi order. Al-Yusi received an education where revealed and transmitted knowledge of the heart and speculative knowledge were never separated. Al-Yusi was affiliated to the Shadili Tariqa, and he was also a Maliki jurist and an Ash'ari theologian. So I won't go through all his teaching, all his learning and then teaching, etc. But the idea is that really his learning and teaching was all encompassing. So he was also the founder of he spent quite a while at the Zawiya Vadila, which you can see, I think, on the map. You can see Tamrout, you can see, Sijin Massa, where he spent quite some time as well. And Dila is, in fact, here in the middle. So he spent, I think, 15 years in this Zawiya where he gave education. It was a place of spiritual retreat, but also a place of political negotiations. And there was a conquest of the Alawis, and the Zawiya was ransacked, and he had to move up north to Fas, stayed for a couple of years, and then moved back to the south, etc. But he's really a scholar who is, whose really life was spent in Morocco, writing and teaching. And so Al-Yusi wrote in a number of fields, in particular, let me see, I think this is, no, this is the slide. Yeah, he wrote in a number of fields, in particular, kalam, mantiq, tasawwuf, usul al-fiqh, in al-bahath wal-munadara, in adab as well. He wrote Mirror of Princes, he wrote Farh Rasa, he wrote Proverbs, poetry, in rhetoric as well. And he also, the first volume actually has been lately published, Muhadarat, which are like, it's a autobiography basically, but it's got also adab in it and many other things. And of course, his late work latest, in fact, is the work on epistemology and pedagogy titled, as I said, Al-Qanun fi Ahkam al-Ilm. So now I will give you a description of an analysis of the Qanun. So the purpose of the Qanun is to give a complete overview of the principles of Islamic knowledge and of the sciences pertaining to it, their contents and functions, as well as to serve as a guide in the etiquette of teaching and learning. At the highest level, the book connects epistemology with pedagogy, theory with practice. The Qanun opens with a section on epistemology, where Al-Yusi discusses the nature of knowledge, its origins, that is, whether it comes from the mind, the senses of the heart, and also its agents, whether the agent of knowledge is divine, human, or angelic. But also, the scope of knowledge, the various categorization that you can find in Islamic sciences, whether theoretical, practical, ancient, modern, necessary or immediate, speculative, imaginative, or transmitted. This epistemological presentation, so here you've got the breakdown of the book, of the manuscript. So this this epistemological presentation ends with the 10th chapter, if you like, in the printed edition, a chapter dedicated to the organization of the sciences according to their subject matter. Now, although not indicating it as a new chapter, a new fasl, Al-Yusi then moves to the two main sections of his book, namely one devoted to the philosophical sciences, followed by a section on the Islamic sciences. So those are the two main parts in the book. In his exposition of the philosophical sciences, Al-Yusi offers a classification that recalls the Aristotelian tripartite system of theoretical sciences, practical sciences, and productive sciences. Al-Yusi focuses only on the theoretical and the practical sciences, so leaving out the productive sciences. However, some of the productive sciences reappear later directly under the rubric actually of Islamic sciences. So remember, I'm still here talking about the first main part, the philosophical sciences. And as I said, Al-Yusi offers a classification that recalls the Aristotelian tripartite system. I won't develop this part, but I just say that inspired by the prophetic principle according to which al-amal bin-niyya, that is, the rewards of the deeds are by the intentions, Al-Yusi does not condemn philosophical sciences a priori, but rather contends that all four Islamic legal categories, that is, the forbidden, the permissible, the encouraged, and the obligatory, apply. depending on the objectives of the person engaging in these sciences. So Al-Yusi explains, for instance, that magic, which is forbidden by general consensus, may be studied for the purpose of learning how to differentiate between magic and miracles. Or the study of literature, which is permitted by general consensus, may be forbidden if the intention is to ridicule a person. Now, the second major section in the book is the section called Islamic Sciences, Al-Ulum al-Islamiyya, which the author subdivides in 14 chapters. So you can see here the breakdown of these sciences. I mean, Usul al-Din, Ilm al-Kalam, and so on and so forth. I will go a bit through it. So the category of Islamic, and this is a very important point, is not a religious category, but rather a chronological. I mean, that's my contention. Rather a chronological category, since it allows him to distinguish between the ancient, that is the pre-Islamic sciences, also referred to as the philosophical sciences, and the sciences coming with and after the advent of Islam. He does not oppose the religious sciences to the non-religious sciences, but rather states that the adjective Islamic applies to any science, I quote, being used and practiced amongst the community. He uses the term millah, amongst the community of Islam, or benefiting the religion of Islam, either directly or indirectly, end of quote. Al-Yusi proposes here an original definition of what constitutes an Islamic science based on the community. It's a community-based definition. As a time marker, it allows them to consider how the pre-Islamic or philosophical sciences carried over into Islamic times and were developed to serve the needs of new Islamic polities. Therefore, sciences which are strictly speaking religious, shara'i, namely usul al-din, fiqh, tasawwuf, tafsir, hadith, usul al-fiqh, and the sciences which are non-religious, غير شرعي, so namely various sciences of language, etc., medicine, natural philosophy, mathematics, are also featured under the umbrella term of Islamic, because they've been carried over and they benefit the community. This early modern Islamic conception of knowledge allows us to problematize contemporary anxieties over what is religious and what is secular, the adversarial separation premised between the two, and the equation of religion with faith and science with reason. The difference between religious and non-religious sciences did exist, but it did not appear as a threat. Al-Yusi acknowledges differences, for instance, between knowledge of the divine amongst the ancients and kalam in Islam. But the scholar interprets these differences in terms of transfer, complementarity, and perfecting, rather than in terms of antagonism or competition. The PowerPoint, I mean, yeah, I'm keeping an eye on the PowerPoint, no worries. So the 14 chapters correspond to the 14 main sciences that Al-Yusi places under the rubric of Islamic sciences. He gives pride of place to the science of Usul al-Din, providing first an understanding of its remit in the formative period, and then different types of creeds prevalent in Islam. He then moves to, so after Kalam comes, and again, so I need to go up, in fact. After Usul al-Din and Ilm al-Kalam come, Ilm al-Fiqh, and then the science of Sufism, Ilm al-Tasawwuf, defined as the science which brings together knowledge with action and love. That's the way he frames it. Then he proposes 3 sciences which are foundational but sought for other than themselves. So those, the first 3 sciences, Kalam or Usul al-Din, Fiqh and Tasawwuf, are what he calls the, what I would define as the autotelic sciences, that is sciences sought for themselves. Then he has 3 other sciences, what I would call the exotelic sciences, that is, the sciences sought for other than themselves, namely the science of exegesis, the methodology of hadith, and then sixth, science of the principles of jurisprudence. And finally, Al-Yusi embeds a third degree of science called the auxiliary sciences. Again, just concerned with time, so I won't develop here. But I will move to my third part now, the theological structure of Al-Yusi's classification of the sciences. So that's the third part. Overall, Al-Yusi's epistemological system is holistic, by which I mean that comprehension of the parts are intimately interconnected, and they are explicable only by reference to the whole, which is the knowledge of God and God's commands. His embedded and interdependent system problematizes hierarchies. The superior position of the autotelic or the self-referential sciences does not imply domination over the exotelic or instrumental sciences. Indeed, the autotelic sciences are utterly dependent on the instrumental sciences to reach their own goals. Furthermore, Al-Yusi uses theology as a template for epistemology. So I think that also this is the core of my presentation, which is that indeed the tripartite system division between usul al-din, fiqh, and tasawwuf recalls a hadith which has just been mentioned by my colleague in the audio recording. There's the hadith Jibreel, in which the angel Gabriel came to Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and asked him about the deen of Islam. On this occasion, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, laid out the principles of Iman, Islam, and Ihsan in the form of the 6 articles of faith, the 5 pillars of religion, and the definition of Ihsan. The epistemological center of Al-Yusi's system, the 3 fundamental sciences, is modeled on the core principles of Islamic theology. That is, that usul al-din, or the principles of religion, stands for the science framing Iman, fiqh represents Islam, and tasawwuf, as you may have guessed by now, the science teaching Ihsan. And just as all the 3 principles, the 3 aspects, are interdependent in the deen of Islam, just as orthodoxy doesn't go without orthopraxy, the intellect without the heart, speculation without embodiment. In the same respect, Al-Yusi conceives of an epistemology that is integrative and holistic. According to the current state of my research, Al-Yusi would be the first scholar to propose an epistemic system modeled on the Islamic tripartition, Iman, Islam, and Ihsan. And in a sense, he formalized as the defining framework for Islamic epistemology a structure that had already been used by preceding Islamic scholars, but in other specific sciences. And this is where my slide now comes from. So I'm just giving you in this slide some example from various Islamic scholars who use these 3 pillars or principles to organize their own work. So again, I'm hoping I'm not, just to give you one example. The Aqidah text. So for instance, Al-Murshid al-Mu'in, also known as under the title of Manzuma by Ibn Ashir. And then I was mentioning also the Aqidah text of the Hanbali theologian, Sulaiman Najmuddin Tufi. So died 1316. And this in this book, in this Aqidah text, Al-Tufi structures his Aqidah according to a series of pillars, the Arkan, which are related every time to Iman, Islam, and Ihsan. And there is another example that I found in Al-Bajuri, in which Al-Bajuri, so I won't go into these details, rather move on. But at the end of his development on the three foundational sciences, or din, fiqh, and tasawwuf, and before moving to the other sciences, building on these foundations, Al-Yusi adds a 5-page section called Al-Tariq. So it's called Al-Tariq fil Jumla, Al-Ilm wal-Amal wal-Muwahiba. So this is on this that I would like to end my presentation. There's 5 pages again, which come at the end of his presentation of the 3 foundational sciences of Islam. Now, this part is fundamental as it explains how the 3 foundations ultimately unite into coherent and cohesive epistemology. Islamic epistemology is not understood as an aggregate of separate and potentially collusive sciences, serving various social ends and needs, but as a series of interdependent sciences uniting towards the knowledge of God. The theology of Tawheed validates Al-Yusi's epistemic system. In other words, just as the tripartite theological distinction of Iman, Islam, and Ihsan unite at the higher level of the deen, right? Iman, Islam, Ihsan uniting at the higher level of the deen, so too the sciences unite, and that's what I would like to argue, unite at the higher level of the purpose of knowledge, namely perfecting our awareness of God, servitude, and return to God. So, Tawheed. I will not have the time, I believe, to read those slides. I'm more than happy to share the slides with anyone who is interested, so they can just write to me. Because I translated, I'm actually also, part of the project is translating part of the books that I'm studying. And so these are the definition, these 5 pages are translated here. So the part on what is knowledge, then what is action. But basically knowledge must lead to action, which leads to muwahiba, okay? And so this is the pages on action and the page on muwahiba or aptitude. And so I just want to say, to wrap up and conclude that these concluding pages remind Al-Yusi's readers that the deen, theology, can be used as a template to design an epistemic system, with the 3 foundational sciences constituting ilm, just as the 3 principles of Islam constitute the deen. Second, they remind readers that knowledge, I'm talking here about those concluding pages, they remind readers that knowledge is not an end in itself, but it is only of value if put directly in practice, that is towards amal. In fact, ilm is only the beginning in a system. So ilm is only of interest if it's directly put in practice, amal, but with the intention of the purification of the heart. And doing the right actions then ultimately feeds into what Al-Yusi call aptitude, or what I translate as aptitude, muwahiba. This recalls the Ghazalian model of the training of the soul, and more generally, the Sufi understanding of human beings as creatures of habituation. The more one does good, the more one becomes habituated to it. And the more one does bad, the more inclined one becomes to it. Here, the aptitude developed is one of reliance on God and of seeing God. Yes, I'm just finishing. I'm like literally the couple of lines. So here the aptitude developed is one of reliance on God and of seeing God in all of our actions and states. In other words, knowledge is organized following the theological concept of Tawheed, and it ultimately offers a perfected return to Tawheed. In clarifying the theological foundation and theological end of knowledge, I would argue that Al-Yusi provides a model for an Islamic epistemology, the reduction of Islam to religion obsessed with rules and regulations, the so-called hegemony of fiqh of usul din tasawwuf, the treatment of Sufism as a separated anomalous excrescence from Islam, have served colonial and secular projects, but are far removed from the traditional holistic understanding of epistemology in Islam. The Islamic model departs in important ways from the postmodern secularized model, and not just because the first is religious and the second is non-religious or anti-religion. The grounds of departure are as follows. The Islamic model is holistic, not compartmentalized. It is ethical. It is as ethical in that it is established to naturally generate right ethical choices and actions, and holds standards of truth, justice, and morality, such as shunning self-aggrandizement or power of subjection through knowledge. It is also purposeful in that it recognizes that actions in this world all have one final destination. The purpose of speculative knowledge is the transformation of the self through the development of aptitudes. This is Al-Yusi's model. But these aptitudes, which are the ultimate consequences of engagement with knowledge, according to Islam, these aptitudes are actually meant to deflate the ego, the nafs, and nurture a sense of vulnerability and servitude. According to Al-Yusi, if the Islamic episteme can be said to function holistically, this is not only because the sciences, Islamic and non-Islamic, are interconnected and interdependent, but also because they are all subsumed under Tawheed and turn towards one higher objective, namely a return to the divine. So, Jazakallahu khairan for your attention and your feedbacks. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much, Dr. Claire Galen, for your insightful sharing session. So, because of the time shortness, we just request the participant, if you have the questions, you can directly contact Dr. Claire. So, let's forward to the next speaker, which is our keynote speaker 2, Professor Dr. Timothy Winter. He is well known as the Sheikh Abdul Hakim Murad, is currently the Sheikh Zayed Lecturer of Islamic Studies at the Faculty of Divinity, University of Cambridge, and Director of Studies in Theology at Wolfson College. So let's start with the video recorder.
Sorry.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. A frequent but rather overdue turn in recent Western scholarship on Islamic theology and law has been the observation, rather an obvious one for traditional madrasa alumni, that classical Muslim thought quite typically favoured indeterminate and probabilistic positions. It's the conclusion reached by Aaron Zaisau and Wa'il Halak, two major interpreters of the tradition. Pre-modern Islam was, as indicated by the title of Bauer's recent book, a culture of ambiguity. Before modernization, the Muslim world was characterized by a dynamic yet socially sustaining polysemy, so that, as Bauer says, the process of making ambiguous is constitutive of Sunnism. These authors have not hesitated to offer views on the contemporary meaning of this discovery. For instance, Bauer speculates on the postmodern potential of the Islamic post-formative tradition, hoping that it renders Muslim theology particularly fluid and open to engagement with the drift of contemporary German and European moral culture. The rather transparent subcolonial instrumentalizing of the heritage apart, any scrutiny of the post-formative Muslim canon will generally bear out this perception of polysemy, which it's taken Orientalism rather too long to apprehend. Possibly there's a parallel in the sluggishness of old European discussions about Jewish law, which assumed a natural disloyalty to the nation-state in Torah-observant Jews, who were thought to be wedded to a closed and immutable canon which defined their identity and difference, before it was noticed that rabbinic culture in its dominant Talmudic mode represents precisely a culture of ambiguity, with Judaic authenticity conceived as the habitus of a mobile conversation. But we're not going to pursue that analogy here. Instead, my purpose in launching this Manon d'Essai will be to show scriptural, mystical, and philosophical theological tawheed as presenting an internal etiology and grammar which may generate a rather distinctive but not unintelligible mode of engagement with late modern conversations in the publicly secular West. To this end, I will recruit the French philosopher and artist Pierre Klossowski, whose distinctive contribution to the pathology of modern subjectivity, derived in large measure from an unusual cohabitation of Nietzsche with St. Teresa of Avila, offers a suggestive indication of how to parse Sunnism's juxtaposition of revealed certainty with a culture of ambiguity and of openness. The debate is obviously significant. Across Europe now, under the alarm of nativists, non-migrant birth rates are in free fall. This we might term the biopause, an evolution which seems to follow two stages. Firstly, post-industrial secularizing humanity ruptures the symbiosis with other orders of nature, prompting their rapid collapse. And this is followed by a second episode in which humanity itself turns away from self-replication. The sexual revolution of the 1960s, detached now from the Haight-Ashbury spiritualities which sought to sacralize it, has simply generated a declining non-proleptic libidinal which has perfectly inverted the Augustinian ideal of procreation without desire. The pandemic of dissociative identity disorders intensifies this sense of disengagement from the body, while Jung's eternal child, puer aeternus, is the inevitable fruit of the puberty blockers delivered by modern education. We have fewer children, but childhood lasts for longer. Towards this biopausal Europe sails a flotilla of flimsy arcs carrying migrants who mostly bear the charism of Ishmael and Hajar, archetypal exile people. These new Europeans are not only pre-biopausal in their fecundity, but remain rooted in traditional cultures with high and even rising levels of religiosity, as suggested by the 15th Arab Youth Survey this year, or by Michael Robbins of the Arab Barometer, who observes, as he says, that youth aged 18 to 29 have led the return to religion across the Middle East and North Africa over the past 10 years. Against this, there is Europe's eternal return to its dichotomy of self and other, and the new sub-Christian nationalisms emerging across the continent, the reappearance of a chronic immune reaction against the Semitisms, pitch Apollo against Dionysus, the linear and the closed against the biotic and polymorphous, a perennial theme of European self-definition since the time of Euripides. But some are asking James Baldwin's question, do I really want to be integrated into a burning house? To some Muslim skeptics, the late modern West presents a schema of demerits, the fentanyl zombies of inner-city Portland or Philadelphia, the mental health plague, the culture wars which in the name of diversity stigmatize the traditional social practices of many migrants, and a growing economic stasis combined with deepening structural inequality. Never has Adorno's question seemed less absurd of why mankind, instead of entering into a truly human condition, is sinking into a new kind of barbarism, generated by the indefatigable self-destructiveness of enlightenment. Thus we hear assorted, provocative prophecies of an Ishmaelite future. Bishop Athanasius Schneider, for instance, tells us that a Muslim Europe is inevitable, while the atheist Camille Paglia predicts that the passion of Islam will win throughout the West, just as Christianity once won over the epicene, androgynous and hedonistic Roman Empire. As she writes, I will continue to celebrate androgyny, but I am under no illusions about what it may portend for the future. It seems more likely, of course, that the West will be taken over by artificial general intelligence rather than by Muslims. It is the West science which will turn the lights off and complete the biopause. But our question presses. Mainstream political thought has been allergic to dealing with the Ishmaelite presence in the Western mix and with the associated Muslim political theories. It took 9/11 to jolt Habermas out of his musings on something he was calling the Judeo-Christian persistence. And the sociological and ethnographic accounts even less frequently take account of Islam's internal theological and juridical processes, while Bauer's promising culture of ambiguity is hardly referenced at all. As Talal Asad complains, it is too often forgotten that the world of Islam is a concept for organizing historical narratives, not the name for a self-contained collective agent. But slowly there is taking place a grand remplacement of the episteme. In the universities, Christian theology is giving way to religious studies, but Orientalism is giving way to normative Muslims who choose to operate in a theological idiom. Weber's steel cage is being unexpectedly rattled. If academe is the keystone to Debord's spectacle, which is the ruling order's non-stop discourse about itself, its never-ending monologue of self-praise, hierarchical society's ambassador to itself, let us claim that Islamic theology represents the most significant site of epistemic difference in the academy, resisting the intense conformism of academic coloniality, which assumes the unique appropriateness of discourses flowing from Europe's Enlightenment. Even post-colonial theory scarcely impresses as an alternative, subaltern-aligned episteme. Gayatri Spivak, for instance, was a convent girl, and her voice does seem magisterially Western. The academy continues to melt and reconstitute the other through the pyroclastic flow of colonial westernization throughout the globe. One could say, il n'y a pas d'or Occident, and this maxim is hardly unthought. But it can be claimed just that an Ishmaelite theology, rooted in the immensity of Islam's library and the Sunnah Lebensform, is emerging as a site of discordance and rupture, interrogating the doctrine that only the West generates true universals, and that the ethical is rightly determined only among nos semblables, Rawls's cosy guild of good people. Ishmael here, as scripturally, is the exceptional paradigmatic outsider, the Comanche outside the ring of wagons. His does remain a site of extreme precarity. His thinking flickers in a sort of intellectual dark web unsuspected by elites. But as a Klosowskian reading of subjectivity suggests, he is a paradigm of the Westernly unthought, a Semitic advocate of a polysemy of alternate indices of truth. If the Frankfurt School is ultimately yet another self-referential epicycle of a Eurocentric historiography, then classical Islam, or some interpretation thereof, is a metacritical theory. We shall see how this might go shortly. Bauer's account of Ishmaelite discursive polysemy does not attempt a deep probing of its origins, the logic of Kalam and Sufism as the substrate of the diverse Islamic form of life is not assessed. He does, however, note the etiology of its contemporary surrogates. Islamism and most of the Salafi fundamentalisms comprise by their own logic a linearization of Islam. Vincent Cornell describes how their Sharia has been transformed by a reactive engagement with colonialism to become, as he says, a creedal calculus. Instead of an umbrella of inclusiveness, ideological Islam has become a totem of separateness. So the war on terror is, as John Gray insists, a Western civil war, with traditional Muslims looking on in perplexity, while the Islamists burn the libraries and carry out autos da fe against the surviving custodians of the old polysemy. This paroxysmic utopianism is not a reformation so much as a deformation. It deforms the culture of ambiguity into a totalitarian Western imposition of a strong linearity. In Khaldunian fashion, the conquered have once more emulated the conquerors. Linearization and the general homogenization of the Sunni conversation were the outcomes of 19th and 20th century Muslim reflexes against the Occidental colonial insistence on systematic Western ratio as the guarantor of organizational and military triumph, yoked unevenly to Wahhabizing rejections of creedal and practical difference. Traditional Muslim analysis attacks this deformation from multiple angles, the variety of which seems to support the authenticity of their polemic. For instance, the Bosnian theologian Rusmir Mahmud Jahajic, who has written extensively on what he calls the ideological distortion of Islam, identifies a failure to recall scriptures or anthropology. It's immemorial, the verse at Surah 7, verse 172, which shows humanity united in affirmation of the Creator's presence in a prologue in heaven, and which goes on to remark, had thy Lord willed, he would have made mankind one nation, but they continue in their differences. The anamnesis of a before-birth world enables the thought of the equal otherness of human others and a sharpened conscience of theophanic difference. More than in Plato's Phaedo, the memory of a lost congregation of souls reveals a divine purpose in manifesting the human order. This diagnosis by Mahmoud Chihayich seems credible, and it is certainly interesting that the Islamists seldom cite this verse, which pre-Defamation Muslims had regarded as foundational. His seems to be only one form of the diagnosis, however, and here, to suggest pathways to the retrieval of a full theology of Muslim participation in contemporary debates on morality and citizenship, I will attempt to list some other determinants of the post-formative culture of ambiguity, locating these ultimately in the justifying principle of the Ishmaelite form of life. One place to start, quite distinct from Mahmoud Chahayich's, might be Louis Massignon's understanding of Islam as a type of Judeo-shamanism. Pondering the mystery of the Quran's appearance after Christ, he describes it as a kind of divine reminder or pointer to the natural law. Islam shows God achieving what he calls a temporal involution, a remontée towards the most distant past. Abraham ends the tribal and points to the axial, but the charism of Ishmael retrieves the non-linearity of the primeval past without replacing Isaac's particularity with an Arab ethnocentrism. Islam is axial in Karl Jaspers's sense and seeks to transform every people even though its metabolism is recognizably archaic. The Arabic language is, to quote Massignon, the purest Semitic language whose word order prioritizes the action over the agent. Anthropocentrism is thus ruled out, as in archaic times. Its immense lexicon of synonyms and near-synonyms and its mantic cadences express the Ishmaelite oracle to the one who is wrapped in his mantle, the truth-teller of the newly universal Abrahamic. Even the alphabet seems to reflect this. Ideograms, hieroglyphs, Hebrew, Gutenberg, and QWERTY divide locutions with interruptions, while the Arabic script is cursive, female, polymorphous, Selenic. Non-paratactic in sentence structure, the enchanted language's perlocutionally yield on the enraptured hearer is more often an infinite sequence of intensities than a logical sequence of argument. The scripture does not begin in the beginning, but is, almost in Deleuze's and Guattari's sense, a rhizome, a mass of roots, its internal structure permitting many equal points of entry and cessation. Unlike the linear and arborescent pattern of static Western thought, the rhizomic discourse seems to oppose, in Masoumi's sense, the state philosophy of the West with the sort of nomadic thought commended in the Anti-Oedipus. Perhaps it's no coincidence that the ultimate statement of nonlinear writing in Europe, Finnegan's Wake, is replete with Quranic and Islamic references. Klossowski's novel Le Baphomet recurrently indicates this, describing the present age in which no further souls may be saved. It declares that a new humanity, beyond good and evil, has been created. In this post-salvific environment, we become newly aware of the irrelevance of fixity and closure, and the importance only of variations in intensity. Linear time breaks down, as in Finnegan's Wake, and the Qur'an's fluid use of tenses. Islam is always the subtext. Teresa of Avila, the mystic profoundly influenced by Sufism, discourses anachronistically with a character named Friedrich, who is simultaneously Frederick Barbarossa, the Philo-Islamic king who attempted to overthrow Christendom's societal uniformity, and also Nietzsche, who identified Islam with the Dionysian principle, against Christianity, understood as the sign of Apollonian detachment from the flesh and the victory of ressentiment. The strange novel weaves together many themes, but ultimately considers the eternal return, Nietzsche's experienced dynamic ontology of flux, which, as in Escherism, seems to deny the reality of time. Expansion and contraction are simultaneous, and the highest philosophy is a sudden disclosure of this, as happened famously to Nietzsche himself, made ecstatic by the majestic enigma of the Engadine. Deleuze and Guattari, in their search for a nomadic retrieval of a more organic and embodied subjectivity, locate one form of this in the sister Semitism. In their short book on Kafka, they note the eminence of what they call the tensor, the contronym with multiple opposing indications, frequent in the Hebrew language of Kafka's forebears. The supreme gift of Scripture turns out to be not the law, but the polyvalent exegesis of the rabbis. The radical embodiedness of the cantillated discourse with its glottal stops and vocalized tonalities suggests language as a kind of bodily secretion. In its organicism, it is variant, cyclical, and affective. This reading of rabbinic culture seems to indicate a way of understanding the textuality of Muslim revelation. The very bodily symptoms of the initial prophetic reception, the infleshed courtesies and pharyngeal and labial control required by tajweed cantillation, all bespeak the archaic-sounding organicism of the oracle. As Nietzsche insisted, thought begins with the body, not the mind. The text's ambiguities yield parallel significations which are not resolved through any Hegelian dialectic, but are frequently left to stand by the commentarial tradition of tafsir. Again, the contrast with Islamism is very notable. We could begin to say here in Nietzschean terms that the normative Ishmaelite reception of the oracle is Dionysian, while the modern Islamist reading is Apollonian, in what the sage of Germany would consider a subversive Pauline turn. This incantatory poem, syncopated by the conventions of oral and not literate culture, forbids the confinement of meaning by its intensity. Recall Byung-Chul Han. A poem has a sensual physical dimension that eludes its sense, the signified. It is the excess of the signifier that condenses the poem into a thing. In the Qur'an's case, the primordialism of the narrative evokes ancient validations of the libidinal, experienced not as a prompt towards acquisition, but as an aspiration of the divine name Al-Hayy, the living, in the human clay. The Sunnah is thus a paradigm of the Dionysian. The Qur'an produces a reality which finds that the divine inscriber has written his nature into nature itself, in which a will to power is recognized as a true part of nature. Desiring a desirable cosmos, which the book sensuously describes, and the libidinal function, not limited to the erotic, constructs a reality in the auditor's subconscious, or what Klosowski will call a simulacrum, that slowly sees cosmic diversity as a pleroma of the one. So where the scripture says that all the oceans turned to ink would not suffice for God's words, it hints that only orality can carry the proper intensity of the logos, the word-made book. Ink must be finite. The divine speech, like all the divine essential attributes, is finite when distinguished from God, but infinite when understood as a modality or hypostatic evolution of his essence. The signifier is infinitely excessive, and so exegetic closure is inconceivable. The auditor hears an arabesque whose repeated geometry has no natural bounds. But although the meaning is only an indicant, dalala, and not a definitive account, the song of this super-replete logos has shaped the impulses of the Ishmaelite audience, creating a diverse but nonetheless broadly recognizable Muslim habitus of values. God's nature is absolutely other, and the messenger advised us not to think about its essence, but traces of its norms in history are recounted in Scripture's prophetic pericopes. From these epics, the listener understands that Islam came with an ethically reparative purpose. Not only do the prophetic sagas, most of which hint at collectivist and political impulses, cumulatively shape the Muslim sense of God's moral nature, but they also indicate that Ishmaelite religion is more than an affirmation of previous Abrahamic stories. The Bible's texts of terror, some of which are so alarmingly deployed by modern Christian and Jewish nationalists, are processed and ethicized. Hajar herself, the proto-foundress, is retrieved. She becomes, to use the discrepant modern dialect, a paradigm of intersectionality. She is African, left in the desert by a patriarch, a single mother. Her sevenfold coursing between the Mount of Purity and the Mount of Chivalry ends not where she started, but at the latter. With her son, she does not return to Egypt or Chaldea, or even go to the Promised Land, but moves into alterity to refound the great sanctuary, where millions every year reenact the immemorial in this creolized and universalizing variant of Abrahamic adherence. Hajar and Ishmael then are retrieved, or in the anti-Oedipus sense, deterritorialized. The text is, as it were, more nomadic and Semitic than the Pentateuch, since the biblical and hence Western binary of chosen and unchosen is repudiated in favor of a drifting dyad of both and. Hence the polemic of Freud, Assmann and others, which identifies the crossing of the Red Sea as the beginning of the West's destructive binaries, collapses. Egypt cannot be an unchosen land for the Ishmaelites, thanks to their Hajarine DNA. One could repeat the scripture's strategy of systematic repair and inclusion with regard to the other dichotomizing biblical texts. As Shadab Rahimtullah has observed, the Exodus people wished to attack the Canaanites, but Moses and God punished them for this. The Herem sacred exterminations, which depict God in Bergman's words as morally chaotic, appear nowhere in the Quranic text. This reparative reading has been excellently documented by Michael Lodal, who speaks of how the Quran cleans up God's image, and also by Jack Miles, who shows how the great binaries such as Cain and Abel, Noah and his family, and the plagues of Egypt have been flattened and ethicized by the new revelation. Even Pharaoh now dies as a Muslim. As Miles writes, Allah is positively eager to forgive, while Yahweh has to be talked into it. For the Muslim ear shaped by the mantic song of these stories, the moral vindication of ancient Jewish history is one consequence. The brutal story of the ethnic cleansing of Canaan is a falsity, and this coheres with the Qur'an's exculpation of the Jews from the execution of Christ. But this new vision of a truly ethical Israel, deterritorialized as it were, forms only part of the story. Sacred history is not a Chaoskampf, despite the affirmation of difference. The narrative tells of a God who is recognizably moral, and moral even towards the other. In reality, the other, thanks to the common pledge of the immemorial, is no more than a facet of the same, provisionally unreached. Massignon, whose essay on Abraham's prayer for Ishmael remains one of the most profound meditations on the nature of Islamic reason in the context of Tawheed, is clear-headed in seeing the shamanistic logic of its scripture as the determinant of Ishmael's refusal of linearity. Sufism is thus Islam's heart and its heart logic. Ratio is dichotomizing, while the heart allows gradation and ambiguity. One recalls Al-Kindi's state rationalism, or that imposed by Al-Ma'mun. Ratio, in the reductive Apollonian, non-nomadic, non-rhizomic sense, readily lends itself to totalitarianism, as Europe discovered during its 20th century romance with political Darwinism. It was thanks to Al-Ghazali that Islamic culture finally absorbed Hellenism as a broadening of the episteme, not as a restrictor of truths, still less as the basis for totalitarian government. Although not politically enforced, Asharite Kalam, of course, continued to be linear and dialectical. Freedom, in the Sufi sense of hurriya, is only enabled by ambiguity and curvature, that is, by the organic and the fully Dionysian, the right side, the yamin of the brain. It is proleptic, anticipating the celestial garden, whose eros is exorbitant because it is infinite. The proleptic libidinal of Islam, object of scholastic reproach, joins the Ishmaelite and the Hajarine to the organic and the cyclical, validating the indescribable impulses through a hikayah, the oracle's willed reproduction, which does not starve the impulses, but gives them a validating telos. One recalls here Klossowski's friendship and correspondence with Henri Corbin. In Ibn Arabi's thought, the metaphysical dyad, he, not he, with its resonances perhaps of Heisenbergian indeterminacy, defines the ambiguous and fragile ontology of all alterities. The world is God's unified and non-delimited imagination, an isthmus between existence and non-existence. Hence even God talk can be no more than an array of knots, uqad, provisional and perhaps soteriologically indicative tyings of a fabric of being which might perhaps be represented by alternative tyings. Hence the salvation history, which affirms the equal salvific force of thousands of earlier prophetic interventions. We distinguish not between any of God's messengers, as the scripture says, and every people has received a guide. Islamic normativities are Islamic normativities, although for the Ishmaelite and conclusive era in the history of Tawheed, the knots it ties are by far the most indicatively effective in directing the impulses and hence rectifying the creative imagination. Ibn Arabi's supposed relativism, which leads to a rather subjective-seeming jurisprudence in which lawful verdicts and moral choices are produced by sainthood rather than juridical dialectic, thus appears to be a reasonable outcome of the Scripture's insistence that "Laysa kamithlihi shay," nothing is like him and he is the seeing and the hearing, a verse which, as the Andalusian master points out, juxtaposes negation and affirmation, aporia and analogy. The book bathes the auditor in the 99 names, whose operative significance is hinted at in the prophetic sagas, and the man or woman who perfectly instantiates those names, the imago Dei, will be a perfectly social human whose participation in the social will be entirely positive. Showing how Quranic Tawheed creates a world of ambiguity for the enraptured mystic is scarcely difficult. However, it's the formal madrasa discourse which exists not through Sufism but under the exoteric science of Kalam, which forms the presumptive context of Bauer and Halak's presentations of Islamic policy. Wayne Hankey has carefully shown how the philosophical secular in the West has roots in Aquinas and his reception of medieval Islam's hospitality to a secular sacred. Aquinas built on the Kalam distinction between aql and naql, ratio and revelatory tradition, to create a realm of temporal knowledge which ultimately, he says, expanded to drive the sacred out. The polemic about Islam's failure to follow suit is familiar. Khalid Abul Fadl, in his dialogue The Place of Tolerance in Islam, is responding to a Straussian essay by Milton Vjost, who blames the perceived failure of modern Islam on the decline of Mu'tazilism. Assuming that Mu'tazilism was a rationalist school, Vjost inverts Abbasid history by blaming Islamist intolerance on Asharism and traditionalism, with their command ethic and their occasionalist ontology which allegedly obstructed the appearance of a Muslim Newton. At no point does he consider the totalizing and deterministic implications of Newtonian physics, which is, to deploy our binary again, Apollonian, where quantum mechanics might readily be seen as Dionysian. If most Muslim community and thought leaders in the Western space owe allegiance to some instantiation of Asharism, or for the Hanafis, the closely allied Maturidi school, this syllogism which holds that rationalism generates tolerance, Asharism is not rationalist, therefore Islam is intolerant, needs careful assessment. The frailty of the two premises requires no comment. Whose justice, which rationality? An artificial intelligence government would likely be rational but would not necessarily be tolerant. In fact, Mu'tazilites fell out of favour partly because of their intolerance towards a diverse caliphal episteme, establishing the only official inquisition in Islamic history, while Wasil ibn Ata, founder of the school, left the mainstream because of his belief that grave sinners were unbelievers. In other words, Mu'tazilism was born in a mood of intolerance. The alleged irrationalism of Asharite Tawheed appears simply as a type of skeptical theism enabled by the transcendentalism of the scripture. So the Quranic anthropomorphisms are interpreted figuratively by Mu'tazilism and literally by Hanbalites, while Asharis insist that both of these closures are presumptuous. The strategy of bila kaif, without how, becomes a key Asharite hermeneutic policy whose indeterminacy reflects the school's epistemic humility. God does not resemble anything, and speech is simply an intermediary which permits analogies which may licitly diverge. Tawheed entails not only his unity, but his solitary and incommensurable uniqueness. The meaning of Scripture, as of the divine names, is determined by God and not by our mental operation. In his analysis of Baqillani's theology, David Vishanov shows how divine discourse is intrinsically equivocal by reason of the capacity of the Arabic language to imply this aseity. This supports Asharism's fallibilism. Theology seeks an approximative assessment and necessarily permits alternatives which the community validates as permissible within the linguistic and historical exegetical context. In the theology of Ramon Harvey, Maturidism in particular is an open theology, prioritizing meaning over systematic foundationalist proof, a conception of the Kalam tradition that is self-reflective about its own contingency. The Quranic rhizome points to an omnipotent deity unconstrained by temporal limitation. Asharite occasionalism presents a cosmos of plastic flux in which the perceived regress of ontological causes is illusory, disguising God's habitual sequencing of moments rather than a simple Newtonian determinism. Toby Mayer has reflected on the convergence of this ontology with Ibn Arabi's supposed monism. All alleged causation is the unmediated immanent divine action, and Massignon observes that Islamic time is not a continuous duration but a Milky Way of instants. On Klosowski's understanding, this recalls Nietzsche's experience of his eternal return. Here we observe Tawheed pushed to the limits of its own logic. From the Ash'ari perspective, monotheism either establishes fixity and closure in God's created world, with a dualistic possibility of human intervention through the magic of free will, or, if it is totalizing, identifies complete contingency and therefore radical ambiguity. An acquisition, casp, by the human subject cannot intervene in a cosmic totality controlled by God's immanent agency, but by escaping the illusory web of causal chains, we experience the possibility of a dim but real human accountability. The ethical void proposed by free will denying atheists such as Dirk Pereboom, with its dire consequences for moral participation in the public square, and the de facto determinism of Marxian dialectical materialism, are thus averted by Asherism's conclusion that causal chains are not determinative but are only apparent habits, in the context of which humans may nonetheless pray for outcomes, and towards which they may, like the early Muslims, act politically. This cosmology is the ultimate generator of Islam's metacritical theory, which dismisses the Frankfurt School not only as colonial, as we suggested earlier, but as improperly rooted in a very outdated physics. Asherism's denial of simple binaries annoyed its Mu'tazilite rationalist critics, who wanted to know decisively, for instance, whether a divine attribute was identical with or different from the divine essence. If God's speech is not like human speech, they said, we cannot finally close its meaning, which frustrates the purpose of textual revelation. But the ambitious Asharite insistence that the Qur'an is unoriginated divine speech stripped God's commands of their direct perlocutionary force and transformed them into a rhizomatic mass of indicators, dalalat, and signs, isharat. Asherism, thus, is rationalistic insofar as it takes seriously the apophatic logic of transcendence and its implications for discourse. God is not a humanoid, and his commandments do not bear analogy to those of fleshly humanity. But his indicants shine from his essence and are to be interpreted by the community consensually in the light of its circumstances and times, as it builds what Klosowski might call the simulacrum, which is the applied Sharia. Hence what Omar Farahat calls Asherism's productive skepticism simultaneously denies an analogy between human and divine values, while affirming the human collective capacity to intuit the apparent purport of God's indicants. Community, as Farahat puts it, is the site of the production of norms. Here, at the allegedly non-rational heart of Sunni Kalam, we locate the sense of Sunnism's self-description as the way of the prophetic precedent and the congregation, Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah. Perhaps again there's a recollection of the doctrine of Islam's soteriological position as the creed of Ortzeit und Endzeit, the sage's auditor and cantillator of the voice of the spirit world, but the oracle is difficult and is to be assessed for relevance by the tribe as a whole, as counselled by the elders. This apophatically enabled refusal of closure runs throughout Islamic law, which is a game of approximation in which multiple correct inductive outcomes, ijtihadat, are actively received, and which before the defamation was expressed by particular versatility in the autonomous culture of the qadis. We may note that it appears in many other dimensions of Islamic culture also, and its music offers one rather suggestive manifestation of this. Quranic cantillation and Islamicate musical traditions accept a glissando of microtones, broadly regulated into modes, maqam, but assuming always a culture of improvisation. In Europe, Bach's well-tempered clavier marked the end of more subtle temperaments, imposing the equal temperament, and thus making all keys interchangeable, the only exception being the major-minor distinction. The keyboard, unlike the unfretted lute or the human voice, determined what was uniquely correct. In the 19th century, some composers, worried by the sterility of this, tried to identify keys with moods. Scriabin attempted to do it with mental colours and to interrogate the entirely random eminence of C major. In Islamic music, hundreds of modes reflecting very delicate nuances of temperament are recognised, and critically, more are constantly being added. Blas Infante, the founder of Andalusian nationalism, wrote on this in his book on flamenco, which he identified as the bearer of an Islamic intensity and capacity for repudiating simple binaries, essential for the retrieval of his people's spiritual health. Flamenco uses a variant of the Phrygian mode with a memory of the Arabic Maqam Hijaz. Again, the Phrygian mode, named by the ancients after the ecstatic wild men of Asia Minor, seems to underline our point about a Dionysian Islamic subjectivity made intense by the refusal of the binary divisions enforced by Bach's rigidly tuned keyboard. This afflatus of affect is what Pierre Klossowski refers to as tonality. In shaping pre-modern Islam's Dionysian quality, it denies the Aristotelian additive quality of Occidental reason, whose apotheosis is artificial intelligence. Nietzsche's early dichotomy of Dionysus against the crucified is the context for his notorious insistence that Islam is 1,000 times right to despise Christianity. The left brain is the domain of the Apollonian, of the self, of individuation, of the additive. The right brain is the glade of Dionysus, of intoxication and the forgetting of self. If we deploy this to seek to characterize Islamic subjectivity in the midst of the Occident's machine culture, we will diagnose the Western nature of the Mu'tazilite ratio commended by Islam's cultural despisers. It is the field of prose, linearity and binaries, contrasting with the dithyrambs of Dionysus, whose elusiveness is compelled by the rhizomic indeterminacy and non-hierarchical structuring of tonality accomplished by the Muslim scripture. Islam's dissident refusal to join either the seminar table or the banquet of Apollonian global control is to be interpreted in the light of the Nietzschean rejection of Socrates' destruction of the old tragedies which balance the two. Occidental subjectivity accepts and integrates the Dionysian only as Freud's subconscious compulsions, while Nietzsche sets it beside and within us, not beneath us. Again, Klossowski's reading of Nietzsche makes this explicit. Klossowski's conversion to Islam was an ambiguous event, although recorded explicitly by his brother, the painter Balthus, and remote Muslimness rather than Islam is all we can decode as a theme in his later writings. Perhaps he was too concerned with principles to have to label them. In a sense, this doesn't matter. He's interested, like Deleuze and Guattari, in identifying an epistemic anti-Oedipus, a new mode of philosophy, but one which incorporates an implicit theology. Like modern Muslim thinkers, he seeks a therapy for modern subjectivity, identified with Nietzsche's last man, jaded by his knowing witnessing of all things, but degenerated by a close preoccupation with his self. Urban anomie, the realization of Eliot's wasteland, struggles with predictable acceleration to generate a moral ideal. The complacent loss of naivete and the failure of all traditional categories, even of gender, leads to the Neronian frenzy culture and the brilliant pointlessness of Burning Man, which Pallier warns will usher in an Islamic barbarian conquest. Mark Fisher writes of capitalist realism. Even the left recognizes the dialectical inevitability of capitalist triumph and predicts no shocks of the new. Describing the demise of the alcoholic and depressed Kurt Cobain, he writes, "In his dreadful lassitude and objectless rage, Cobain seemed to give wearied voice to the despondency of the generation that had come after history." What is new about our culture is the impossibility of the new. So, and Paglia roughly asks this, is Islam, the Muslim voter, the virile Ishmaelite migrant focused on Tawheed, to be this shock of the new? Not in Islamist uniform, certainly, since that uniform was designed in Rome and Edinburgh. But stripped of it, Dionysian once more, as Nietzsche and Goethe recognized, the remontée to a biophiliac archaic time, Islam as the perfect anachronism, as the missing metacritical theory. Again, Massignon, in his reflection on Abraham's great prayer for his elder son, considers this a providential vindication of the outcast par excellence of the Bible and the West, writing this. Islam is a great mystery of the divine will, the just claim, revendication, of the excluded, those exiled to the desert with their ancestor Ishmael, against the privileged ones of God, Jews and above all Christians, who have abused the divine privileges of grace. End of the Massignon quote. By writing that the blessed prophet of Islam, under God, announces the final separation of the good from the bad, and that he will one day be recognized by Jews and Christians for some chiastic reparative function, Massignon, in this oddly prophetic passage, seems to return to the Ortzeit und Endzeit trope. Ishmael's promise of a different and archaic human subjectivity will characterize his reparatory role during the end of days, and this is one key sense of Islam's khatmiyya, its sealing of history. Migrant, refugee, asylum seeker, reviled by left and right, the ultimate biblical paradigm of unchosenness, Ishmael will not only be somehow vindicated by a complicated divine plan, but will play a saving role in repairing humanity's Apollonian dysfunction and schizoid distinction between heart and mind.
End of our today's session. Thank you very much. We really appreciate your patience to stay until end. Each of you really thanks a lot. And we would like to invite for our refreshment at the same place that we had our breakfast and lunch. And also the small announcement for tomorrow. Tomorrow our conference will be at level LG, Ibn Khaldun conference room, inshallah. So all the speaker will be physically attended, inshallah, and it will be very interesting session. I would like to invite you to join physically, inshallah. And thank you very much again. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.